what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes and change your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes and change your destiny. always to do what you want to say, baby. When you're alone into that gas night, maybe you can't keep your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that you're the sea. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you're the sea.
Oh my god. Ah. Microphone problems right off the bat. No, I feel like I'm gonna have a good stream today, though. I feel strangely optimistic, okay? I feel like I can do this. We've got a lot of stuff to talk about. It's been a little while. I'm not used to taking Sunday off, but that's what happened this week. And wait, no, I don't know. Like, oh, God, my schedule's been like all over the place. I need to just like settle on one. I keep on thinking it would be nice to just do like a couple hours Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. I keep on thinking that would be the nice one. But you know how I am, right? I can never do anything in like 1 hour or 2 hours. I'm always taking, like, we'll see how I do with the Thought Slam. How is everybody? Are you feeling the vibes? Did I have a good weekend? I don't know. I'm just all out of whack. You know, I moved and I'm adjusting to the new area. I found out I wouldn't say that I'm in a food desert, right? But I'm in a place where like the nearest grocery store is too expensive. Have you ever had that experience? It's not that there's no grocery stores. It's just that like the one that's like closest is way overpriced, and then the other ones are annoying to get to. So I'm trying to deal with life. Anybody? Oh, make Irene bounce. Wow, that's a possibility. Oh no. Everything in my room over? No, I can do it with knocking everything in my room over. Sorry, I got an order for some trampolining. How do you... Is that even a verb? I think I just made it one. There we go. Bouncy time. Make Irene bounce. The closest grocery store to me is Whole Foods. It would suck if that's all. Yeah, really. You know, my favorite though is if there's a like expensive grocery store, it's got to be next to a cheap grocery store so that you can go in there, see what's on sale, get some good stuff, and then you go to the grocery store that's affordable afterwards. Why are we talking about groceries? We've got so much to talk about today. Yeah, Tim Pool came out with a straight up, I don't know what to call it. I mean, like people are saying it's like his red pill moment. I mean, he's always been red pill, whatever the hell red pill means. He's always been that. It's probably because he's talking to Fresh and Fit though, right? He starts talking about high value males like Fit, like Myron Gaines, right? That's literally Myron Gaines' role on Fresh and Fit. And you know, they start talking about women being hypergamous, all these females out there that are sleeping with too few of guys and they have too high of body counts. And Tim came up with a great idea of how guys could work as a team to shame women out of hypergamy, which by which they mean like, you know, it's slut shaming. It's basically slut shaming. I don't have transportation to get to any grocery store. Stuck ordering delivery. Spend $60 plus a month on fees. Damn. Delivery charges and tips. That's yeah, that you could totally spend on food. Red pill is a Matrix reference. True. Yeah, it it's funny. It's funny. Yeah, they're referencing they're referencing a movie written by two trans women. Is it too distracting for me to talk and trampoline at the same time? Does anybody find that distracting? Like, should I concentrate on one? Whole Foods, that's what's the matter? Yeah, $17 Asian salad kit. Yeah, it's really weird what Amazon has done to Whole Foods too. It's that, like, you know, it's always pricey, but now it's like pricey and shitty. It's like, I think I was just watching a movie about this morning, talking about how the one segment of Amazon's, like, I don't know, empire that's not doing well is their grocery stuff, right? They own Whole Foods, they own Amazon Fresh, they do delivery for both, and they're getting beat. They're getting, you know, and it's like, I mean, that what I just described is part of it, right? That they have both diminished their brand, and, you know, and they still have that perception of being too expensive because they are too expensive, right? And then people don't like going into Amazon. Has anybody ever been in an Amazon Fresh here? Like, this is apparently, I didn't know this, right? Because I don't have one near me, and I've never been to one. It's not like a normal grocery store. It's literally a place that you go and you grab your food, and somehow it charges you. Like, it knows what food you got, and it just like automatically charges you. And apparently people are just not that into that. Like, that doesn't really do anything. Take and Baked pizzas half off, only $28 for a family. Oh my god. Even Amazon is expensive. Yeah, Amazon Fresh. Oh my god, restaurant delivery is even worse. Yeah, anytime I ever do that, because it's always like for convenience, but it feels like I'm doubling like what I pay. Yeah, I would say usually, unless I'm like really careful, I double what I pay by ordering it delivery. And it's like, I mean, I don't know. I feel honestly, before the apps, you could get, I mean, you were limited, right? Not everything delivers, right? It's generally like a pizza place. There was a falafel place by where I lived that delivered, that was, I actually, you know, anyway. That was one of my jobs. Bike delivery. It's you know, getting paid to do cardio sounds like something I should look into now. I've been to an Amazon bookstore in New York, but I didn't realize it because then it was next to another bookstore. But yeah, welcome in everybody. I feel, oh yeah, you feel guilty if you don't tip extremely well too, and then that, yeah, makes it more expensive. Yeah. So like, I like avoid that like the plague. Local fresh food is actually pretty reasonable here right now on the island. They're having trouble. Interesting. I wouldn't have thought that that's how it would go. So yeah, obviously, Hawaii and in particular Maui suffered like a really intense fire, deadly fire recently. But I never thought of it that way, that like local stuff would actually be cheaper because of. It feels so weird not to have music on. How about that? No weather report? I don't know. Maybe not today. But yeah, what all do we have to cover today? I already mentioned the Tim Pool thing. He's talking to Fresh and Fit. It's brought out his inner red pillar, right? I don't even know. Like, it's weird because like the red pill has meant so many things. Obviously in the Matrix, right? This is this was a script written by two trans women, right? The red pill was literally like the color of estradiol. So I mean, like that. I mean, it means a lot of things. It means liberation. It means being woke. That's the other thing that's weird too. Is like the word that the right wing hates so much. The word that they use to describe everything that they don't like, woke. That is literally the Matrix, right? You wake up to the desert of the real, to the reality. But so when it started out, I feel like red pill, like in 2016, meant racist, right? You're on the Donald, you're on Pole, you got a Pepe avatar with some kind of weird, like amalgam of fascist flags together on it, right? That's who the red pillars were. And then it became more and more, it became like a PUA thing. A PUA manosphere. I guess manosphere is like the best way to collectively refer to like all that stuff that connects, because that connects PUAs, MRAs, incels. Yeah, it's all the manosphere. Yeah, it shows how much lack of self-awareness they have. Original movie, if you took the red pill, you wouldn't get freed from the Matrix. You'd end up on another level of the Matrix. Wait, in the original movie? That was worse since they knew that you fell for the two pills thing? Wait, what? Wait, Shakespeare, are you talking about... like the... I've heard that the Wachowski sisters were not the ones to come up with... Okay, the original movie script, so this never got made? This never got made? What's up, John Ross? Well, I also heard another story that it was either the idea for it or something was actually kind of like... Am I mixing this up? I could be mixing this up with another thing, but I remember somebody saying something about The Matrix being actually written by a black woman. But maybe I'm thinking of a different movie. Yeah, Trumpsters singing Rage Against the Machine at a protest. But yeah, we got Tim Pool on Fresh and Fit. We've got Thought Slime actually talking about Ana Kasparian. And not just Ana Kasparian, this like applies to a lot of people. This applies to a lot of people, including some people that constantly attack Thought Slime, right? We're talking about people who say, I'm on the left, all right? But this position, supporting this marginalized group, we're losing the normies. We can't hold this position, otherwise the right will win. But you know what? You know what's really cool? If we give up, if we let the right wing have what it wants, then they'll be on our side. Oh, that's the five-head. That is the five-head take. They'll be on our side. Look, we just keep trans women out of sports and be like, look, right-wingers, this thing that you wanted us to do, we helped you do it. We helped you do, and then they'll be like, oh, okay. Well, thank you, the left. Thank you, the left. As a reward, we're gonna say trans rights now, right? Everybody on the right, right? Nick Fuentes. Right, Donald Trump? Right, Ron DeSantis? Yeah, trans rights. That's right. That's all it took. That's all it. We just have to give up on ever being able to play sports. Yeah, so we're gonna be talking about thought slime. Thought slime is talking about it's like a phenomenon. You see it on the left a lot, and you gotta ask, like, what does the left mean? That's the question that Thought Slime's gonna pose today. What is meant by the left, right? Always nicely painted nails. Unlike me, I gotta take care of mine at some point. It's okay, my lips look good today at least. And then, oh yeah, we also have the Queer Kiwi. ThatQueerKiwi, I'm sorry. I'm getting people's names wrong. I'm talking about ThatQueerKiwi. Does anybody know ThatQueerKiwi? I was doing a little research on them this morning and I could not find pronouns. So, if anybody can help me out with that. Queer Kiwi goes by she, her. Okay, cool. Yeah, so like I've seen Queer Kiwi collabing with other creators that I know and love, and have always enjoyed her contribution to those videos, right? She didn't strike me as somebody that would get like in drama, but apparently there are a lot of right-wingers like attack. It's got to be the rainbow hair. I don't know, like, right? They like to attack blue hair. They like to attack colored hair at all, but when they see that rainbow, when they see that, and that's a pretty awesome dye job, I gotta say. I've never had anything that spectacular. I've had some decent, like, I once had my hair dyed like a fox. You know what I'm talking about? Like, it was like orange on top, and then it had like a little white section, and then like a little, like, or I don't know, it was like fox colored. It was like, but that's the most high maintenance or like high level hair that I've ever had was doing that. I've never like done anything, like I always had trouble dyeing it like fancy colors, because for my hair, obviously you gotta do a lot of bleaching, and anybody that I've ever seen to do my hair is always like discouraging me from doing that much bleaching. And I'm game for it, right? Because I dyed my hair blonde like back in the day. I did it myself, right? Not completely just like bottle, right? I didn't do the bottle thing. I didn't do the, drugstore, like grocery store, dye kit, right? I went to Sally's, and so I got decent dye, not professional dye, and I got the what is it called, like the debrasser or something like that. Like, you got to use, like, it's a whole thing. It's a whole thing going from dark to blonde. It's not simple at all. But yeah, we got that, and then, oh yeah, Majority Report. Majority Report. Okay, check this out. Like, there's apparently going to be a debate, I think, between Sam and Jessie Singel. And one in chat if you know who Jessie Singel is, right? I'm not sure how well known this particular person is. Some people know about Jessie. Toner, yeah. Wait, why did I say debrasser? Maybe toner debrasses it. That's what it is. Love to see Sam talk to. I'm a little bit worried though. I mean, you saw what happened with Adam and Sitch. Like, I love Sam. I think Sam is an absolute beast when it comes to debating people. But I think that sometimes he goes into a debate not really knowing his enemy, right? We've seen that happen first with Jackson Hinkle. This was like years ago, right? He didn't know who he was talking to. Like, he thought that Jackson Hinkle was just, oh, it's some leftist. It's a already failing, warning you about the, okay, it's on the, it's 34 and 04, that's, anyway, sorry. Usually Sam can handle his own. Sam absolutely destroys people, at debates regularly, right? But Jackson Hinkle, I don't think he was ready for. I don't think he knew where Jackson Hinkle was going to come from. I've never actually seen Sam debate a left-winger, and honestly, Jackson Hinkle's not really a left-winger. Like, Jackson Hinkle is like a Pat sock. You know, we're talking about, somebody that calls himself a communist, or at least used to. I don't think he even calls himself a communist anymore. But, he started off as a class reductionist and just got worse and worse and worse until he was a patsock. Yeah, he was one of Haz's little dudes. Or maybe Haz is his little dude. I don't know. I feel like Jackson is probably bigger than Haz. But yeah, Sam, kind of that wasn't a great debate. And the other one that wasn't great was the Sitch and Adam, right? Sam was way too friendly with two dudes who were basically setting a trap for him. And he just wasn't really prepared. I don't think he's dealt with people like that before, because they're, he's dealt with Dave Root. No, he hasn't, right? Because Dave would never debate him, but Haz went on a right-wing podcast recently to talk about geopolitics. I mean, that's, yeah. If you bleach, you also need toner. Bleach just doesn't tone. Okay. Yeah, Jackson, Haxon Jinkle. So yeah, and so that's why, I'm a little bit worried, but there's something going on Twitter. We'll take a look at it, right? We'll take a look at what's going on in Twitter between Jessie Singel, Emma Vigland, and Matt Lesh, I think. And Sam's talked to him too. Well, Jessie Singel's biggest deal, though, is that, okay, so he's a transphobe. Really, really clearly. Like most of anything that I've ever seen from him has been about trans people, and it's never positive. It's never positive. It's always about, what about the detransitioners, and what about desistants, and it's always attacking trans people, right? That's all I've ever seen from Jessie Singel. And surprise, surprise, he got his first job at a local paper, which is got a iffy record on trans people as well, although hopefully it's better now. I don't know, but yeah, Jessie Singel, he's but any sort of criticism, right, especially if you call him transphobic, he starts crying. He says that he's being defamed, and you know what I mean? He goes hard, right? In fact, I shouldn't even say that. Allegedly, I can't remember if he said defamed or not. Ha ha ha. Right? Got to make sure that when I talk about Jessie Singel, I don't make any claims, because he acts like he's gonna take you to court for those, right? And that's the feeling that you get with Sam. Right? It's kind of you can't really say that somebody's lying on an overarching characteristic that's an opinion, but he will anyway. Called out one of the Queer Kiwis takes a while back. She was shitting on the concept of Father's Day and Parents' Day, calling them fake holidays, when there are trans men and non-binary people in her audience who celebrate those holidays. Yeah, so Queer Kiwi's under attack by, check it out, Michael Knowles, Isaac Butterfield, who I don't even know. Does anybody know Isaac Butterfield? Apparently some right-winger. I've never had the displeasure of encountering Isaac Butterfield, so. It's from Australia. Right, okay, so that, I guess, makes some sense. Michael Knowles, Isaac Butterfield, here, this is,
Greetings, guys!
Yeah, so, when I typed in ThatQueerKiwi, the first thing that populated was ThatQueerKiwi drama, and I'm like, what? Drama? Really? And it turns out, yeah, Michael Knowles, Isaac Butterfield, and this is the content creator that we're going to talk about today, right? This is I think Demon Mama called him a Minecraft kid, okay? I get the feeling, though, he's a grown-ass man with some maybe immature characteristics, right? And yeah, this is somebody that Demon Mama actually did a really good job. I saw that debate and I enjoyed it. I enjoyed seeing Demon Mama take this person apart. They came, with a transphobic take, and then cried that they weren't really a bigot and they were being misunderstood and they're not some big right winger or something like that, we'll take a look and see, you know, the evidence to the contrary, right? But so this is like, okay. Sensitive Society 1 year ago. Yeah, this is one of the commentary channels that's outgrowing the likes of Chud Logic, etc. Pretty popular, and pretty typical. This YouTuber hates straight people. I don't know who this is, Poncho. 9 months ago, this YouTuber hates straight people, men and straight people. Right, so are you seeing like a pattern here? 9 months ago, a Cheeto makes video. YouTuber hates men and straight people. YouTuber hates straight people. Oh no, it's Poncho. Okay, so yeah, 1 year ago, YouTuber hates straight people and men. 1 year ago, biggest man hater on YouTube. And what do we find if we look on this channel? If we look on Chester's channel, this is Chester's channel, right? That's Chester. I'm pretty sure Chester Chesterfield is his name. 1 day ago, YouTube's biggest man hater. This dude has already tried to make this video like 6 times. It's like the same video title, different thumbnail, right? At least this one's not one, like I feel like one of those thumbnails was trying to make her look as bad as possible, right? But yeah, so we got a little bit of an obsession. And whenever there's a little bit of an obsession, I like to go and check out what's going on. What's behind this obsession? What's driving this obsession? What does this feel like, right? So we're gonna take a look at that, and you're gonna see somebody just fail at commentary. I don't know what to say, right? Look, I'm obviously not the biggest fan of the commentary community that there is, okay? But I feel like most of them, like Turkey Tom, will get his facts straight, right? Turkey Tom, you know, is like, he'll say ridiculous, wrong, horrible things, but they're not like as out of pocket as this is. This is just like, what were you thinking? Like, literally. He reminds you of Augie. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's right. Chesterfield here is actually Augie's little brother. Who knew? Man hater is code for hating and dismissing women. Left uses it a lot too. Oh yeah, you'll hear Vosh say that kind of thing. So yeah, we've got a lot to get to today. I've probably been edging you long enough. That's not it. Oh, here we go. Leftist abolition. Let's go.
Folks, there's a problem with the left, and I'm not simply saying that because I am the subject of criticism on the left. No. We can't win any confrontation with the far right unless this changes, because the left has alienated the average person, which in this case is me, with a focus on niche, boutique issues. And it needs to focus on outreach specifically towards the white working class, a term I've adopted in this context because it sounds less racist than just saying white people, but actually it is just racism mixed with a little bit of classism, actually. But don't worry, there's enough plausible deniability to gaslight anyone that points that out. See, we can't let partisanship divide us. Hey, you ever notice that a lot of people say that kind of stuff and they say it right, and then they follow it up with some of the wackest horseshit you've ever heard in your entire life? Just some real garbage brain shit from an idea dumpster. Ideas so fundamentally without value that you throw them out, you can't even recycle them. You just throw them right in the dumpster. And here's the thing about the left. Can we talk for a minute about the left, please? Why is nobody talking about the left? There's something I simply must say about the left. My thought on the subject is fuck the left. I don't care about the left. I don't owe it my loyalty. Neither do you. The left isn't anything. It's not a group of people. It's not a tendency. It's not an ideology. The left is not even like a...
Yeah, like, I mean, like, we're talking about something that, here's the funny thing too, right? Like, these are the same people that'll go on and on about identity politics, and like I always talk about, like, there is an instance in recent history of, like, the concept without, you know, of identity politics or identity being weaponized without any sort of real meaning there, in terms of the Hillary Clinton campaign, in terms of her attempt to portray Bernie and his supporters as being somehow, you know, to the right on social issues from her, right? So it left a bad taste in a lot of people's mouths, and some people, like, they haven't really recovered, and you'll get this sort of you know, constant harping of, like, this identity politics is alienating the white working class, right? But who talked about white working class people in politics, right? Do you know where that comes from? 2008, Hillary Clinton versus Obama, right? That was her and Mark Penn and her whole team. Like, well, what about the white working class, though? Does Obama really have the white working class? The white working class is important, and you almost get the feeling that, like, the way that they're saying it, it feels like white people are the only working class, like, individuals, and that's really, really not true. That's super deceptive. That's super, you know, wrong, and it's super harmful. So the same people that'll accuse you of destroying the left for being such a ideologue, for standing up for the rights of marginalized people, right? They will also, you know, try to throw this, like, white working class shit down your throat. Like, and I think that's more destructive than anything, as far as if you're talking about, like, the left as a coalition. And here's what Mildred is saying here, right? What is the left? What does that mean? I know how it gets used. I know how it gets invoked, right? It's literally, like, Bill Maher will call himself the left. Tim Pool at different times has considered himself part of the left, right? It is, like, literally just, like, anybody that wants to call themselves the left apparently is the left, right? And there are times, obviously, if you're a leftist, right, you're not generally going to be able to effectively in the United States vote for a candidate that accurately reflects your views, right? If you're gonna do voting, you're gonna try to reduce some harm. A lot of times, you know, you're voting for a candidate only because they are to the left of the person that you really don't want in there, right? But that shouldn't fool us into thinking that there's, like, a real coalition with liberals, right? Like, liberalism is actually a form of conservatism. It doesn't get said enough, but it's true, right? Liberalism is just a conservatism with you know, generosity aesthetics, right? They want to throw us a few more crumbs than the right will. It doesn't really have anything to do with the left proper, so.
Coherent set of goals or policies. The left does not exist, aside from as a rhetorical device used to mean, like, anybody who considers themselves on the left, or anybody who considers themselves on the left would consider to be, like, their pals, their buddies. There is no consistent set of beliefs that unites people on the left. No economic theory, no social policy, no guiding principle. You'll hear the term used to describe everything from hardcore anarchist revolutionaries to neoliberal ghouls who at least don't actively seem to want to feed gay people into a wood chipper right now, and, like, everything in between that too. And perceptive viewers might notice, from the examples that I just gave, any such coalition is doomed. Those groups can work together over common goals, but also they have mutually exclusive goals that at some point they're going to need to resolve. And that's good. There's, like, to be clear, that's a good part about that.
Yeah, mutually exclusive. I mean, we're really talking about the fundamental contradiction.
It's Good job. That's part of coalition
of class interests, right?
building. You set aside your disagreements temporarily, if need be.
Because, I mean, liberalism still ends up serving the capitalists, just in a different way, right? And in a way that, like, at different times, the capitalists find more strategic, more efficacious. If they start to worry that socialist revolution, the real leftists might come in and take over, and that some of the stuff that they've monopolized might get nationalized, then you see a lot more. Well, I mean, they go in one or two ways. They either support like liberal politicians to try to just be like, everything's fine, we'll do the New Deal, it'll be fine, right? Or they go in the other direction and they support the far right to try to, you know, crush any revolution. So
to achieve something desirable to all parties. But at some point, you got to go, hey, there's also stuff we disagree about. What are you going to do? And then have a big argument. There are degrees of disagreement, though. There are some disagreements which, although we might not ever be able to resolve, we should by no means tolerate. Disagreements whose effects are too fundamental, too immediate, and too costly to ignore in the service of cooperation. Like, for example, if you wanted to kill Batman, you could not ally yourself with Robin, because he's not going to support you, you know? Even if you agree with Robin on a lot of stuff, you're going to come into conflict about the whole Batman issue. Now, where you draw that line is going to vary. I'm not going to give you some prescriptive commandments about who you are and who you are not allowed to cooperate with. I'm not an organizer. I'm a blowhard. I have a YouTube channel. I am the least entitled person to an opinion on anything.
like, this is an important thing for leftist content creators to state, right? Like, we have a role, okay? And we're definitely doing what we can to affect the discourse, right? But that should never be put on an equal par with, you know, boots on the ground organizing, right? That's something, and we can't do that from these platforms, right? It wouldn't work for a lot of reasons. The kind of organizing that you can do just amounts to like Vosh's or Destiny's canvassing, right? And that's not, you know, that's literally like organizing for a capitalist party. So yeah, it doesn't make a lot of sense. But yeah, it's really important that content creators on the left are humble, okay? And we don't try to you know, claim like you know, a bigger role or leadership, or especially the worst thing is, and I feel like a lot of quote unquote leftist content creators do this, give you the feeling that what you're doing here is activism. I mean, you know, hopefully it informs, you know, you being able to talk to people and, you know, hopefully has some good effects, right? But it's not the same as organizing.
Thing. That shit's complicated and difficult. I'm in no position to tell you where the line is, you know? But one thing, which sits comfortably on the do not tolerate side of the line, is anything less than full-throated active support for the well-being, equality, and autonomy of any political minority. Compromising on that is not only, and I don't want to overstate my point here, but evil, but also foolish, tactically speaking. Because, like, if you're in a situation where it isn't tactically foolish, if you have a goal where it makes strategic sense to throw a political minority under the bus, then probably what's happening there is your goal sucks. You have an asshole goal for shitty asshole guys that an asshole might have. Concern trolling for the well-being of the left invariably presents itself as the moderate, sensible, popular position. Anything these people don't like is too unrealistic, too utopian. You'll never sell it to the normies. Frustratingly, this type of rhetoric is used even when the position of the people using it is less popular or less credible, or in some cases, flat-out trash brain garbage for idea babies to piss and shit their brain diapers with. These people don't argue that their position is more logical or morally superior, just that it's the best we can do right now. So it's better than nothing, right? Like, you know, if you can't get on board with this, then you're just a saboteur, letting the perfect be the enemy of the good. You're gatekeeping, you're wrecking. When this logic is weaponized against political minorities, it usually goes something like this. Yeah, like, I agree, obviously, with what you're saying. In theory, in a perfect world, it's just right now, in this political climate, it's very much, it's too complicated, you know? It's so controversial what you're saying, even though, again, I totally get it. It's just most people won't. And like, also, can I say also, like, why are we spending so much energy on the needs of such a small group of people when it's going to turn off the majority citation needed? We got to think big picture here. And that makes a certain surface level sense to a particular type of asshole. But there are some problems with this argument. Firstly, and this should go without saying, it's cowardly. It's the type of argument you can only make if you're a complete spineless chicken shit, a moral infant. If you make this type of argument, I'm forced to assume you are, at this moment, concealing that you've been bitten by a zombie. Secondly, consider this little thought experiment. I got a little brain tickler for you here. Whose support do you think will be more valuable for you? People whose material well-being specifically depends on your success? Or people who don't really give a shit either way? People are so disinterested that the slightest discomfort will stop them from engaging in the issue whatsoever. Thirdly, the whole premise rests on two assumptions, of which at least one is always total horseshit. That the rights of the political minority in question are some sort of highly unpopular third-rail position, and this is usually justified by, like, a conversation they claim they had with some sort of archetypical common man. They talked with their bus driver about gender self-ID, and they didn't get it. So, like, how can you expect the working class to understand such ideas? Because the second assumption is, of course, that the ignorant swine who represent your base cannot have their inherently self-interested and bigoted minds changed. Of course, we, the more sophisticated and intelligent political class, can understand such highfalutin ideas, like, for example, that it's bad to be racist. But the average person is a kind of soulless, thoughtless machine. They exclusively seek base pleasure and avoid discomfort. They're incapable of reason or empathy or any higher form of thought, really, and we're like unto gods to them. We must shepherd them carefully.
Yeah, like, ironically enough, the whole, faux concern for class, right? The appeal to the working class, by which they either mean the white working class or they outright say it. It's actually kind of insulting to the group that they're pretending to be concerned with winning over.
Lest our enlightened thinking move too fast, frightening and confusing their primitive, superstitious little minds. You see, you dumb utopian baby, if we fight for something so unpopular or out there, as the logic goes, it hurts the broader and more achievable goals of the left.
Like getting out of this ad break that's coming up in exactly 7 minutes. That's right, in 7 minutes there's going to be an ad break on Twitch. You can get out of it with a Twitch Prime. If you have Amazon Prime, hook that baby right up to your Twitch and get a free sub out of it, right? It puts money in my pocket and costs you nothing above what you're already paying for Amazon Prime, right? Second way to deal with this is if you spend $5, it does cost $5 on desktop, $6 on mobile to get yourself a sub, treat yourself to a sub, not have to deal with the ad breaks and get lots of emotes to boot. Or, and this is a big if, right? If somebody's feeling generous, you might get a gift sub, right? And it's more likely to happen if you're active in chat.
The ones I support, not the ones you support, because we have to be willing to compromise. I don't want to alarm you, but the far right, they're on the verge of winning. They're one election away from taking the whole pot. Okay, they're gaining momentum every day, and the only way to stop them now, I hate to say it, I really do, is to do the things that they're asking for, is to specifically do the things that they're agitating for. That's the only way to stop them. They want us to do that because it would stop them and make them less powerful. And, plus, like, if they do win, like, I'm white, so if they want to do racist stuff, I would bet. These compromises, of course, are always in service of power, in service of the status quo, in service to the exact structures we are meant to be opposing by making these compromises. It never works in the other direction. Never is the more moderate left asked to adopt a more radical position based on its popularity, feasibility, or outright necessity. We're meant to dismiss allies who agree with our positions in favor of courting allies who do not. Because maybe, if we do everything they ask for, they'll get on our side. That's what it means to get someone on your side, by the way. When you do something differently, because that's what they wanted. It means you changed their mind. We are asked to make this bargain constantly. To ignore some hideous...
Look, I mean, this might work if you're on the Supreme Court, right? And like, there's some thought that, like, when you see a weird decision come down the line, that what that is like vote trading. That, like, Justice Thomas gets, Justice Kagan or who, like, right, one of the right-wing justices is like, I want you to vote for this, and then if you do that, then I'll vote for that. And like, I mean, there's some thought that they're like, anyway, I don't know why I'm going into this, right? In other words, that might like work in some way in a oh, also, Iron, thank you for the resub. I didn't even see that till now. But thank you. That might work in an interpersonal, like if you're talking about like, where you go for dinner, right? Yeah, like going to, you know, going to like Long John Silver's, like, which you hate, on one night might earn you the ability to go to Taco Bell on the other nights. I don't know, but it definitely doesn't work in terms of like this. We're talking about like, yeah, you think that the right, they're going to be like, oh, gee, the left, they're just been being so nice lately, right? We didn't even have to ask them to turn on trans people in the trans women on sports, in the issue of trans kids. They just did it themselves, right? Wow, really should be nice to them. Let's like support part of their agenda. Like, right, let's get a minimum wage. Yeah, you deserve we'll vote for a minimum. Like, right, it's not going to happen.
Injustice because, they claim, to focus on it necessarily distracts from all others. So you end up in this shell game scenario where the one true meaningful injustice is always the one you're not putting every iota of your effort into. And in order to fix it, you just got to ignore every other problem in the world. Those are all distractions. And this isn't a new technique. Throughout history, wherever there have been people fighting for any sort of social justice, equality, freedom from oppression, no matter how just their cause, you can find examples of that movement hypocritically excluding others in betrayal of their own principles. Whether it's white women within the suffragette movement refusing to stand in solidarity with women of color, to modern-day quote-unquote anti-imperialists who deride and ridicule the land back movement without bothering to do the barest iota of research, just crack open Wikipedia and just really even look at what the definition of the term is, really understand the thing that they're criticizing, just do the bare minimum, just really even look into.
This is something that's been frustrating for me for a long time. I actually hosted a debate on land back, which, looking back at it, sounds like a horrible idea, right? It's not a debate. It's specifically the type of issue that does not suit itself towards a debate. It's an issue that is massively misunderstood. And that if you talk to a lot of people about land back, right, their idea of what it is has nothing to do with the goals of the movement, which it has. They've published papers like stating what their goals are. These are not like, you don't have to, it's not like missing knowledge, right? It's really clear what the goals of the land back movement are, and they are never the goals that get argued against in a debate. Luckily for me, though, I came up with some really good I got lucky in that a lot of First Nations people that really did understand land back decided to come on, like trusted me enough to because like, right, I from their perspective, like I could see them being worried. I could see them not trusting me, right? I could see them seeing how misconstrued land back as a movement has been. And when I say debate, just them, but no, people were motivated, people were ready, and they came. And the few, like, the few people that might have opposed it actually sat down and listened. Now, that doesn't usually happen in a debate. That's why I would never do that as a debate. Again, I mean, like, that deserves to be a panel. But when you're teaching people stuff they don't know, like, what is the land back movement all about, right? Having a debate is ridiculous because you'll end up arguing against these people that are just straw manning the whole concept and arguing against something that it has nothing to do with land back. So.
And this is the problem that intersectional analysis was intended to help us study, to create the understanding that various forms of oppression intersect, creating unique material conditions and forms of oppression for those people who unfortunately find themselves within that intersection.
And the worst thing is hearing debate bros talk about intersectionality and not even understand what it means. Not even to them it means that, hey, like, white dudes can be oppressed too, right? And look, yeah, like, right, we all have complex identities, and you could be privileged in one way and oppressed in the other. But the key that they're not getting is the multiplier factor that exists at those intersections, right? It's not that, like, if you have one, marginalized aspect to your identity, like, we should pay more attention to that. It's like, you should be thinking about people who have like multiple vectors of oppression going on at the same time, and realize that it's not just like, it's not just like racism plus transphobia plus misogyny, right? Trans misogynoir is like, more greater than the sum of its parts, basically. And that's what people invariably miss.
Beyond merely simply the combined effects of like two discrete types of oppression, a new symbiotic oppression is made. What people don't talk about as much is how these forms of oppression mutually reinforce one another. Easy example you've heard a million times, right? Racism enforces capitalism. Prejudice against racialized people is projected onto the poor and lower class, and vice versa. It's an easy way for bourgeois interests to divide workers and create scapegoats for their own excesses. And also, just directly take a bunch of people's shit. Just take it and have it and own it. Then if anybody gets mad at them, they can go, but no, you're not poor because of me, because I have all the money. You're poor because Jews have bad money DNA, probably is what it is. And also, one time at the supermarket, I saw a black woman buy a lobster with a food stamp, so probably that's why you're poor. Obviously, racism would still be bad, whether or not it intersected with capitalism, and capitalism would likewise be bad in any sort of hypothetical alternate reality scenario where it developed without racism. Both of these things would be problems that required solving without the other, but in a world where both exist, like this one, Earth, you have to fight both. Otherwise, the struggle against either is incomplete. Here's another example for you. Transmisogyny reinforces misogyny classic. The ways that trans women's bodies and behaviors are scrutinized and demonized are then ported from the trans engine to the cis engine, which actually is pretty easy because that's the engine it was developed for, and used to control the bodies and behaviors of cis women. Cis women become the collateral damage in attempts to stop trans women from existing and need to conform to cis heteronormative standards to demonstrate their womanhoodliness.
It really is all tied up. Like, right, when you talk about the common struggle, like that what Mildred's saying here is so important.
Hair too short or have too many muscles, and you might not be allowed to piss anymore or run in a race. Because what if you're a secret trans in disguise? Better take your rights away, just in case. Simultaneously, trans women are themselves the collateral damage in patriarchal attempts to control cis women, to firmly establish the boundaries of the feminine and police the bodies and identities of all kinds of different women. Some tall, some short, some of them have swords. All women. In both of these examples, you cannot fight one problem without fighting the other. If you try, you're just putting it in another place for it to get stronger later and come back and get you. You're not dismantling an oppressive structure. You're just asking for permission to be let into the oppressing group. And I can't exactly judge anyone for that. I am the beneficiary of all oppression in the world. But I
mean, so this is the pick-me phenomenon, right? This is, you see this manifest in so many different ways. Like, somebody that, I mean, just Pearly Things is, I guess, the most prominent example at the moment. You could talk about Blair White. You could talk about a lot of different people, but essentially you make this trade where you're like, I will help you in your struggle to suppress my identity group, as long as you recognize that I'm not like the other people of my identity group, right? Like, I mean, that's Cypher from the Matrix, right? I don't know. No, it's not. I mean, like, I'm being reductive here. But I mean, it's something. There's definitely like an element of betrayal there. And there's, in the same way that, like, I always wondered about the Matrix, right? The scene where Cypher agrees to betray Morpheus in order to be put back into the Matrix, because it's like, they could make him a rich dude, or what I mean, give him a really good life. It's a fake life, but really good, comfortable, posh life. And he's like, but I always wondered, like, it's kind of like when you sell your group out, where do you think your bargaining power goes, right? To get whatever deal that you make, you're leveraging the fact that you're going to turn on your group. But when your group is gone, when your group is out of commission, what makes you think that they're going to keep their bargain with you? It should be so simple, and yet you see this time and time again. The only, like, I mean, it's a very short-term gain.
Would like to extend a word of caution, if I may. If you do manage to get put into the in-group, that's not going to last forever. Helping the people who are oppressing you now cook up a new way to oppress someone else, you can imagine how that plan might backfire, right?
I never thought the leopards would eat my face.
Ironically, the right seems to understand this better than the left sometimes, but like in the backwards brain way that they don't really understand anything. They'll
Chat, how many days do you give this before Vosh does a video? Like,
label any attempt to add...
I'm in my mind, I'm already imagining what a debate bozo would clip from this. Like, right, what exactly Vosh would react to in order to portray Thought Slime in a certain way.
Advocate for marginalized people as communist, as an evil Marxist plot. Like, there's a famous photo of a shithead in Little Rock, Arkansas, protesting school integration in 1959, holding up a sign that reads, "Race mixing is communism." While I doubt that this man had a robust knowledge of communist theory or a rich understanding of the historical and material reality of white supremacy, and I do disagree with the premise that race mixing is communism, he's not wrong to make the connection, right? What his pea brain has figured out is, you know, if you're going to advocate for some people to be...
I always find it weird, like, just a weird aside here, but like the way that they're holding those flags, like right on their, I mean, it's kind of above the crotch, but like, I don't know. I don't know about that.
Equal. It's a slippery slope.
Like, don't tell me these are the same people that complained about Elvis shaking his hips, and now they got those phallic flags like on their crotch like that. What is up with that?
Towards all people becoming equal. It's
like,
just
how heavy are those flags?
that like that would be good, and he thinks it's bad because he's a shithead. This racist dipshit understood that any victory for Black Americans, anything which brings them closer towards freedom and equality, weakens the apparatus used to also
maybe the end of the flagpoles vibrate. That's
deny
a theory.
Freedom and equality to the working
flag theory
class, because many working class people are themselves Black, but also because the methods and justifications used to subdue both groups share a great deal of ideological common ground. Again, he just thought that was cool.
You know, it's weird too, because for me, like, solidarity is vibes, right? That's just like, I mean, that's like my natural like course, right? I mean, I'm sure there's, you know, if you've got implicit bias, that's gonna, you know, it's gonna get in the way of you showing that solidarity, right? But it's just like, it doesn't seem that complicated for me, I guess, right? It seems solidarity seems kind of natural, but I guess a lot of the way that our society functions is to make it harder for us to see our common struggle, harder for us to see the commonalities in how we're oppressed. Not to say that they're like one-to-one, you know, equal, and any kind of oppression is the same as any other kind of oppression. The whole point of intersectional analysis is to really kind of grok the details and the nuances of how oppression works, and you know, how it's how it comes through, because you can't see that oppression, especially when you're talking about like multiple vector oppression, like transmisogynoir being a great example of that, unless you're at that intersection yourself, and unless that's your lived experience, right? And you know, that's where listening to people comes in.
Like, he thought it's cool that some people are oppressed on account of the shitheadedness. People like Anna will argue that identitarian concerns distract from economic issues.
I'm done with the identitarian garbage. I'm done with it.
Yo, I'm an identitarian. I only eat ideas. Anybody? One in chat if you're an identitarian.
It is a giant distraction. The left, the people who are supposed to be fighting for a better economic system, better economic conditions.
Anna, you should be eating a Whole Foods idea-based diet. Come on.
Better working conditions. All of that stuff pushed aside. Let's focus on the identitarian stuff.
That they divide the working class.
And the identitarian stuff by nature divides us and leads to more fights, more conflict, even among us.
I'm sorry, I can't. I have to laugh every time I see an amogus.
But that's the point.
But like, okay, let's think that through for a second. Let's let's work that out in our brains.
Especially when it's shaking its butt.
If you are excluded from the full and equal participation in the world on the basis of identity, say race or gender,
you're a nounitarian,
or sexuality, disability,
you only eat people, places, or things,
left-handedness, whether or not you like Naruto, whatever. Do you see how that quickly becomes an economic issue? Like if people of one identity are allowed to be in control of everything and use that control to subjugate another, how that might quickly become an economic problem for the people not in control. Like, for example, they would have worse job prospects and at those jobs have worse working conditions, harder time building cash liquidity or owning a home or not being in prison or enslaved or murdered. And even if they were murdered, like, would they even look for their bodies? Like, if you
thought slime, if you end up watching this, I want to know who your editor is. I think this video looks really good.
Knew where their bodies were, would the government
like? I love the diagonals. I love the zooms. Everything about this video is so good.
Even go there to look for them? Like if someone could say,
it makes me want to end stream right now and work on a video and be like, I can let me try that. Let me try that technique out. I want to learn the ways.
Like, hey, we have reasonable suspicion that there's some bodies.
You're a nobody?
Say, in a
wait.
Saying he received an 8.
Folks.
Is that a Kingdom Hearts reference? I don't even know. Among Us. Where were we? I hit the button. I hit the not good button.
Last forever.
Helping as opposed to thoughts.
Yeah, I don't want to play stadium shows. I don't want to be in the spotlight.
Amateur hour here. Absolutely. Look, I want to get on H3. Like I can't even manage my own stream here.
Later and come back and get you. You're not dismantling an oppressive structure. You're just asking for permission to be let into the oppressing group. And I can't exactly judge anyone for that. I am the benefiting class because many working class people are themselves.
Conditions, better working conditions.
We're back.
All of that stuff
We're so back.
pushed aside. Let's focus on the identitarian stuff.
That they divide the working class.
And the identitarian stuff by nature divides us and leads to more fights.
Oh yeah, good point. Hey, legit Rando just pointed something out, right? And this is something that I know, but I didn't think to say it because this language is so captured, right? Identitarian is a term which refers to the far right, which refers to people that say blood and soil and like to hold tiki torches, like, right? That's where that came from, right? And so Vosh and people like Vosh, and I look Anna now applying this to marginalized groups. It's just literally saying, well, you know, you all are as bad as the khaki wearing, tiki torched, fashy haircut sporting, groiped up, sweaty-toothed weirdos from Charlottesville. There we go.
Conflict even among us. But that's the point.
But like,
you know that I did that on purpose just so I could see that butt again.
Okay, let's think that through for a sec.
Just so I could see that butt.
And let's work that out in our brains. If you are excluded from the full and equal participation in the world on the basis of identity, say race or
sweaty-toothed. I don't even know. I should look into that. Like, what is that?
Gender, sexuality, disability,
where does that even come from? Where did I get that?
Handedness, whether or not you like Naruto, whatever. Do you see how that quickly becomes an economic issue? Like if people of one identity are allowed to be in control of everything and use that control to subjugate another, how that might quickly become an economic problem.
I see what you're saying. You're zero identitarian. I don't know. To me, it sounded like a vegetarian, but with ideas.
People not in control. Like for
teeth don't sweat. Well, I mean, if they do, there's a problem, right?
Example,
can we agree on that? If somebody's like sweating from their tooth, that's, you know,
would have worse job prospects.
It's a bit of a red flag, maybe.
And at those jobs have worse working conditions, harder time building cash liquidity or owning a home or not being in prison or enslaved or murdered. And even if they were murdered, like would they even look for their bodies? Like if you knew where their bodies were, would the government even go there to look for them? Like if someone could say like, hey, we have reasonable suspicion that there's some bodies, say in a landfill would be one place they might be, then would the government even go look? Do you see how all of these things could be affected by whether or not you are considered a subhuman, inferior, second-class citizen?
Wait, is this from Dead Poet Society?
That might actually have a pretty big financial impact on you. They do kind of acknowledge this by talking about how we have to work towards making sure that everybody has equal rights and equal opportunities and equal access to housing. And it's just like the cultural stuff that they think is pointless, right?
We shot a show, I don't know if you guys are ever gonna see it, we shot a pilot just this weekend with a mixed Republican and Democratic family, okay? I asked them about trans rights, should they have the same rights, same exact rights in housing, employment, etc. Every one of them, including hardcore Trump people, were like,
yeah, it's Dead Poet Society.
yes, they should have the same exact rights.
Yeah, exactly.
When I asked about this topic, every one of them, except one, 6 out of 7, were like, no, not competing in sports.
Where do you think the
And the whole thing about this is that I've talked about this a million times, right? It's a bigger battle than people like Jink realize, right? And it's kind of where he gets off the solidarity train. Because what it implies is that you're saying trans women are women, but when it comes down to it, when it comes to placement in prisons, when it comes to sports teams, even chess teams, right? You don't think we belong in those places. And we see that, okay? And we know what that means, right? And we're kind of aware of that, right? Like, if you're trans, you know that a lot of cis people that are like, oh, yes, you're valid, they don't really mean it. It's pretty easy to see the difference. If you're trans, you kind of get attuned to these sort of things, right? And when the left gives up that issue, the left is giving up the idea that trans women are women, that trans men are men, and that non-binary people are valid. You cannot uphold those ideas once that's your,
denial of those economic rights comes from in the first place? Like, what do you think caused people to want to do that? Do you think maybe that, like, if you spend a lot of time demonizing a group of people and portraying them as inherently shitty, predatory monsters?
See, the thing is, like, on some of the issues, like, there just isn't that much research, right? And because, trans people are such a small population, right? And marginalized, right? Research has not been done, right? So it's kind of hard to argue, right? And you just have to argue from a place of, like, general human dignity, which some people apparently don't, see it as valid. But on this one, right, the reason that trans people compete in sports is because when sporting bodies that understand sports science and that use, like, the science, the preponderance of the science, look into the issue, they see that not only is it fair for, trans people to compete in the sports of their gender identity, but, like, it's actually more unfair for us not to be able to. Right? That's what people who, and we're not talking about, like, ideological leftists or anything. We're talking about, like, the International Olympic Committee, right? These are just, sports people, right? And when they looked at it, they just could not justify, banning. So the only reason that this has become an issue is because it's politicized, right? And you've got people who don't know enough about the issue to really have a meaningful opinion, but they do have, like, a guttural response, right? And generally those guttural responses, that's what keeps, any kind of segregation in place, right? Is that revulsion that, is essentially what the response is. So yeah, giving up on this issue is a bigger deal than people realize.
Goblins, that eventually that might lead you to want to take away some of those equal rights? And how maybe if you spend your time complaining that anyone attempting to change those cultural narratives is a hysterical baby person, you might be contributing to that?
But idiot activists, yes, I just called you an idiot. Activists go in there and go, no, I'm gonna fall right into that trap, and I'm gonna fight on the only losing ground we have so we can elect more Republicans so they can pass more anti-LGBT laws.
The people who argue that it is divisive to be united with one another come in two general varieties. Either they're right-wing grifters who want to third position themselves into leftist spaces to spread their dipshit ideas around, or they're complete rubes. Useful dolts, easy marks for the aforementioned grifters. And it is pretty useless to speculate which one any given person is, because as you can imagine, there's a lot of overlap in that Venn diagram, but I do have a rubric I like to use in these situations. A little test.
Oh my god, that is a very useful Venn diagram you have there, Mildred.
Overlap in that Venn diagram, but I do have a rubric I like to use in these situations.
Wait.
A little test.
Wait, there's something on the bottom. Wait, I'm sorry. I love graphs for some reason. The max zone, the Haas zone. It says the Haas zone down there. I mean, you can barely see it, but it clearly says the Haas zone.
Overlap in that.
There is somebody that like Thought Slime is not talking about here. I think because Thought Slime doesn't want to deal with this person's toxic fans, but yeah, it's not just Haas, right? I mean, like Haas is the most egregious. Although I don't know, like Haas is almost like okay, I get it. Like Haas is an easy mark and is a right-wing propagandist.
Venn diagram, but I do have a rubric I like to use in these situations. A little test I use to determine if people are arguing in bad faith.
The graphite?
When their position is criticized, do they A, defend their position, explaining their logic, or ignore the criticism, or B, whine about how it's unfair that people are disagreeing with them at all and they kick up a big stink about it, people saying they're wrong is actually them being silenced, and making them be silent about disagreeing with you is what free speech means. But them disagreeing with you obviously shows that they don't tolerate disagreement. So they shouldn't be allowed to say that they don't agree, because that...
I mean, look, this has always been really frustrating for me, right? Let's roll this back, because this right here is so important. And it's a tactic that has always been disingenuous, comes from the right, and I see getting more and more adopted by the left. And I wonder sometimes, is it more of a tactic or is it more of a social media strategy? Here, let's roll this back. Incoherent whining about how criticism is totes mean and how come we can't tolerate all kinds of bad ideas. All spoken with a shitty superior tone.
Think about it, people saying they're wrong is actually them being...
Like, did you hear what Jink was doing though? Like, it wasn't just like Jink was like, hey, I have this idea, okay, and I just want you to hear me out. Maybe if we cater to these conservative people that are somewhat okay, and we'll say that trans people are all right, you know, when pressed upon it, but then when you ask them about like trans people in sports, they are like, no, right? He didn't say it like that, right? But you might disagree, and that's okay. I can understand why you would disagree. I just want to open the discussion. He didn't say it like that. He said, you are hurting the left. You are falling into their trap. You're, you know, all kinds of dumb, right? For wanting to defend this position, right? He's the one that wants our position off the table, but then when you call him on it, he's like, why are you grabbing me? Why are you grabbing me? Why? Oh my God. He turns into a crybaby. He turns into a Jessie Singel.
Being silenced and making them be silent about disagreeing with you is what free speech means. But them disagreeing with you obviously shows that they don't tolerate disagreement. So they shouldn't be allowed to say that they don't agree, because that's not free speech. And it is a very handy rhetorical strategy because it means you never have to defend your positions. When challenged, you can retreat to a grandstanding speech about the importance of open debate and civil dialogue. You can tut-tut and finger wag about how...
Because the truth of the matter is, like, yeah, Jink and Anna could defend those positions rather than just saying, I'm the victim. I'm not being allowed to speak. I'm being silenced, right? That's what they do, right? In lieu of any kind of real engagement, right? Because if they started defending their points of view, you'd see that those points of view rest on transphobic pillars, right? So their whole thing about standing for trans people but wanting what's best for us would fall apart.
Rude everyone else is, and then claim that
TYT is the real left.
They're the ones scolding you? Like, it feels to me like the worst time to accuse someone.
The worst thing in the world is to be scolded by somebody that is literally calling you a scold, whether it be a woke scold or anything else, or like saying this so much for the tolerant left, right? It's just too ironic, right?
One of scolding you would be right after you gave them an etiquette lesson and lectured them about how to disagree civilly. It seems like a scoldy thing to do. To whine and cry and kick and stamp your feet about everybody won't let you disagree. Nobody these days will tolerate disagreements, but like, nah.
You know what I'm hypothesizing? Like, look at Thought Slime's set here, okay? Do you think that this set is in the real world, right? Like, do you think there's a real sewer like that with iridescent green slime? Or do you think that it's maybe more likely that Thought Slime is a resident of the back rooms? Maybe there's a Thought Slime level of the back rooms, right? It's like a purple sewer with iridescent sludge, and Thought Slime is the only entity there, is Mildred, right? I'm pretty sure I've solved the puzzle.
You can
This is back rooms.
disagree. By all means, believe
And
whatever
if you're not careful, you'll no clip right into here.
you want to believe.
You'll find yourself in the eyeball zone, just like we're finding ourselves in the ad break zone. That's right. That's my 4-minute warning for you that we're about to get hit by an ad break. And it's going to take you right out of your immersion. You're going to have to watch an ad. I can't guarantee what kind of ad it'll be. It might be a really annoying ad, right? So if you don't want to watch that ad, you can get out of it with an Amazon Prime. If you have Amazon Prime, you have a free Twitch sub. All you got to do is hook that up to your Twitch and you get a free sub from it. And I get money from it and the stream lasts longer and I'm in a better mood. And it's like a win-win-win-win-win, right? You know, Sam Cedar had the win-win-win. I've got like the win times 5 condition here, which is, you know, if you have that Amazon Prime, that's a huge win. And it also lets me know that you really like me because you only have one of those, right? So you can only give them to one streamer. And if that's me, I am like, you know, I'll blush, right? Basically. You could also get a sub. You can also get out of the ad break for $5. If you buy yourself a sub, if you treat yourself to not having to go through the ad break, oh my gosh, to not having to deal with the ad break and to having all the emotes you could possibly imagine as well. Or you could possibly get gifted a sub if somebody's feeling generous, and you're most likely to be the recipient of such a gift, such a generous gift, if you are active in chat.
It's just that the thing you believe means you're a big doo-doo dum-dum. That's my belief. It's an open dialogue. Which brings me back to the left. I ask you now, of what use is being part of the left? My understanding was that the left represented a loose coalition of people whose ideas and values I agreed with, people who wanted and fought for the same things I want. If, in order to succeed, that group must allow people whose ideas and values are in direct contrast to the goals we want to pursue, the question must be asked, of what use is this thing? Why protect it? A lot of people would say it's because to stop the far right, it's the only way to do it is we got to let everybody in so we can stop the far right. But I think a more effective strategy for fighting the far right, in my opinion.
I've had take here. If we let the far right in and let them become leftists, right? We just like drop the bar and say, hey, you don't have to support trans rights. You don't have to unpack your racism. You don't have to do you can be a complete asshole. Call me the arsler. Call me by my face. You can still be a leftist, right? Just everybody in. Then the right, no more right wing. We got it solved.
Would be not letting them on your side. Like we got to drift to the right in order to protect ourselves from the right. You know? Sometimes you say something and you think, oh man, am I strawmanning the position of the people that I'm complaining about? And then they just fucking tweet it, you know? Then they just fucking tweet it. They just X it out to all of their followers on X. I just think that if we're trying to fight the far right, it would be helpful to not form consensus with them on account of they want to kill a bunch of people and take away a bunch of human rights. And that really isn't the type of thing I want to compromise about. Like there's really nothing that could make that compromise worth it for me, you know? And so like if that divides the left, I can live with that. Divide it up, baby. Cut that baby down the middle. I don't care who the left's true mother is. I don't care. Fucking balkanize the left. Who gives a shit? This isn't team sports. I don't care about my team winning. You know,
I mean, this isn't balkanizing the left. This is asking one simple question, which is always appropriate. Always appropriate. Which side are you on? Right? When you start to get that feeling and you're not sure where somebody's loyalties lie, you got to ask them at the end of the day, which side are you on? And if they don't answer affirmatively and quickly, you kind of know. You know the answer.
What I care about is the goals that I wish to pursue. And if we must abandon those goals in order for the left to win, then the left is a dead project, standing in the way of the things that I want. So, you know, in conclusion, be wary of anyone who tells you that by expressing your opinions, you have silenced theirs. That by advocating for solidarity, you are sowing division. That by disagreeing with them, you have somehow not allowed for the possibility of disagreement. That they know better than you the rate of progress.
I mean, they're the privileged ones, so they're the ones that get to yeah, like, literally, these people have internalized their privilege so hard that they're like, no, I get to disagree, not you. Not, if you disagree, you're being a woke scold. If you disagree, you're gatekeeping me, right? If you disagree, you're silencing me, you're cancel culturing me. How dare you? How dare you, marginalized person, get in your place. Get in your place, right? You know, this is not, these are not the words of an ally.
That other people are willing to accept. That they represent normal people, the silent majority, the default human opinion, while you are aberrant and strange. Your ideas are off-putting and impossible to communicate.
Sounds about white, yeah.
Everyone else, the normal people out there, like me, are too stupid to understand those ideas. I know, because I go out and I talk to people sometimes. And you're stupid if you think that people will understand your smart ideas. Basically, anybody who tells you that the appropriate way to make progress is indistinguishable from the lazy, thoughtless positions of the reactionaries they claim to be the only ones positioned to defeat. Thank you for watching my video. And also, just a guess, thank you for also having an extreme...
Awesome. We haven't watched a Thought Slime video in a while. I'm glad to see that, like, look, I gotta say, I was massively impressed with the editing on this video. I'm trying to figure out what's new, right? Because the scene isn't new. Like, right? Thought Mildred's had the scene for a while, but I don't know. It was the zooming, it was the cutting. Like, yeah, there was so much good stuff happening here. Dope Island has a sweet beard. On the side of Native and POC folk. I'm on the side of my trans puppy girlfriend. I'm on the side of NBs and any other marginalized people. Normal people want to treat people with respect. Centrism only serves the far right. Oh, yeah, Reminds me of a video that, like, if we have time, I'll watch it. Does anybody remember our friend, Fellow Traveler? And I say this right because I don't know how much I agree with Fellow Traveler on, but Fellow Traveler became our friend when he debated Haas, and he pointed out that Haas decided to call him Fellow Cuckler, right? That was Haas's, like, that's his schoolyard bullying. I was like, oh yeah, you fellow traveler, more like fellow cuckler. And then Fellow Traveler just calmly points out, but Haas, do you not realize that by calling me your fellow cuckler, are you not implying that you yourself are also? And I've never seen anybody shut Haas down like that, right? I've never seen, but yeah, Fellow Traveler has a new video out talking about centrism and the fishhook theory. But I don't know if we'll get to that or not.
Because maybe if we do everything they ask for, they'll get on our side.
Not looking like too healthy of a stream right now.
That's what it means to get someone on your side, by the way. When you do something differently, because that's what they wanted. It means you changed their mind. We are asked to make this bargain constantly. To ignore some hideous injustice because, they claim, to focus on it necessarily distracts from all others. So you end up in this shell game scenario where the one true meaningful injustice is always the one you're not putting every iota of your effort into. And in order to fix it, you just got to ignore every other problem in the world. Those are all distractions. And this isn't a new technique. Throughout history,
anyway,
wherever there have been people fighting for any sort of...
Oh my God. here's what I'm trying to do. There we go.
Go ahead.
I'm just saying, if you're going to insult me,
Yeah.
then you could at least come up with one where you're not also.
Oh, wait, no, we can't. Damn it. Damn it. Yeah, we can't watch this guy. We can't. We can watch all the fellow traveler we want.
Later
It's
and come
just
back and get you. You're
not Hawes. Not Hawes. We're off of Hawes. We're on a Hawes break. We're on a Hawes hiatus. Let's just say a permanent hiatus from Hawes. I forgot. Centrism is just effectively conservatism. Yo, I would even say that that liberalism liberalism is a form of conservatism. So yeah, centrism is definitely on the right. People forget what the right and left really means, right? You're talking about which side are you on, right? Which side of capitalism are you on? When you're asking the question left or right, you're asking which side of capitalism you're on. And if your political philosophy is meant to be the spoonful of sugar to help the capitalism go down, that's not left wing. That's right wing. But I mean, I don't know. It's hard to make that argument in this environment. So yeah, there we have. And I just feel bad about anybody that gets this kind of like obsessive hate on their channel, especially, marginalized people. Because like I said, it wasn't just Chesterfield here, right? It was Michael Knowles, it was Isaac Butterfield, it was Sensitive Society, and it looks like Chester here is trying to get this started. You can see with these thumbnails, right? Like, this is the person that defended themselves on in a debate with Demon Mama as not being that far on the right. I'm not one of those right wingers. I'm not a transphobe. No, I'm not like that. Jeez. Oh my God. I mean, look, they're not all political videos. They're not all, but when they are, they're pretty bad. Do not trust Ethan Klein. Yeah, I could figure. Wait, so we got to go back to what, like a year ago? But as we're going back, I mean, just look at the targets. Like, look at who this person's targeting. There we go. Almost the exact same like title as well. Like, there's not a lot of creativity. Just like all I'm getting here is like rainbow hair bad. Oh wait, did you yeah, so a year ago there were multiple videos. There's another one. Wait, you can't even see that one. No, not like that. Oh no, I did it wrong. I think something changed with like my... No, it's not that either. What? No. Oh my God, OBS, if you're gonna change the way that you're... No. They changed something, chat, and they didn't tell me about it. It works different now. And if I just do this, it just makes it... Huh? What is wrong with this? I can't even show you, but trust me, there's another video on the right side that you can't see, and OBS is not... Like, come on, please stick with your controls, right? Can you imagine if you're playing a video game and like you open it up one day and you're just like forward and it just goes backwards and you're just like, no, X, and it like, instead of jumping, it like, it slices and like, you know, just like, well, yeah, we just changed your controls for no particular reason. Oh my God. Anyway, that's what it feels like to deal with this. Holy shit, this is such a shitty channel. And yeah, like, I don't know if we'll have time to watch the Demon Mama. Demon Mama, I think, actually did a pretty good job taking this person apart and you know, actually standing up for an issue of trans rights that not a lot of people even talk about. So good on her for that one, right? OBS is anti-SJW. Yeah, I guess so. Let's take a look at YouTube's biggest man-hater. See if you agree that with Cheeto that this is YouTube's biggest man-hater.
Probably know who the YouTuber ThatQueerKiwi is. Some of you might not. I've made a few videos talking.
Wait, I mean, they only know because you and the rest of the chuds keep attacking her.
About her content, and you'll see why after this video, but if you don't know, her content is basically where she'll talk about two groups, men and straight people. Every time she talks about men or straight people, it's always criticizing them. And, you know, I would understand if her content was to highlight a man who, I don't know, was like a serial killer and say, whoa, men, don't be serial killers, right? Makes sense, got it.
That makes a lot of sense, right? Anti-serial killer content. Why wasn't I thinking? Chat, I should be doing these videos. Like, hey man, serial killing is bad. Don't do it. And like there's some person out there with a knife and they're getting ready to start their serial spree, right? And they see my video, you know, and they're like, "Oh, wait, I shouldn't do this. I should put this knife up." And go away, and oh wow, thank you.
But what she does is she looks at...
So this, I mean, you can see already, like, we got a low effort YouTuber. People say that React streamers are low effort. I don't know.
Memes and jokes.
I don't think I could ever be this low effort.
Or posts that are clearly not serious, that are either being hyperbolic, they're either being...
Oh my God.
ironic or just clearly not serious, and takes them as if they're the most serious representations of either men or straight people.
No, that's the thing. Any post that that you don't want to stand by is hyperbolic or ironic, and there's not, yeah,
etc. And by taking it super seriously, she draws these insane conclusions and gives commentary about how men as a group are out of control, they're insane, they're sick, they're gross, they're demented, don't be around them, etc. And the same thing with straight people. As
the thing is, this is not matching the tone. If you've ever watched ThatQueerKiwi, right, this isn't the tone. It's not like, hi everybody and welcome to the stream. Let's talk about men. Men. And you know what else? Straight people. No, it's not. That's not the tone at all.
How straight
not
people,
even close.
You know, they're just kind of weird. Straight couples don't get along. Straight couples have
poor straight people. Like, you're spreading around the stereotype that straight people are weird.
Issues and this and that.
That's
and
the biggest, you know, that's the biggest hurdle for straight people, is like people think they're weird.
And it's not like she's doing this through empirical evidence or research or through, you know, looking at stories or reading articles, which even if she was doing that, I'd still think that's weird, because it's like, why is your whole channel dedicated to looking at the specific group of men and what they're doing wrong, and straight people and what they're doing wrong? But she has that goal, and she's trying to achieve that goal by criticizing memes that are obviously unserious.
The noise of others' opinions drown out your own inner voice. Be 13, 14 and already gay. Like, damn, did you at least try to get some pussy first? Making happiness...
Now, this video is called Please Never Talk to Women or Anyone. It was posted 1 month ago, so it's
Wait,
pretty...
what? I don't even know what I just saw.
Recent video. I feel like it would be fair to criticize this one. And it's 94,000 views and a pretty good like to dislike ratio. So honestly, if you don't know this person, this is ThatQueerKiwi, and I think she hates men. I believe she's the biggest man hater on YouTube. And let's get into it.
Greetings, guys, girls, non-binary pals, and welcome back to
God, if that queer Kiwi is the biggest man hater on YouTube, I would say that men have it too easy.
Another video. Today I wanted to sit down and do something that we haven't done in a really long time, which is going through the r/just neckbeard things subreddit.
So she's gonna go on Reddit and look through a bunch of posts of these memes and, you know, try to tell us through these memes as to why men are the worst. So let's take a look.
Guy.
Well, wait, what's the video called again? Please never talk to women or anyone. Okay. From that, I get that the men ostensibly who write these posts, which, you know, like they don't come with like a tone, what is it called? Like a tone, tone indicator, right? They're just Reddit posts, right? Unless it's on, you know, a subreddit that is known for being sarcastic, for being ironic, for, you know, like being like a, you know, circle jerk, you know, kind of subreddit, right? And unless it's that, then you don't really know what the tone is, right? And like, I mean, I don't know. I mean, this is a YouTube title. We're YouTubers, Chester. We know how titles work, right? And that sometimes, like, you know, you title something for engagement, right? But to me, this doesn't even seem like the engagement. The Takemeister version of this would be like, men, please never talk to women or anyone, right? Like, right? That's not what it says. It sounds like it's directed at the people with these ridiculous takes.
Please never talk to women or anyone. It was
which you can judge for yourself, like whether this stuff is serious or not, or, you know, how serious it is.
Posted 1 month ago, so it's a pretty recent video. I feel
she reacts to absurd MRA content. The title, yeah, like I don't know if you believe Chester. If you believe Chester, then there are no MRAs.
Like, it would be fair to criticize.
There are no misogynists. It's all just a joke.
Is this one, and it's 94,000 views and a pretty good like to dislike ratio. So honestly, if you don't know this person, this is the queer Kiwi, and I think she hates men.
If you don't know this person, this is Chesterfield, and I'm pretty sure that he's got some weird issues with women.
And I believe she's the biggest man hater on YouTube. And let's get into it.
Greetings, guys, girls, non-binary pals, and welcome back to another video. Today, I wanted to sit down and do something that we haven't done in a really long time, which is going through the r/just neckbeard things subreddit.
So she's gonna go on Reddit and look through a bunch of posts.
We're gonna talk about a Chesterfield and a Butterfield, true,
of these memes, and, you know, try to tell us through these memes as to why men are the worst. So let's take a look.
I mean, that's not what I got from the title, but
Guy tips: a guy's guide to female body language. A girl wearing headphones and sunglasses. I'm available for a conversation. A girl who looks quite uncomfortable. I'm having a great time talking to you. A girl who looks super done with the conversation. Please tell me more. I am very interested. Another girl who looks super done with the conversation. I'm glad you joined the conversation I was having. A girl who is texting on her phone. I am available for a conversation. A girl who looks super pissed off. I would love to hear about your opinions. A girl, like, pulling the middle finger. I'm playing hard to get. A girl with a taser. I'm playing hard to get. And a girl straight up walking away. I'm a huge bitch and probably a lesbian anyway. Yeah. Yeah, okay, hilarious. We're laughing our asses off, getting a quality chuckle in there. Now, let me just say before you start yapping, this is, like I said at the beginning, obviously a hyperbole. I don't think a single man is going to see a girl with a tape.
Wait. Okay. Oh my god. So here's what gets me about this video. This one, okay. Now correct me if I'm wrong. If anybody thinks I'm off base here, if this is out of pocket, let me know, okay? This is not put up by a guy, right? This is not a guy saying, you know, if a girl gets out a taser and starts zapping it, it probably means that she's just playing hard to get. No, this is like, you know, I mean, it could be a guy, but the person putting it up, the point that they're making is that as a woman, it's hard to you're in a double bind here, right? Because any sort of signal that you send as far as wanting to have a conversation or not, you know, kind of getting approached on the street by somebody that you don't know with the assumption of like, oh yeah, I'm available for conversation, I'm here wearing my headphones, right? Like that you're either kind of like sending signals that aren't getting received or, you know, not being paid attention to, right? Or you're leaving, in which case you're a huge and probably a lesbian anyway, right? That you're like right, that like basically there's no way to send the message of like, hey, you know, move on, right? Not interested, other than leaving. And when you leave, you're a horrible person for doing that, right? That's what this is showing, right? And I don't know, like, you know, it could be posted by anybody, but it's you know, the point of this is that, and like, this is something that MRAs, like, I've heard MRAs complain about this before. Like, why don't guys get compliments? Girls give each other compliments. Why don't they give guys compliments? Why aren't they like more open or willing to, like, you know, have a conversation? Why do they always assume that you're creepy and stuff like that? It's because of this. It's because of this. You have literally got to put up a front. Otherwise, you're going to be the recipient of unwanted attention. And oftentimes, even when you do show these really clear signals, you end up being the recipient of that attention nonetheless, right? But of course, like, the thing is that if you are the type of guy that this is written about, because, right, this isn't like Chester is taking this like, you know, a guy put this up, but he was kidding. He wasn't serious. Like, it was a joke. No, I mean, like, I think you're vastly misreading this, right? And this isn't the worst example of misreading.
Man is going to see a girl with a taser in her hand threatening the guy she's talking to and think, wow, no, she's just playing.
Okay, so yeah, here's another aspect of this chart, right? The first one is real. Like, right? Getting approached while you're wearing headphones, putting on sunglasses, obviously not trying to have a conversation, right? That happens, right? Having a great time talking with you. You're giving, you know, sort of body language and signals that you are not comfortable with this conversation, and the conversation goes on anyway. Please tell me more. I'm very interested. You're obviously not, you know, very interested, right? Up until a point, this is like real, right? And I'd say the last line is where it becomes hyperbolic, right? And this was what he was accusing ThatQueerKiwi of not getting, right? When you know, guys are being hyperbolic, when they're not serious, when they're joking around, right? This part is joking around. But there's a kernel of truth to it. There's like a kernel of truth, right? That you know, flipping somebody off, playing hard to get, right? Pulling out a taser, playing hard to get, and then obviously if you leave, that's, you know, you being the bitch.
Hard to get. She doesn't want me to back off, considering she's holding a taser. She's just playing hard to get. Obviously hyperbole. This is a comic that is obviously hyperbolizing the stereotype of men not being able to get the hint.
It's not. No, it's not. It's not. It's not like there. Really? I just don't understand this interpretation. How do you see this and think, yeah, like a guy posted this, and the point is that men, you know, sort of forcing an interaction on a woman who's not interested in that interaction, that's a stereotype. This is like, right, he's totally missing the like level of irony that we're on here.
Right, and it's doing so by being funny, by making a point that like, oh, yeah, if I'm flipping a guy off and looking angry at him like I'm about to scream at him and shit on him and ash my cigarette on his corpse, then I'm just playing hard to get, right? Like, no man is going to actually see these two people and think, oh, they're just playing hard to get. They're going to think, okay, these
are... that's not what Kiwi was talking about. That's not what ThatQueerKiwi was saying.
Psychopaths, I'm in danger, I'm gonna get away. Now what she's gonna think is, no, this is true. If a man actually saw these people, he would just think they're playing hard to get, so...
No, again, and here's the other thing, right? pay attention to how Chesterfield here thinks of women. The level of intelligence that he's assuming that women operate on, right?
You know, let's let her cook with caution.
Lesbian anyway. Yeah. Yeah. A lot
Yeah, I get it, right?
of men do love to read body language like this. No matter what we
Really?
do.
Is that true? Is that true that a lot of men see a girl with a taser and think that she's playing hard to get? Is that true?
No, that's the joke part of it. That's the hyperbole that you were talking about earlier. Like you said that word like you know what it means. Apparently you don't.
True? Like, do you honestly think that? That's an insane take, right? You know
that. You know what? The messed up take here is to think that Queer Kiwi actually thinks that, right? I don't.
That's an insane.
I mean, and look. I want to think that like nobody else thinks that. Nobody else thinks that. Right? Scroll down to the comments. Scroll down to the comments. Thank you for becoming a member, Carilyn Sparvier. But yeah, he's the GOAT apparently. Yeah, totally agree. I mean, like, right? Like, I just don't understand how an emperor can stand in front of you completely naked and you could be like, great clothes, amazing fit, Your Highness. Damn.
Take, and that you might be suffering from some sort of delirium, some sort of delusion. I feel like this is a little.
Look, like I feel like you're suffering, and this is me being nice, from like lack of caffeine or lack of sleep or something like that. You're the one who's not processing here, right? And the fact that you're not embarrassed, and the fact that nobody in your freaking comment section is like calling you on.
But ableist, because the only person who would actually read someone's body language like that would be someone with autism spectrum disorder, right? Like, only a guy who is like, you know, has.
You totally missed the point of that.
Asperger's would see a girl with a taser and think, oh, she's playing hard to get, because he is socially.
No, that's not true. You're the one insulting people on the spectrum, right? That is not a thing, okay? That is not. That's not. Do you know any people on the spectrum? Because like that's like an insult, right? You're like, and you trying to turn the ableism thing around. Like, you're being kind of ableist there if you say that, you know, that somebody's not getting your body language, and it's like with a taser, like only an autistic person would. Wow, geez. So far we've garnered that Chesterfield here does not think highly of women, does not think highly of women's intelligence, and does not think highly of people on the spectrum either.
He doesn't actually get what's happening. And you're saying, oh no, men just act like this. Like, no, I don't think we do. And I feel like the reason you're saying this.
And look, it's bad enough that you're being an asshole, but you're being an asshole and you're like blatantly wrong. Like you're clearly wrong. Like you're criticizing somebody of not getting irony, of not getting humor, of not getting nuance, and the joke is on you, Chester. The joke is on you, just like the Cheetos. What is that stuff called? Is there a name for that stuff? The dust, Cheetos dust.
Confidently is because you don't talk to men, and I think it's pretty obvious. I mean, because to be fair, your whole identity is surrounded around you being queer. You're the queer Kiwi.
That's right. That's
of queer hair. Every single one of your hair follicles is a member of the LGBTQIA community. And all you
swing and a miss. Swing and a miss.
Talk about is, you know, straight people are bad, men are bad. So you don't really. I don't think you talk to men, honestly.
Yo, do you talk to women though?
I don't think you do.
Dude, no matter how we exist, no matter how bad we are trying to tell someone to.
Yo, and like what? You're like making fun of somebody for like not liking men too? Like, oh, there goes. Wait, I've got two cats in the room.
Leave us alone. They'll be like, no, yeah, I'm the most interesting person in the world right now. They definitely want to talk to me. And they definitely want to hear my opinions, and they definitely will want to hook up with me. Yeah, no, seems pretty accurate. The amount of men who just...
You hear that? Seems pretty accurate, she says. Seems pretty accurate.
No, seems pretty accurate.
No, actually, it seems like a hyperbole.
No, it seems like a function of the whole PUA community, right? PUAs, pickup artists, right? Teach men that they need to be like aggressive, cruel. constantly like, you know, negging women, constantly like insulting women. Like there's a messed up approach that's being taught to guys that maybe are socially awkward or have trouble approaching women, have a lack of self-confidence. They don't want to like listen to women like, you know, how should I handle this, right? No. We got to listen to Roosh V. What does Roosh V say? Roosh V says go up to literally every single woman on the street and God, and hit her with this, right? Do this, like get in her face. Don't take no for an answer, right? And absolutely ride that out until she's gone, until she leaves, right? And realistically speaking, yeah, they would probably leave if, you know, she got out the taser and started going, right? You know, they're probably going to leave then too. But like, right, they basically ride it out as long as they can. And then, and then the strategy, what this is basically is they're looking for a woman that just doesn't know how to say no, right? Because that's an approach that nobody really wants. That's an approach that nobody really needs. But I mean, depending on like what kind of conditioning that you've internalized, you know, been sort of socialized with, right? As a woman, you might have trouble like saying no, because again, saying no, going away, leaving makes you the bitch.
So therefore it is inaccurate, okay? It's a joke. Like, what?
The straight audacity and belief that they are entitled to your time is like kind of ridiculous. They're like, she should be so lucky to talk to me. I am the best thing ever. And if she doesn't like me, then there's obviously something wrong with her. It's like, oh bro, oh my guy, I don't like you because you interrupted me when I clearly did not want to speak to anyone. This is another comic. And it is a man and a woman.
So yeah, this is not just any comic. This is a Stone Toss comic. This is a bad dude here.
In bed that says, I consent. And then a third man is like, I don't. And the woman says, and
so this one is coming from a right winger. This one is coming from somebody who, you know, is of that opinion that men are victims, women are. Well, I mean, you're gonna see what this is, right?
And who are you? And he
and I'll tell you how I analyze this comic. You can tell me if I'm correct.
He's holding like gender reveal balloons that say congrats, it's a boy, and he says the man who would have married you, and then the girl is like crying and reaching out to him as he disappears.
Okay, so this meme actually does have a bit of truth to it. If it's like this girl and this guy are in a relationship and she's cheating on him, he's like, oh.
Okay, yeah, I'll let Chester take it first. She's cheating on him? Okay, that's what you think is going on in this comic, right?
I would have married you, and now I'm breaking up with you because you're...
Yeah, you were cheating. I knew that you were pregnant, but you apparently didn't. So I got these It's a Boy balloons, right, for a gender reveal. I've also looked at the ultrasound unbeknownst to you, right? Does this make sense? Chester, you are so off, right?
Cheating. So
and I don't think it's that complicated of a comic either.
Like this one is like, it's not really a joke, but it's like pretty fair, I'd say. I think
it's pretty fair. Yeah, Stone Tallis is always known for his fairness, right? He's fair to all marginalized groups. Definitely something that Stone Toss is known for, right? Okay, so let me do the real one, right? We indulge Chester's mediocre analysis of what's going on here. Let me do it, all right? I consent, says the guy. I consent, says the girl. I don't, says somebody else. I mean, this is a classic meme. This is like, I consent, I don't. Sometimes the other person is Jesus, right? Sometimes the idea is like, you know, you wanna have unmarried, sex, right? But Jesus doesn't want you to. Jesus, you know, aren't you thinking of somebody? Like, right? Like this is a classic meme. And who are you, right? So she doesn't recognize him. She doesn't know him, right? This isn't her boyfriend. Who are you? The man who would have married you, right? So what this is saying is that by being promiscuous, I guess, right? You know, by sleeping with any guy besides the nice guy that's waiting for you, if you keep yourself pure, you are blowing away that future. There's this great guy. He's a nice guy. How do we know he's a nice guy? Because he says he's a nice guy. He's a nice guy, but this guy that you're in bed with here is not a good guy. This is a bad guy, and you have horrible taste in men. You like all the scumbags, but you don't like the nice guy, right? The nice guy that's been looking at you through binoculars through your window, right? You don't see him, you don't like him, right? And so as a result of that, as a result of the fact that you want to have pleasure in the moment, you're losing out on the opportunity of the man who would have married you, whose baby that you would have had, and like that's your future just blowing away in the wind. This is not her current boyfriend. Otherwise, why was she saying, and who are you, right? If if it was that, then it would be like, oh my gosh, I can't believe you're home already. Oh no, I thought you were at work still. Holy shit. You know what? Like, right. That's if it's her getting busted for cheating, and who are you is not the reply that she would give, right? So yeah, completely. Like, I am explaining a stone toss comic to a chud. Like, this is not like I'm not the target demographic of this comic, okay? Chesterfield is, right? This kind of comic is made for you, and you don't get what Stone Toss is trying. You're not picking up what Stone Toss is putting down here.
You're allowed to.
You really have to have a liberal SJW explain this to you.
Break up with someone if they're cheating on you, especially if it says congrats, it's a boy. If you're planning on having a kid with this girl and then she cheats on you, I think you're allowed to leave. Lol.
I think what was that? What was that? No, I don't even want to know. This has got to be some racist shit or something. What was that?
Especially if, it says congrats, it's a boy. If you're planning on having a kid with this girl.
You're planning on having a kid, and you had sex with some other dude. You bitch.
And then she cheats on you. I think you're allowed to leave. Lol.
Okay,
This is one of the funniest images I've ever seen. This is so...
It was so funny that you had to force yourself to laugh. That's how you know something's funny, when you have to like clench your entire body and shiver for a bit to force out a laugh.
What about when you can't force yourself to laugh because it's like so unfunny, like the joke you just told?
That's how you know it's laugh out loud funny.
Oh, funny. I just don't understand why people have such a problem with other people having a sexual history at all. Like, it doesn't matter.
That's called...
So she gets it.
Cheating. That's called...
No, it's not. It's literally... It's about body count. Like, the comic is about body count, right? Is that by sleeping with a lot of different guys, you're not going to get to settle down with a nice guy. There's a nice guy out there, but he's only interested if you only ever have sex with him. And if you have a high body count, then he's not going to be interested. When in actuality, it's like the woman that's not interested in this hypothetical guy, right? I mean, this is just incels. This is just, I don't know what else to call it.
Being unfaithful. That's called cheating on your boyfriend.
But the fact that he sees cheating in this, right? This dude has issues with women, like serious issues with women, right? The fact that he looks at that comic and he's like, oh yeah, clearly she's cheating, right? Like, I don't know. I feel like there's some projection going on.
And having sex with another man when you're in a committed relationship. So I don't know how to tell you this. I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but almost everybody who's in a monogamous relationship doesn't like it when their partner is cheating on them. So clearly that comic was not depicting some sort of polyamorous freak show.
Okay, we also hate poly people. So who... That's gonna get clipped. That's gonna get clipped and go straight to Polystream. No, we being the audience for Chesterfield here, right? Like okay, so like, who have we got so far? Women, not very intelligent, autistic people, a danger, a menace to society, right? Women sleeping around and cheating on their partners, right? And also people that are polyamorous. Freak shows. Weird. Yeah, well, the way I said it, though, it sounded like I was talking about Like, we don't like poly. No, of course not.
Sort of circus act that was depicting a normal relationship. So what do you have to say about that?
If she is hooking up with someone and they are both consenting people, there is nothing wrong with that at all.
Yes, there is. That's why it's cheating. It doesn't matter if the two parties consent. She's consenting to doing something that
we are literally not having the right conversation here. You're talking about another meme. Like, that's not in the drawing. That's not the draw.
It's cheating. I don't.
And look, can I say something about cheating? Okay. If you make a commitment to somebody, right? If you say, let's be exclusive, let's be monogamous together, right? And then you end up being with somebody else, right? Yeah, that's not good. You're hurting, your partner there, right? And there's lots of different reasons for this, right? I mean, relationships kind of work until they don't. And sometimes that not working happens suddenly. Like something, happens and you realize you don't want to be with the person anymore. And sometimes it's over time, right? So realistically speaking, like, cheating is not a good thing, but it's not the worst thing either. And it happens. And, the right thing to do if you feel like, if you feel like cheating is probably to break up with your partner, right? If your whole thing is predicated on being monogamous with each other and you're not going to do that anymore, like, ideally, you have that conversation. Sometimes that conversation might not be possible, right? Sometimes the reason that the person is unacceptable, also like has implications on how they're going to take something like a breakup, like, you're afraid to break up with them, right? So, I mean, there's definitely can be extenuating circumstances, but obviously it's not a good thing to cheat on somebody. However, like I said, it's not the worst thing in the world, and it does happen. And I don't think it's like a small amount of people who end up cheating at some point during their lifetime, right? I think it's like a third of people or more, right? So can we put this in its proper context? Because I feel like the way that Chesterfield here is going at this, like, you're reinforcing this idea that women who cheat are horrible monsters who deserve, I don't know. Maybe there's no limit to what they deserve, right? There's people in your audience, bro, who already feel that way. You're reinforcing this shit, and you're putting, like, women in danger by not just putting this in the proper context of, like, even if you do think this is about cheating, right? Yeah, cheating is bad, like, because being dishonest with somebody is bad. Making an agreement and then breaking that agreement and telling the person only like after the fact, right? Or hiding it or whatever. Like, right, you're gonna hurt somebody like that. That's not good. But again, it happens, and we got to put it into the right context of, like, it's not good, but it's not the worst thing in the world. And this whole, like, sort of vengeance, that you're sort of setting up.
Either she's, like, too stupid to understand that the comic is portraying cheating, or she actually thinks that cheating's fine as long as everybody consents. Or, I'm sorry, as long as, like, the two people cheating consent.
And the fact...
No, I'm not. Where are you getting this, Chester?
That you were like, we were soulmates, we were supposed to be together, but then you had sex with someone who wasn't me, even though you don't even know who I am. So
Wait, what? Obviously they know each other. Did you not just see the comic? The comic was a dude saying it's a boy. They had a...
Obviously they know each other. Let me
together.
Let me debunk this really quick. Wait, are you going to show the comic again? No. Oh, we have to go back to it, don't we? We have to actually go back to the comic. All right. Obviously, they know each other. Look at the second panel. Look at the second panel. And who are you? And who are you? Because if you read this straightforward, you got problems, okay? I gotta say, if you read this straightforward, like, every picture in this comic is what is literally happening in real life, right? That's messed up. Okay, so you think that she got pregnant, forgot about the pregnancy, forgot about the guy that she was with, right? he's gotten an ultrasound and found out like the, you know, like found out the sex and gotten these like gender reveal balloons, right? And brought them to be like, I was gonna celebrate our baby. The fact that we're having a child together. And like literally, and who are you? No, that doesn't make sense. And then it's so bad. He's so destroyed by the fact that he got cheated on that he literally dissipates into a gaseous cloud. Is that what you thought was happening in this comic, Chester? Because that's not real life. Right? He did not just get Thanos'd by the fact that she cheated on him. That's not what's being portrayed here. It's really clear that this is like a hypothetical future that she could have that is now, according to Stone Toss, blowing away in the wind because she just wanted to be her promiscuous self, and this is why women shouldn't be like. I mean, that's what this comic is. It's really, really clear to me. But like literally in the second panel here, like, of course she knows who he is. Of course they know each other. No, like the second, who are you? Why would she be asking that anyway?
You're saying they shouldn't be together because he's not accepting that she slept with someone else? Oh.
Yo, you really hate women, don't you? Jesus Christ.
Oh, no. Oh,
oh no, indeed. Oh, no.
Bro, this is brain rot. This is just actually based on awesome and learning how to analyze primary sources. This is embarrassing.
Primary sources?
Me, even though you don't even know.
Did we just really call a Stone Toss comic a primary source? Is that how we...
Fine, as long as everybody consents. Or, I'm sorry, as long as, like, the two people cheating consent.
And the fact that you are like, we were soulmates, we were supposed to be together.
No, I mean, I think this is the real Stone Toss, right? I think that's actually a Stone Toss comic, right? That's.
But then you had sex with someone.
Stone Toss. It's more than just racism now, apparently.
Who wasn't me, even though you don't even
also misogyny.
Know who I am. So.
Wait, what? Obviously they know each other.
Obviously they know. No, they don't. They don't. Like, do you really not get this? Like, it seems pretty simple.
Do you not just see the comic? The comic was a dude saying it's a boy. They had a kid together.
They could have. He said no. Like, let's go again. Let's go back again. The man who would have married you, they would have had a kid together. That's what the comic's trying to say. If she wasn't a slutty McSlutterton, they would have had a kid together. And that's why you shouldn't be hypergamous, women. That's why you should only be with the nice guy that wants you, and not with the guy that you want. Because you got to keep your roast beef sandwich pure for your future incel husband.
He shouldn't have been with her. Obviously, they're not meant to be together if she cheats. But you're saying they shouldn't be together. The comic was a dude saying it's a boy. They had a kid together. So obviously they know each other. Do you need to go back to school? Like, do you need to start annotating documents as you read them? Like,
oh my god, Canadian Brunch, thank you for the resub. 24 months.
Do you have to go back to history class and start learning?
Good to see you too.
How to analyze primary sources.
Yeah, that's right. All women should probably go back to preschool and learn how to analyze primary sources. We're just not that smart. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Chester.
Embarrassing for you. I mean, that was like.
Oh, I'm so embarrassed as a femoid here. I mean, sorry, a female here.
Actual fifth grader could have understood what was happening in that.
Understand it? Yeah, that's true.
Comic. And you're
Look,
here with
I'm
your
not gonna laugh. I'm not gonna dunk on him for the word understand it.
Stop being like, yeah, no, that comic is actually wrong, and I'm actually based on awesome and fart pilled, and here's why.
Fart pilled.
You should know that. Like, what?
So, we're not even soulmates anymore. Like, then you clearly weren't meant to be together anyway, were you?
Wait, they're not meant.
Yo, like, I mean, the guy that they're talking about is like some guy that she doesn't even know, that she doesn't even notice, but that thinks that he is the perfect husband for her, and feel like this is cope. This is just cope. Like, it's a guy being like, you know, that girl that I want, that I see is being with all these other guys that I don't approve of, because they're not nice guys like me. She's really gonna regret it when she doesn't get to have a baby with me. She's the one that's losing. This is cope.
To be together because she cheated on him? I mean, yeah, because he shouldn't have been with her. Obviously, they're not meant to be together if she cheats. But you're saying they should.
Look, I mean, like, I tear people's video essays, commentary videos, react videos, whatever. I tear them apart on a regular basis. It's usually not this clear cut for me, though, right? It's usually not. Oh my god, Agli, thank you Thank you for getting us started on the sub goal. Wait, who just got that? Who just got that gift sub? It'll tell me in a second, I guess. I feel like it's slow today. So, but thank you, Aglith. I can tell that you're the one that got the gift sub. Yeah, Stone Toss is definitely a Nazi comic strip. Yep. Literally, no one regrets not dating Elliot Rogers, right? That's what we're dealing with here. This is, but like what I'm saying is that like generally, right? We're not watching somebody like step on a rake and get hit in the face. That's what this is, and that's why I had to show you this, right? Also, I don't like that, you know, to see a fellow queer creator getting dogpiled by right wingers, and it's looking like you know, a lot of people have been attacking that queer Kiwi lately, so I thought I'd do my part and
be together. Because
I mean, look, if I debunk it, they're not gonna care, right? The only thing you can really do to these dudes is point out that they have dog shit on their face. Like, you stepped on the rake, you slipped and fell, and you got the dog poopy all over your face, and we're gonna laugh at you. There's nothing else to say, right? You came at this so confident, so cocky, like talking about what a dumb bee that queer Kiwi is. Like that, and it turns out, like, yeah, no, you're the one who doesn't get it. You're the one who's you're missing the meaning of a comic that's literally like made for guys like you, right? Stone Toss you are literally Stone Toss's demographic.
He's not accepting that she slept with someone else. Oh no.
Look, if you're gonna try to dunk on people, like, make sure you're not accidentally dunking on yourself, because you've been off base on two Reddit posts so far.
Oh, bro, this is brain rot. This is just straight up brain rot. This is when you buy milk on the day that it expires and you try to drink it, bro. Not good, not good.
Like, if you aren't going to date me because of my sexual history, then you're not someone I have.
That's not sexual history. That was
It literally is. Look, ask Stone Toss if you want, right?
Actual happening.
This is one time where Stone Toss would agree with me. Oh my god, I can't believe I'm saying these words, right?
Right now, it's not like, oh, I had sex with somebody in the past, I won't marry you anymore. It was, I walked
like, it's not much of a flex to be like, I'm really good at understanding the meanings behind, like, fascist comics.
On you doing it with a guy, I'm breaking up with you. Like, you saw the same comic as me. Why are you acting like you're schizophrenic? Like, we both saw the...
Damn. All I gotta say is male privilege is a hell of a drug.
Comic that you're responding to. It's not like the comic showed a girl telling her husband, like, oh, back in 7th grade, some guy...
No, it's not her husband, it's not her boyfriend, it's some guy that thinks that he's the nice guy that deserves to get her, and she won't get to be with him. She won't get that perfect marriage with a nice guy that treats her right because she's sleeping around.
I touched my nipples. No, it was like he walked in on them having sex.
Interested anyway. I'm not dating someone who thinks that women have, like...
It doesn't make sense. How could you think that they...
a sexual expiry kind of thing, right? Like, if you don't think women are allowed to have the freedom to sleep with whoever they want, then you're not someone I want in my life. And I think that
I mean, here's the thing, though. It is an MRA comic, right? It is a misogynistic, you know, red pilled, whatever you want to call it, message, right? The message is, though, don't have a high body count, don't sleep around, only be with the nice guys that deserve you instead of these other guys, right? It's just incel shit. It's just, I mean, it is right wing shit. It's just like he doesn't get what the right wing message is.
The women who are having casual sex also don't really want you in their life either, so like they're not missing out.
Yes, bro, you're a tool, okay? I don't know what you're thinking, but you're a tool. You're a donut. You donut! You're saying, oh, if you don't think women should be able to have sex with whoever they want whenever they want, then you're not the right person for her. Bro, excuse me? Like, do you not believe in monogamy? Do you not believe in being in a committed relationship? And I'm not saying for you personally, because personally you're probably polyamorous, but for most people...
Well, yeah, I mean, you could tell by the rainbow hair.
They want to have a committed relationship with one person. Like, that's ridiculous. They want someone they can call dibs on. Like, this is like...
Dibs? Oh my god, no! This guy is so messed up! Like, I am now actively worried about this
It's like,
guy.
no, and my girlfriend wouldn't want me to be sleeping around with whoever I want.
Yeah, does she live in Canada?
Would you say that? Would you say, oh, if you as a woman think that your man shouldn't be allowed to sleep,
I mean, you could probably get away with it given that she lives in Canada, but
around and do whatever he wants, then you're not the right person for him. No, you would never say that because that's absurd. If we live in a world without any relationship boundaries, then relationships have no meaning.
You.
Yo. This is Chester. What is his name? Chester Chesterfield, I think. This guy, some dude that Demon Mama absolutely rinsed in a debate once.
You potentially are, because you are crossing out women for a superficial reason, but, you know.
Bro, it's not superficial. Bro, in the comic, this guy walked into the room and saw his wife getting like that BBC or something.
Where did BBC come into it? Why are we talking about the British Broadcasting Corporation?
I don't even.
But seriously, though, this guy's got BBC on his brain. Oh my god. He is not okay.
No. And you're saying that's a superficial reason?
Yo, yeah.
I guarantee you, if you got cheated on, like, you'd be heartbroken. You'd be crying.
I mean, he's not just racist.
You'd be coping, seething, molding, spurting, etc. You'd be blackpilled. You'd be depressed. You'd be playing Logic 1-800 I Don't Want to Be Alive song.
Like, I'm just saying, I feel like he thinks about the British Broadcasting Corporation way too much.
I feel like, and I'm not even trying to be mean, but I feel like, does she have, like, has she ever dated somebody exclusively? Or maybe she actually did date someone exclusively and she cheated on them and then got broken up with and is now traumatized, so she's, like, trying to rationalize.
Do you want me to take this to its logical conclusion? I feel like somebody involved in this exchange maybe did get cheated on. And that's not right, okay? You know? If you agree to be in a monogamous relationship and you cheat on somebody, you know, that's mean. You're hurting the other person. You shouldn't do it. It does happen, and I've talked about the reasons that it happens, and it's maybe a little bit more understandable, or can be a little bit more understandable than you're making it out here. And we don't need to have like a zero tolerance view of this. Like I said, it's not the worst thing out there, but yeah, no, it's bad, and I'm sorry that happened to you, Chester. Like, if I'm being real, if we want to talk about who's projecting, right? It's pretty clear, isn't it?
What she did through these memes. And now that's
like, you're like telling me the sad story of your broken, you know, dreams or whatever, and I want to feel bad for you, but you're such a piece of shit, Chester. You're making it so hard for me to feel anything for you at all. Like, I mean, you look, this person like tripping on a rake, getting hit in the face. Like, I mean, it may be funny, but in general, you're going to have some kind of empathy, sympathy, some kind of feeling for, like, I mean, that really sucks. Like, you know, getting hit in the face with a rake. But in this case, it's like just desserts. I don't know what to say.
Crazy, you know, armchair psychologist moment.
Like, so far you've been racist, you've been extremely misogynistic. You even like autistic people caught strays in this video, right? It's hard for me to feel sorry for you.
But I don't know why else you would do that. Like, this seems like a weird thing to defend.
That's your loss, not mine. It was so funny being like, I'm too good for you. You don't even deserve me because you're hooking up.
You don't deserve a nice guy like me. You're hooking up with that other guy.
This man, it's like, okay, bye. This is a dating profile for some.
You got some, okay, so yeah, it's like, obviously I'm not trying to promote like the actual person behind this video, but I think you can figure it out if you really want to. There's just a lot of bad shit there.
Someone looking for short-term fun. I am probably better than you.
Okay, wait. Look, this is a profile from what? Is this OkCupid? Can anybody tell me? I don't do dating apps. What is this, an OkCupid profile? Okay, I'm probably better than you and out of your league. Therefore, you will submit to daddy. And I love it when a guy tells me to call him daddy. That's always or go away from me. I don't negotiate or even listen to women. I am your superior, and what I say goes. I am not your little soft boyfriend. You will respect me. You will put me on a pedestal. I don't care whether you perceive me as toxic or a fuckboy. I don't care about your zodiac sign or your opinion. I don't care about what you want or say. I will always put myself first and foremost.
out of your league. Therefore, you will submit to daddy or go away from me. 2. I don't negotiate or ever listen to women. I am your superior, and what I say goes. I'm not your little soft boyfriend. You will respect me. 3. You will put me on the pedestal. I don't care whether you perceive me as toxic or a fuckboy. 4. I don't care about your zodiac sign or your opinion. I don't care about what you want.
The one thing I really like about this guy is he's letting us know this up front, right? I would hate to date somebody that was this guy, but his profile was like, you know, innocuous, and I don't get to find that out until like, you know, the 4th date or something like that. Like when he gives me the ultimatum about submitting to daddy.
Or say, I will always put myself and my purpose first.
Okay, so before she says anything, I'm gonna go for like that's 90% likely a joke, or someone who's like doesn't actually mean what they wrote. Like if that feels like a shit post, like that feels like, does anyone actually read bios? I'm gonna put the most insane thing here and see if they read it. Now I will say, if that was like a real thing that someone wrote and meant it, I'll say okay, that's insane. But I really feel like that's a joke, you know?
Capitalization of this entire bio is like giving me a headache. But that aside, I have to believe this is a joke.
Wait, we agree.
It turns out that the femoid is not as lacking intellectually as
Okay, so if we agree that it's likely a joke, surely she's gonna treat it like a joke and laugh and giggle and frolic in the valley, right? And just have a jolly old time. But guys, I'm gonna be honest, she doesn't look like XD right now.
But the only reason that it's funny, right, is because it's real on some level. If it is meant to be, now I can't tell, right? Because this is one or two things, right? This is a joke, yeah, probably, sure, or 2, a filter. What I mean by a filter is that this guy is going to turn off every single woman, but, you know, maybe a certain type of woman, right? That, like, I don't know, like, right, if, like somebody, you know, with it, I don't know, I can't tell for sure, but like, yeah, it's probably a joke.
She looks kind of sad. She looks like colon
open. It could be both, yeah.
Bracket or open.
I mean, they could make that profile and not expect to get any replies, not expect to get any, like, you know, answers or for anybody to, you know, talk to them, and then maybe they get a message
in parentheses.
Yeah, looking for people without boundaries. That's
right. Like, they sat down and they wrote this as an experiment to see how many people actually read bios and how many people just swipe on photos.
True.
Right? Like,
True.
It has to be a joke. This isn't serious. However,
yeah, joke/experiment sounds good.
Oh no. All right, let's hear it.
However, at the same time, no one who is actually joking writes this. They're like,
What? Yo, you gotta be on drugs. Your plug is getting so rich right now. Your plug just bought his mama a house. Like, I swear. Your plug, whoever sold you the weed that you're smoking, is getting rich. He's investing into crypto. He has a diverse stock portfolio with little risk. He's the Wolf of Wall Street, okay? He must be. He's getting so rich off selling you these drugs because you're delusional, okay? You're literally saying that if you write something down as a joke, that you mean it. Like, what? What?
Can I explain it? It's that was meant as a joke, right? But the fact that it's so easy for you to come up with that joke, it begs the question. It begs the question, do you not maybe believe this on one level, right? It's meant as a joke. You're not expecting to pull anybody with this profile, right? You know that it's red flag, red flag, red flag, right? You're aware of that, and you're telling yourself you're doing this, you know, as a comedy thing. But the fact that it's so easy, so quick for you to come up with it like that, right? That is what ThatQueerKiwi is putting out here.
I'd write down to my friends, if they're late, I'm going to kill you. Where are you? Does that mean that I seriously thought about murdering my friends? No.
Yo, you know what? If you make that joke again and again, and I'm your friend, I'm gonna start to get worried, though, right? You know what I'm saying? It's like, if you were really specific about the way that you were gonna do this to me, yeah, then I'd start, and that's the thing. That's what she's saying. It's weirdly specific. It's weirdly specific. Like, where did you come up with this? That's the idea, right? That's
doesn't. No,
what's
it does
being
not.
said.
I need to hear how you're gonna justify this.
I'm gonna write it as a joke, but you had the thought in your brain, and if you're writing it even as a joke to be like, you don't read bios, see, you're still doing it to manipulate women, and so therefore still hold these beliefs to an extent.
If I write down on the internet, I'm allergic to strawberries, does that mean that I'm lying, that I'm actually not allergic to strawberries, and that I love eating strawberries, and that I fantasize about
No, because strawberries aren't weirdly specific. It's a delicious flavor that lots and lots of people enjoy. Now, if you were like, if you were joking that you like strawberry ice cream with this kind of sprinkles and like this kind of you name the brand of chocolate, right? You talk about the specificity, like what do you call that? Like cold slab. What is the slab thing for ice cream? Cold stone, right? You know, you're super specific about that, right? I mean, it doesn't seem like you're joking. Do you see the difference? There's like just random, LOL random, and then there's weirdly specific. This is weirdly specific. That's all that queer Kiwi is saying here.
Maker from Overwatch putting a strawberry into my mouth as I lay down on the beach? No, it doesn't. Although, considering how specific that was,
like, I feel like there's a lot of denial of liking strawberries here.
Probably doesn't do a good job defending myself, but okay, I'll just say this, right? If you write something that
wait, do you get it or not?
Isn't true, it doesn't mean it's true. This is like the most kind of low IQ dialogue I've ever.
No, but if you got it in your head, right, that's sus. That's all she's saying.
Engaged in. She's like, if you write something so extreme,
like, look, you're the one that was saying that, like, you know, SJWs don't get humor and all this stuff, right? Who's missing humor?
Dismantling an oppressive structure.
Oh, not thought slime, that's for sure.
Little bit of truth to it, but that's not true. If that's true, all of my friends are going to jail. Half of guys with a sense of humor are going to jail. It's like, what?
So, like,
yo, I don't know. Like, your definition of a sense of humor might be a little different than mine.
even if you don't mean this in its entirety, you don't not mean it, because you're still going out of your way to manipulate women and have a
well, it's like if you liked my stream right now, if you were on YouTube and you hit that like button, right? There's some chance that you don't really like my stream and you're just doing it to be, it's funny, you know, you're like, haha, like, psych, I don't really like it. But like, right, it wouldn't really matter to me because like my numbers would still go up and the more people would see the stream and that would generally be a good thing. So like, I would say like just whatever your thumb feels like if you're on YouTube right now, hit the corresponding button, like or dislike, right? Maybe you disagree with me.
Gotcha moment, and like, I'm smarter than you. Women are.
I think you're delusional. Like, you're fighting the demons in your head right now. Like, you're fighting an invisible person. You're beefing with someone who.
Again, so much projection, right? Like the woman that doesn't understand anything, the woman who endorses cheating. Right? It's good. It's a good thing. There's no moral problem with that, right? That's
obviously wrote a joke. Do you go to
like, you're the one that arguing with straw men right now.
Comedy shows. Do you go to a comedy show and the dude tells a joke, and then when the dude tells a joke about like, oh, I want to kill X group of people.
Yo, that is like, that's a weird joke to make. Yeah, I do. If the dude jokes like that, in fact, like, oh my God, there's.
Because they do X. You think, whoa, we gotta call the cops. This guy just made a threat. No, you don't. You laugh because it was a joke. You know,
because it's not targeted at you.
I saw Bill Burr. He opened the show by saying, thank God for COVID. It didn't kill enough people. Obviously, he's f***ing kidding, right?
I feel like if Bill Burr saw this, he would whack you across the face with a certain object, right? I mean, it's just a...
But would you hear that and be like, what? What did he say? Like, come on, dog. Come on, playa. Come on, cuz.
Like a flaccid object, just like whack right across. Like, I feel like that's what Bill Burr would do to you. Like, I feel like Bill Burr wouldn't dig your comedy act here.
How do we fix this? How do we fix this perspective? This perspective is it's so tainted. It's so wrong. It's just so fundamentally incorrect. How do we fix this? I think I'm gonna have to get on the phone with one of my friends. I think I'm gonna have to call up a black king to look into the situation to see if he can fix this. Because I feel like, honestly, you know, I'm a strong person.
What?
person, but I'm not that strong. I think I need to get help from a black king to help me fix this. Like, how do we fix this problem where you're so disconnected from reality?
Stupid.
There is a problem with disconnection from reality, and we do need to get somebody to fix it. That much I agree with. Nothing else.
So, like, whoa. Whoa. The one thing I admire about bios like this, though, is that, like, they're putting it out there so that you don't waste your time on dates with these type of people. Like, I'm seeing this and I'm immediately swiping left because I want absolutely nothing to do with you. Imagine if this is something they thought and didn't put in their bio, and then you matched with them, and then you have to go out.
That's what I'm saying. I low-key appreciate it.
On a date with this person. Like, that would be awful. So as horrible and awful and gross as it is,
but not as horrible and awful as the top of the hour ad break, which is coming at you in 24 minutes. Yet I feel compelled to let you know nonetheless that if you want to get out of it well ahead of time when the ad actually comes, you can get out of it with an Amazon Prime. You can get out of it with a Twitch Prime that you get by using your Amazon Prime with Twitch. You can get out of it for $5 on desktop or $6 on mobile, or you could possibly get out of it by being gifted a sub if somebody feels that generous, right? You could get out of it that way too.
They're saving us a lot of time and effort, you know? Like, they're putting it out there, but they're not going to get any matches, and then they're going to call women superficial. And it's like, they write this stuff, and they're like, I can't believe women don't like me. Women are also shallow.
Excuse me? Excuse me? What? Like, you've made up a person that you're beefing with now. You're actually...
But, like... You're doing the same thing, bro.
Fighting the demons. Like, if you look at the ceiling for too long, you're gonna see an angry demon pop out, and you're gonna pretend.
Look, I'm sorry, Chester, but we don't believe in demons. We don't believe in the devil. Obviously, you do. Oh my god, thank you, Vamps, for the gift sub to Firebird710. Firebird710, you just got out of the next ad break. Yeah, I thought I'd say it because I missed the last one. I'm really bad at this. When it doesn't remind me, when it doesn't tell me, you got 5 minutes till the ad break, lady, I always forget. So decided to throw an extra one in there. Glad that we could get you out of the next ad break. Can we just talk about, can we talk about what Kyle Rittenhouse, what did Rittenhouse just say?
To fight it or something. Like, you looked at a bio that's obviously a joke, or like 99% likely a joke, and you've now made up a fake person that you're beefing with, who you've given character development to, saying,
no, we're just taking a Reddit post and making fun of it, okay? That's all. That's all. Playing with it. The possibilities, all right? Probably this is a joke, but what if it wasn't a joke? What if there was some truth in that and the person actually felt that? Wouldn't it be nice that they said that so that way you don't have to bother dating them and you know that up front that that's their take on everything and you just can swipe right by them, right? That's actually kind of good. Low-key enjoy that, right? We're just playing with, it's I know women aren't supposed to get humor. I know women aren't supposed to be able to do comedy, but that's literally what we're doing right here. And you're just not really tracking. Chester, you're not really tracking here. I'm a demon. Oh, do I believe in you? Well, I mean, I guess if, you know, you're in my
now
chat.
This person who doesn't exist.
Sometimes I have dream characters in my chat too, though. Any dream character? It's probably too early for me to actually have like any dream characters in chat, but I thought I'd mention that because sometimes we do get them. That's the best when like a chatter is actually a dream character. And then I get to ask them, what is it like to be a character in my dream?
Hates women.
Immediately feel bad about it.
And thinks that they're superficial. Like, all right, so I skipped one of her posts because it was definitely TOS. The guy who wrote it definitely was like an insane person. So she had one post in there that was actually written by a psychopath.
Yo, one post that I don't even want to show because there's just there's no arguing with it, right? That one was messed up.
Men who
Rittenhouse is sad about being harassed after he unalived and maimed people. Who were protesting about people being unalived and maimed.
You know, deserves to be criticized. So I'll give her that. She did include one post that was so bad I can't even include it from a man that definitely was serious. So, you know, she gets 1 point for including one actual psychopath, but the rest are obviously jokes. So let's take a look at this one.
Most women under 30 today have been raised to do nothing in the house. They're unable to cook, clean, or properly care for a man. They're unable to do laundry without shrinking the clothes. They don't understand you're supposed to wake up before the man does so you can prepare coffee, etc. Someone would do well to create a how-to course on YouTube teaching the basics of womanhood to the younger generation that clearly...
Okay, now that's a chud, right? Joey Manarino? That's like, is this a real account? Can I get that confirmed? That's like a real, I'm pretty sure I've seen this person around, right? Okay, now this is gonna, if you thought it was bad before, just wait, right? This is amazing. Amazing how off the rails Chester's analysis goes here.
Really hasn't been housebroken. My God. Well, firstly, there are a load of YouTube videos about this, like, that already exist.
Okay, first of all, I will say, tweeting this is kind of cringe, but this guy clearly doesn't hate women. He's just, this is like the, oh, all millennials know how to do is eat hot chip, charge their phone, be bisexual, and lie. All he's saying is like, oh, women under 30 can't cook or clean, and they don't do laundry, and okay, they're bad at like doing stuff around the house, which is like, you know, maybe that's true, maybe that's false. I don't really know, I don't really care. So yeah, it's a bit cringe, but I mean, like, I don't know. I don't think it's like a hateful post, like, you know.
Also, thank you, Vamps, for the gift sub to Yatisany. Yatisany, you just got out of the ad break as well. So now, do you see the problem in his analysis here, right? Most women under 30 today have been raised to do nothing in the house. Okay, well, he said most women, but maybe he also means most men too, right? He didn't say not most men, he just said most women. So maybe he just forgot to mention it's also men, or to just drop women and just say most people under 30, right? Maybe that's the thing, okay? They are unable to cook, clean, or properly care for a man. Properly care for a man. All right, so being with a guy means taking care of him, all right? Unable to do laundry without shrinking the clothes. You don't want your clothes shrunk by the woman doing your laundry for you, okay? They don't understand that you're supposed to wake up before the man does so you can prepare coffee. Motherfucker wants breakfast in bed, right? That's what a woman should do. Someone do well to create a how-to course on YouTube teaching the basics of womanhood. This is womanhood. This is not something that a man can do for himself. It's something that a woman should do for a man, right? And if they're not properly housebroken, you're an animal. You're an animal. You can't wake up early and make me coffee. You can't iron and clean my clothes without shrinking them. You can't cook and clean and properly care for me. You know, like you take a Q-tip and clean the wax out of my ear. Then you're an animal. Get out of here, right? That's what he's saying. That's what he's saying. Like, really clear, really hard to miss, right? But watch Chester miss it anyway.
On forcing stereotypes and whatever, but
it's not about forcing stereotypes. It's like expectations.
I don't know. I don't think it's really that horrible.
Load of YouTube videos about this, like, that already exists. There's so much content on YouTube about how to be a woman, how to care for your husband, how to be submissive. Like, that is already a very massive thing on this platform. But that aside, make your own coffee. You should know how to look after yourself and cook and clean and make your own coffee. You should.
Wait, I can't tell whose editing note that was.
How to be submissive. Like, that is already a very massive thing on this platform. But that aside, make your.
Laughing because as I'm editing this, drinking a coffee, I bribed my friend into making for me. I sent her 200 photos of Hyunjin? Is that like a K-pop star? I don't know Hyunjin. Anyway, yeah, this is ThatQueerKiwi put this note in.
Your own coffee.
K-pop, I got it right.
You should know how to look after yourself and cook and clean and do the dishes and all that. Like, those are not difficult skills, and you should possess.
And it's not just those are not difficult skills, right? Those are not skills that should be gendered. Those are not activities that should be gendered. Anybody can make coffee. Anybody can cook and clean. And like, in a relationship that's equal parts, you'd hope that like both parties would be contributing to that stuff in a certain way, right? It is a very trad viewpoint to say, no, the woman should do this for me because I'm the man. I don't have to learn to do that. I don't have to care about doing this. Women, the women should be doing this. And if they're not, they're filthy animals.
Possess those. You shouldn't spend your entire life relying on someone else to do those things for you. Like, I know how to cook. Sometimes I just don't want to. Yeah.
And the best way to make somebody that does want to cook and does like to cook and does enjoy cooking not want to do it is to put that expectation, right? When you're yelling at your girlfriend because she's hasn't like, you know, made you food, right? When you could just as easily make the food yourself, right? That's a great way to get somebody, even somebody who really loves to cook. It's a lot less fun to cook for somebody that has this weird entitlement about like, you better cook for me or else what, you know?
I wake up early and I could make you coffee, but like I shouldn't have to, you know? Like,
I don't even think he said that you have to. I think he just said it's a good skill to have, and most women under 30 don't have this.
That's not a skill to have. Getting walked on, you know, meeting sexist expectations placed on you, that's not a skill. That's almost the opposite of a skill. That is a liability, right? That is gonna make your life worse. Look, they don't understand. We're not talking about a skill here. We're talking, they don't understand you're supposed to. You don't accept this expectation I have of you. You are my coffee maker, right? I get with you, you make me coffee. That is not, we're not describing a skill here, right? Be able to make coffee, come on. Come on, no, that is not a thing. Yo, I would make coffee, but I don't know how to. I've never made coffee before. I don't know. What do you put in it? What goes in here? Let me, nutmeg, cinnamon, cocoa. No, coffee. Yeah, it's coffee. You put coffee into the, you know, some kind of device and you make coffee. Like, that's not like a skill. That's coffee. That's coffee, right?
I don't know. I don't think it's really that horrible.
That's wild.
Yeah, and I wake up early.
Chester, were you half asleep when you made this video? I want to know.
And I could make you.
Also, if you want to come on and talk about it, I am game. I am 100% game. I've seen some of your debates before, and I love the kind of debater that you are. So
coffee.
Bring that.
But like I shouldn't
bring that heat, Chester. Bring it.
Have to, you know, like.
I don't even think he said that you have to. I think he just said it's a good skill to have, and most women under 30 don't have this skill.
No, primary sources. Primary sources. Come on.
I don't even fully disagree with what this guy is saying. You're just kind of looking for a way to like beef with him.
What are you talking about? He's a piece of shit misogynist who has all these weird like expectations, like this entitlement. Like, she should make me coffee. She should clean my clothes. She should take care of me. She should wipe my ass. Like, what the hell? Yeah, of course you don't like this guy. Like,
I can make coffee, but I shouldn't have to. No one ever said.
He said they don't know. That was his whole point. You don't understand that you should wake up earlier and make me coffee.
That you have to.
That's literally the point of the thing that we just read. How fucking sleep deprived are you? Look, I'm trying to be nice here, right? I'm trying to come up with a reason that you're just not connecting. That every single thing that you go over, you get wrong, right? Maybe you're, you know, busy. Maybe you're overwhelmed. Maybe you don't want to make YouTube videos anymore and you're just kind of mailing it on. I don't know what's going on here, but you're not giving this the effort it deserves.
There's no one forcing you to make them coffee. What are you on?
Your 400,000 subs are like, I can't imagine them not being disappointed. But then I look at the comments and I see that they don't see anything wrong with this. They're just like, yes, femoid bad. Femoid bad.
Like, you listed some good skills that people can have. Now, your main argument should be like, well, you should have these skills regardless of whether or not you're doing it for a man or not, you know? It shouldn't be like, well, I shouldn't have to use these skills. Like, what? Your epic own on this guy.
I mean, realistically speaking, if you're not rich, yeah, you better know these skills regardless of what your you know, gender is, right? That's
to be like a person that has no skills, okay?
But that's not a should in that you're like a bad person and you're letting society down, right? The only person you're letting down by not knowing how to do this stuff is yourself. Now, if you have weird entitlement and expectations, right? And I would say this goes either way. Like a woman who writes that and you know, expects like, you know, to be, you know, waited on hand and foot, to be pampered like this, to have every little need of theirs like taken care of is out of line too, right? But mostly you're gonna see it from where are we finding the entitlement at the patriarchy. That's where it hangs out. That's where it lives.
Things for people because
it's anything else is just its summer home.
Want to, not because you have to.
Great point, Oppenheimer. Great point, Einstein.
When I was with my ex, he would wake up early and he would make me coffee sometimes, and then other mornings I would wake up early and I would make him coffee sometimes. Like, it depends on who's waking up and when.
Okay, so what's the issue then?
And what day it is.
Because read the freaking post! That's what the issue is, right? This is different than what the post said. The post said that women need to understand it is your job to do this. You're the one that wakes up early. You're the one that makes the coffee. You're the one that irons the clothes. You're the one that does the laundry. You're the one that does literally everything for me. And if you don't understand that, you're a filthy animal. Get out of my sight.
And like, it's all a bunch of different factors. You kind of just go with the flow and you
this is so
share responsibility.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, that's great, but you still know how to make coffee. You still know how to do laundry. That's awesome.
You do nice things for each other. Sometimes you cook, sometimes...
Like, that's literally not the post that we're okay, so, like, he's reacting to a post that's like, hey, a lot of young people, a lot of people under 30, they don't know how to do some basic skills, and they would be better off if they did know how to do those basic skills, right? I mean, that's pretty uncontroversial. I don't know why we'd even be talking about such a post. Yeah, you know, you need to, you know, if your mom, if you're living alone, right? Your mom doesn't live here. You need to pick up after yourself. You need to do your laundry. You need to do all that stuff. Otherwise, you're going to be, you know, kind of in a bad way, right? Obviously. That is not the post that she's reading. That is not a post that she would read because there's no real problem with the, oh my god, drama stream.
They cook.
Okay.
Sometimes you do the dishes.
It's on this drama
sometimes they
stream.
do the
Okay.
dishes.
Yeah.
You share
Yes, that's
stuff.
great. The point
Get
is that you
over
know
it.
how to do
You
it.
should learn those skills yourself. It is not
Okay.
a woman's job.
No
it
one's-
is everyone's job.
okay,
Everyone
I
should
agree.
know how to do it.
Yes,
like, some
completely agree.
relationships work where like sometimes one person really likes to cook, so they will do all of the cooking. But that doesn't specifically get delegated. Is that the right word? I don't know. To the woman. It can be.
So it seems like you agree with what he's saying, that like, okay, you should have these skills, but your beef is that women shouldn't have to do it, which is like, I don't think anyone said they should have to do it, but you know, typically women are the ones that can kind of like keep the house.
Yeah, the only person that I can remember saying you should have to do it was the OP.
Household operational, so it's like good for them to have that skill, I feel like. So I mean, yeah, they shouldn't have to, but like, yeah, I mean, more often than not, I feel like statistically women are at home more than men, so I don't see the issue in saying that women
We can operate by stereotypes, sure, it sounds like a good thing.
should learn this stuff.
We just.
Do you want to play 1950s house? Is that what you're like? You're trad. That's it. Like that. You know, this doesn't bother you because you're trad. That's what you're really saying. Is that these expectations, this kind of entitlement, is totally like normal and just a lifestyle option. And some guys are, you know, just going to expect their coffee made for them, their clothes ironed, washed. Every single bit of every single quote unquote menial domestic task should be handled for them by their significant other.
Whomever. It depends on the relationship and who the people are that you decide the roles that you have in the relationship. I pity everyone who isn't us. My girlfriend between her 25th and 26th of the night.
Okay, this guy's definitely capping. This Discord guy is definitely not telling the truth.
This reads like someone who has never had sex before writing a porn. Yeah.
I mean, she's right about this one. This is obviously not true. I mean, there's some Discord guy saying you know, he's going for 25 nuts. Nah, I don't believe that.
I pity everyone who isn't us. My girlfriend said between her 25th and 26th. I don't think anyone wants to orgasm 25 to 26 times in one night. That sounds like actually painful. Like, you don't need 25 to 26.
By the way, Kawhi, you gotta censor like a fuckload in this video, okay? You gotta censor all my swears, all her swears, and anything that's like too sexual, like censor orgasm, okay? Please.
People on... No, most people wouldn't really be into that. Most people don't particularly want to go that many times. And I don't particularly think you want to either. You're just saying shit. I don't think you've ever made a girl come even once, but, you know, good job for trying to convince us that you've made one girl.
I mean, I guess she gets a point for this one because it's like some Discord virgin saying that, so it's like obviously not true. But even now, she's like, oh.
So what's that, like 3 things where you just basically are like, yeah, no, that's fine. That's uncontroversial.
Girls don't
But
even...
this was supposed to be YouTube. You promised us YouTube's biggest man hater. Look, I'm sus on the concept of man hate from the beginning, because most of the people who talk about man hate are like entitled assholes, right? But we were promised man hate. I feel like you haven't delivered. I feel like this is just a random video that you're titling with the superlative because you saw Moist Critical do that and get 1 million views. And guess what? You're not Moist Critical. Moist Critical checks his primary sources. You do not.
even want that. It's like, bro, that shouldn't even be your focus. Your focus should be on the fact that this guy's capping out of his bumhole
25 to 26 times, because I don't believe you. This is a tweet by Tim Pool. Start complimenting liberal women by telling them they look like either Dylan Mulvaney or Lizzo. Wow, you're almost as good looking as Lizzo. Okay, so here's the thing. We're not lying when we say that we think Dylan Mulvaney and Lizzo are beautiful. Because
you just laughed. You just literally laughed your ass off before you said we're not.
This is almost too, like, cerebral for me to explain, right? But the point is that people are beautiful that aren't considered beautiful by societal standards, okay? But if you tell somebody, you know, that they, like, right, if you come out of nowhere to somebody and say something to somebody, they're going to assume that you're a normie. They're going to assume that you mean by societal standards, right? So, I don't know. I don't know. Like, right, it is kind of a random thing, too, to come up to somebody and be like, hey, you're beautiful like so-and-so. And then whatever their reputation is, whatever the majority of society thinks about them, that's what you think the person is saying about you.
Not lying. That means you're lying. That's you when you lie. Before I tell a tall tale, I giggle a little bit. You know, I have myself a chuckle because I know what I'm about to say is totally cap. Like, you just died of laughter before saying that you think Lizzo's beautiful. Come on now. Stop this cap.
because they are, like, when
No, she's not. Lizzo is not beautiful, and Dylan Mulvaney is that transgender who
There we go.
got Bud Light employees financially.
Yo! It was Dylan's fault? It was Dylan's fault, right? Dylan should have, like, when Bud Light was like, hey, you're a influencer on TikTok. We're looking for a younger audience. Why don't we send you a can with your face on it, and you can show it off to your TikTok audience. And maybe some of them will think about getting a Bud Light the next time that they're going for a light beer, right? That Dylan should have been like, oh no, I can't do that. Dylan should anticipate this weird, like, obsessive social media campaign against her, and she should just refuse the sponsorship, because that's literally what we're talking about.
Financially terrorized. So, I mean, like, come on. And Dylan Mulvaney, like, let's just keep it a buck. You know, they want to say, oh, that's a beautiful woman. First of all, not beautiful. Second of all, you get the idea.
not lying. We're not just saying that. It's because they are genuinely, objectively beautiful.
Objectively?
Wait a minute. Sorry, Cheeto, but Demon Mama got you for this, and I'm gonna get you for it too. You are a faceless YouTuber. You do not get to talk about people's looks, right? First of all, even if you weren't, you're kind of a piece of shit for doing that, right? But secondly, you won't show your face. What are you talking about?
Beautiful. Lizzo is objectively beautiful. Please, and I'm not f***ing with you. I want you to go up to 15 girls. Do this, and I'll believe you. If you go up to 15 girls and say,
girl, you look like Lizzo,
and all 15 of them give you...
Oh my god, okay. What else you got, Chester?
Like, I don't care who you're talking about. It's a weird thing to say. I just think that it's really backhanded. You're almost as beautiful as...
Not what we're talking about.
Saying you're almost...
That was in the post.
...as beautiful as anyone is weird. Say you're beautiful. The definition of down bad. I would jump into an industrial paper shredder so that there's a chance that my body is recycled into toilet paper that you might use.
Okay, before she says anything, obvious joke, fake down bad, as being a fake down bad person.
I mean, no, I don't think that he means that he's gonna jump into I hope he's not gonna jump into a paper shredder.
No, it's like an ironic thing. Obviously, you wouldn't jump into a paper shredder. I don't think you guys need to hear.
It's not ironic, it's hyperbolic, right? That's the proper use of that word, right? You got the vocabulary, you're just not using it.
He responds.
How did your brain come up with that? How did you think of that?
It's a genre of...
That's quite impressive, honestly. That is very, very creative and a horrifying image. I have a really, like, vivid visual.
Okay, yeah, I don't think there's much else here. What is this? Oh no, oh no. Oh wait, this is a TikTok. We can't watch this. Wait, I don't think we can watch this. Let's see if there's any music.
Definition of down bad, absolutely.
All right, now the last one we're gonna watch is this.
He says,
If I hear music,
like a real anime waifu,
I'm leaving.
but I hate male anime fans. And a man stitched it and said, you ain't no waifu. Anime girls have self-respect. My waifu would never have an OnlyFans. She's not even old enough to make an account.
Whoa!
You're definitely too old to be single and childless. Clock is ticking. She wears a uniform because she's still in high school.
Okay.
You cosplay as other people because you hate yourself.
So it's like a mixture, right? Obviously, some of the stuff isn't serious, but like the hate is right.
She's an innocent virgin with a cute laugh. You sell pictures of your vag for $9 a month. Ew. Comparing yourself to my anime waifu is like comparing a bipolar garbage truck to a $3 million Bugatti. No thanks. At the end of the day, e-girls burn in hell.
So that part's serious. Like, this is some real hate for e-girls, but obviously the
Which
Okay, so he's obviously joking about being a weeaboo pedophile.
Well, you know what? That's the great thing about irony. You don't always know what level it's operating as. But let's assume that. Like, it makes me more comfortable to assume that is.
Obviously, I don't think you'd admit that. I think that's obviously a joke. Especially when you're putting your face out there, it's like pretty clearly like you're putting that all on the line because it's not serious.
Wait, are we talking about putting your face out there? That's what you don't do, Chester.
So.
Holy shit.
But you want to talk about other people's looks. That's funny.
One of the worst things I've ever seen.
And the same thing with Demon Mama. This guy like literally went on Demon Mama to debate, tried to attack her over her looks, right? This faceless YouTube channel attacking people over their looks.
Oh my god. Just like, I love that this girl is.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yatisny, you're on it, okay? Like, is it a joke? I hope so. I certainly hope so. The thing is, like, sometimes people that joke about that stuff, it turns out it is true, but you know, we'll assume it's not.
Like, I cosplay as anime characters, but I hate male anime fans, and he comes in like, I hate you, actually. You're
And I'm a pedophile. That's also, he said.
What were you talking about? Getting your editor to cut things out? Hey, editor, you missed something.
That I'm a pedophile, which I thought was funny because
you're gonna say it again. Okay, cool.
Like he is a pedophile.
not an anime girl. It's like, so yeah, this is exactly proving the point of the video that she said, that she hates male anime stans. And like,
yeah, what do you think he's gonna do? Go in there and be like, no, not all of us are bad. Like, what? He's gonna do some pick me shit like that? No,
he was triggered. He was put off by that. Like, he got his feelings hurt, and he copes with it by joking. Well, at least let's hope it's a joke.
Glad he went in with the exact goal of like pissing her off.
Thank you for
That's
proving
funny.
exactly what she was talking
about. The thing is, it doesn't. It's just like, it's you crying. Like, that's it. I don't know. Like, if she gets pissed off by it, then like she's not reading what he's putting down, because he's the one that got upset. He's the one that this is Chesterfield here. Yeah. Chesterfield. Commentary, YouTube. I'm Presario, and we're just about done with this. We are just about done with this. So I promised you some Tim Pool, right? Oh no, that's the whole point. This whole video was just a misfire. If you're just joining us, make sure to go back and watch this segment. And make sure to also give this a like on YouTube. Even if you're on Twitch right now, give it a like on YouTube. That way it shows up in your likes. That way it's easy to find later on when you want to watch back and see what was this whole segment about. Because this is, you don't usually, rarely do I cover somebody that face plants this badly. And yeah, it's a moment. We're gonna see something similar though with Tim Pool today, right? Tim Pool talked to Fresh and Fit. That is correct. That did happen.
fully communicates, delivers, transmits, or causes to be communicated, delivered, transmitted, attempts to communicate, deliver, transmit, blah, blah, blah. Oh my, geez, these laws.
It's written
or
very
willfully
broadly, man.
retains the same and fails to deliver to the officer or employer of the United States, entitled to receive it, blah, blah, blah. I think a component of this, I could be wrong, is he had to have believed that having those documents would cause harm to the United States.
Well, that's kind of implied by the level of classification of the documents. It's put in there. Everybody knows when you have a clearance, if certain documents were to get out, right, whether it's secret, top secret, confidential, whatever.
Follow the letter of the law, and you get to a place like this, and then somebody asks, "How did our country get here?" Well, that's how it got here.
Yeah. And like I said, the Georgia stuff, I'm not too worried about. The classified documents has me concerned, right, as a Trump supporter. So. Because I know how that statute, it's very, I mean, you read it, it's extremely broadly written.
Jeez.
And it's designed to go after people for espionage. So they're going to do everything in their power to get you in every nook and cranny. And yeah, dude, it's and then the fact that the lawyers are probably going
He's kind of backwards, right? The Georgia case is probably the most slam dunk of them all.
to cooperate. We know that they're going to try to flip the guy that tried to destroy.
The only way you could possibly say that you're less worried about the Georgia one is if you're stereotyping like Georgia, like the jury, right? Potentially, I don't know, but because like literally all you need is one Trump supporter in there to be able to hang the jury.
The surveillance footage, they're going to try to flip his assistant Natswa. They're going to, and it is what it is, man. I mean, the only way I see him beating this is my what I think is he would have to become president and pardon himself. But it's not explicitly written in the Constitution if a president can pardon himself. It just says he can pardon. Right. So for the federal charges. Now for the state stuff, I know me and you had a discussion on it. I didn't know this. Georgia's a little bit different. Can you tell us about that?
I'm pretty sure. I mean, we didn't fact check it, but I think Georgia has a panel. The governor has to.
Yeah. It's a lot harder to do a pardon in Georgia. It's not just the governor signing off. Also, the governor is somebody that Trump has kind of shit on before, so
has to confer with a panel for pardons.
Okay, yeah, different states. I think Florida, the governor can just pardon you, but Georgia, yeah, might be with a panel. Every state's different.
What if another
state board of pardons and paroles?
There you go.
I love how they're like so worried about like the precedent of like a president actually like facing consequences for crimes he's committed, but like it's just like, oh yeah, that's the one's easy. Just get the governor, just get DeSantis to pardon him. Okay, so cool. We're gonna have like a two-tiered, justice system. I mean, we already do have a. Let's be real. We already do have a two-tiered justice system. We're gonna add another tier just for Donald Trump, where it's like if you got a friendly governor in that state, you get to get out of jail free card.
What if like DeSantis won? Could he pardon him too?
Yes, DeSantis said he would pardon Trump if he became president.
Yeah,
he would entertain it.
Yeah.
He would entertain it.
I will say something just totally.
He would ask for something
totally irrelevant. It was funny that you said nook and cranny because I thought for a second I'm like, what's a cranny? No one ever says that word unless they say nook and cranny.
Yeah.
And so I looked it up. Cranny is a very small, narrow space.
Oh,
it's kind of obvious.
So what the hell's a nook then?
Also a small.
So it's
and then it got me thinking about waffles.
Yeah. but I think
because the commercial is like they're pouring the maple syrup and they're like covering every nook and cranny.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
So I think the charges I'm most concerned with are the document charges because they're pretty cut and dry. He had them. They're at the house. They're classified or national defense information. They gave him a chance. They're going to argue. We gave him months. We had to open up a grand jury investigation to get these documents. We did a search warrant. We look at all of these ridiculous acts we have to take to get these documents back. That's what they're going to say. The January 6th stuff, I mean, Jack Smith just has a hard on for Trump at this point, to be honest with you. But the thing that worries me as well is that I know how the feds operate, right? And just for the audience to understand, the feds have the luxury of taking the cases they know that they can win and the cases that they want. Most U.S. attorneys' offices have a 90% plus success rate with their cases. Like the Southern District of New York, et cetera, these big districts, they don't lose because it's the DA's offices that typically lose because they take on disorderly conduct.
So I mean, like, there's a truth to what he's saying. I'm not sure how, like, but it's that essentially they don't take cases that they don't think they can win, right? They look into a case, They gauge their odds on it, and they proceed accordingly, and that's why they have high conviction rates.
They take all the dumb charges, but the feds take the big, sexy cases. So typically, they don't indict until I remember when I used to go and present for grand jury, etc. Because I would go in there and present. You don't indict unless you know you're going to win the trial. Yeah. You indict ready to go to trial at that point. I remember going to grand jury with all my stuff, and then we would hand the discovery over to the defense.
Oh yeah, I'm remembering this about this is fresh here, aka Myron Gaines. They just got demonetized on YouTube. They were crying about it the other day. We covered it for a minute, but it was terrible content. Like I don't even enjoy, seeing these guys cry about getting demonetized or anything like that. But his background is that he, I think, worked in Homeland Security and ended up quitting his job there, supposedly because the government said, hey, you can either do your YouTube or you can do this job, and he chose YouTube.
Defense counsel, everything there. And they were like, oh man, we're gonna need some time to review this. And then sometimes the overwhelming amount of evidence makes them say, we're just gonna plead.
Yeah. So then what happens if Trump is convicted?
Of which one? The document one?
Yeah.
Hey, here's a question for you. What happens if he's convicted of like everything?
We'll start there because that's like...
Because here's the thing, right? You've got state charges and you've got federal charges, right? And the federal charges, like theoretically, yeah, he could take care of those by pardoning himself, or, somebody else, if a Republican wins, the Republican could pardon. Hell, the Democrat could even say, I'm going to do this bold thing and bring the country together. I'm going to be so magnanimous. We're pardoning Donald Trump, and Democrats do this kind of shit. Like, I don't think they would, but they could, right? The whole, they go low, we go high thing, the whole, like, right. If that's the, that could happen too, right? With the federal cases only. State cases are dependent generally of the governor of that state, as we mentioned earlier, but Georgia's a separate case. Georgia has a panel, right? So, and I think it's like something, is it like unanimous or something? I think that getting out of, a conviction in Georgia, Trump's best bet, and I don't know how many of these are like jury trials. I would guess they all are. Can somebody confirm that? Are these all with a jury? His best bet is just that, like, there's one Trumpy on each of those juries, and they just say, But realistically speaking, what the lawyers are going to try to do is, here's how it works, right? You got defense attorney and you got prosecuting attorney. And in a jury trial, they talk to each of the jurors, and they ask them questions, and they feel them out. And if anybody is like, I don't think Donald Trump could have possibly done anything wrong. I think the deep state's out to get him. I think that all this is bullshit, right? Then the prosecutor says, I don't want the juror. And they take him out, right? And if the person is like, Trump is a scumbag, it's about time that I'm going to enjoy pronouncing guilt over this guy, right? Then the defense attorney says, I don't want that person. And they leave, right? They're gone, right? So in general, you have a jury that's made up of people that neither the prosecutor nor the defense attorney strongly objects to, right? So theoretically, you're not going to have any diehard Trumpies on there, but what if a diehard Trumpy goes on there and they're like, yeah, no, I think that, we should look into this. We should, a fair trial. I am not a political person myself, and like secretly they're QAnon. That could happen. That could absolutely happen. But it's not necessarily going to happen everywhere. So that's why I say Trump getting off of all these charges is like nearly impossible. His best bet is, like I said, either that Trump juror that gets on the jury, right, or possibly that he runs out the clock, and so that the election takes place before the trial, right? That's his best bet on either of these. Is just dragging it out. And that's famously what Trump does a lot of times, is he tries to have his lawyers drag it out. But some of these trials are coming up really soon, right? Some of these trials have, because these prosecutors know that they're up against the clock, right? And a lot of them are really trying hard to get this case done by the time for the election. And in fact, there's one trial day. There's one of the trial dates is like right before Super Tuesday. So,
like, what's the penalty?
They're going to label him a spy. is what they're going to, even though that's ridiculous and ludicrous, they're going to say, oh, he was convicted under the same charges that we go after spies with. Robert Hansen, Operation Shadows, which I know they caught those 10 Russian.
I don't know how the espionage laws work, right? Do the the only way that the espionage law is not applicable has got to be if because I'm not sure how they're written, right? Does it require that you're out of malfeasance knowingly selling secrets to an enemy of the state? Like, I don't know if that's, part of the threshold for an espionage charge or not. Because what Donald Trump did most likely was just hold on to shit to be able to show people. That's what it kind of looks like. I don't know. But I mean, that being said, it's probably written broadly enough that is enough. You got the documents, you took them from the White House, you refused to give them back, right? Something's going to happen.
That were here spying for a damn near a decade. Yeah. And then we caught them. What did we do? We traded them.
I think he's going to do time? I mean, it really depends on when the court dates actually happen more than anything. That's the biggest factor.
For some other spies, because that's what we do. So they're going to go ahead and try to label him as a spy, unfortunately, which is ridiculous.
And it's a lot of these charges, if I'm not much mistaken, these are the type of things that they would always give the benefit of the doubt to a past president for, because in the political system,
they would always give the benefit of the doubt to a president that when you say, hey, you got some files that you shouldn't have. In fact, some of this shit is top secret. Give them back. Most of the presidents would be like, oh, shit, I did? Here's the files. Right? Trump, it's almost like Trump wanted these charges. It's either he had really bad representation, he didn't listen to his representation, or he wanted this, right? He wanted to be able to say the deep state's coming after me. The deep state. I'm the most unfairly treated president in the world. And he thinks it'll help him somehow.
If you were in the...
Which, honestly, it won't. It won't, right? It definitely solidifies his base. He's got a cult-like following. And those people, the more they come after him, the more that those people are sure that Trump's the guy that they want. That's only 30% of the country. That's only 30% of the electorate, right? He needs to win that 30% plus 20%. And part of that 20%, having a conviction is going to seal the deal against voting for him.
Inside, you were given leeway, and they weren't going to go after you. And that's the part that bums me out, is because you see a lot of people who feel like they're getting this guy and that he's always been this evil figure, not realizing...
Landphobe, do you think that Nixon was a double standard?
Do
you really want to use that? Do you really want to use that that every president has violated the law, so therefore, what? They can do whatever they want to us? Motherfucker can sit there and deny the peaceful transfer of power after he's lost. Because every president has indulged in crime, I guess. I mean, source my ass.
He's doing the same stuff that Obama did, the same stuff that Bush did, the same stuff that...
Did you get hacked by a chud or something? You want Bush in jail. I mean, God.
Bush Sr. did, that Clinton did. All these things are not new to the system. It's just that this dude needs to be taken down because he pushed from outside the establishment.
I want to say this too as well. If you look, right, anyone that applies, anyone that's watching that has a clearance that worked for the government, you guys know some of the questions they ask you. Have you ever?
I mean, you got a point if you want to say that Bush, there was some criminal acts probably undertaken during his administration, but the difference between Bush and Trump is that Trump is all criminality, and he always has been, right? He's been wrapped up with the mob back in the day. Trump is the reason that Trump is going down where somebody like Bush doesn't, right? Is that Trump is flagrant in a way that nobody's been willing to do. And that's what makes me wonder, is it not calculated? Is it not what Trump wants? Does he want to be able to say, the swamp is coming after me? This seems like more of his tactics to try to take over the country by force. This justifying, insurrection you know, and denying the peaceful transfer of power from the one that lost the race to the one that won the race.
Tried to overthrow.
And yeah, like, look, there's a lot that's fucked up about our democracy, right? There's a lot that's really messed up about that, but if you let them, and yeah, I do count Trump as part of the capitalist class. Like, how could you not, right? You could say that he's not very successful as a capitalist. You could say that he's eaten shit a lot of times. You can say that he's you know, gone bankrupt again and again. He's an inept businessman. You could even say that you or I, being given the money that Trump was given at the time when he was given it with it, would now have more money than he has, like, right? Like, he's the guy's probably not even a billionaire, right? But he is, you know, he is living off of other people's labor, just like any other capitalist, right?
United States government. Have you ever, you know, collected information for a foreign government, etc.? The two charges they're getting him for on the federal side are what? One is an espionage side that they could label him a spy, and the other one is overthrowing the U.S. government. What do both these charges have? They disqualify.
And also, like, anti-establishment is kind of like a meaningless descriptor, okay? Right? I don't care what you're anti, I care what you're for. And Donald Trump is for the interests of Donald Trump first and foremost. No other priorities, right? The establishment is rotten. The establishment is corrupt. The establishment is not in favor of working people. But Donald Trump is, like, even worse, right?
Qualify you from government service, or they label you as unfit for government service, and that's what they're trying to do.
But if Donald Trump in any way is removed from this election, bedlam.
Yeah.
I just absolute chaos.
It's funny you say that, right? Because he's been charged multiple times, and the bedlam has not been brought.
Chaos, yeah. They better not remove him. I think for this, they shouldn't remove him.
If Trump gets removed from even a single state, I think
Tim Pool is always like civil war, civil war. It'll be civil war, civil war. Can we have civil war? Can we get some civil war? Civil war, civil war.
Social order in this country ceases to exist.
Yeah, it'll be a problem.
That doesn't. But people need to understand this. I do mention this a lot, but you know, in the context, I'm in Egypt during the revolution. You could still go to McDonald's and order a cheeseburger. Mm-hmm. You could still go and buy goods at the mall. You can still buy a cell phone. Social order break.
Yo, the chat's chanting civil war.
Down and the government collapsing doesn't change the fact that people are still living and trading and working and businesses are running. So by social order breakdown, I just mean, like I said, you're going to get, the other day, you're going to get people in small towns who will just look at a guy with a federal badge like a guy in a clown costume. Like, no different. A guy with a clown and a clown suit.
Yeah, wasn't there a guy that did that recently? What happened to him, Tim? What happened to the guy that was literally like calling out the feds on social media? What happened to him?
Walks up to you and says, "Hey, don't move," and holds a rubber nose in front of you. Freeze! You're like, what is this? What does that rubber nose mean?
But literally, when is this going to happen? Like, right? The feds come to Buttfucksville, Arkansas, okay? And what do they want? What are they looking for? That your glorious chud is going to say, "I do not comply. I will not comply." What is the Fed going to say? What do they need? What do they need from this dude in?
To me, get out of here, clown. There's going to be people in small towns who are going to see a Fed hold a federal badge and be like, you might as well hold up a clown nose. That didn't mean anything to me.
Yeah, no, I mean, it sucks because, you know, you go from, like let's look at the FBI. You go from an agency that, you know, was...
Anyway, I'm not even, like, this Civil War discourse is, like, the worst. Somewhere in here is some better discourse, though. This is fresh and fit. They're red pillars, right? They were red pillars until they started bringing on like Nick Fuentes and just getting really racist and got demonetized from YouTube, right? They were red pillars. And so Tim's going to indulge in a little red pill discourse.
End up with a particular office where the guy running it is politically charged. He brought a bunch of his buddies who are all super political, and now you have this one particular office where everybody is taking partisan action. So these agents that are investigating and going after Trump, they like that they're doing it. They're not upset that they're doing it.
Well, it's DC agents.
That's misbegotten. That's messed up, right? No, like, it's law enforcement you're talking about. Well, law enforcement does have a bias, and it's a conservative bias. The only reason that they're willing to go after somebody that might be like a political ally or somebody that, you know, whose side they're on politically is just the facts of the case, right? These are slam dunk cases.
And so and I'll clarify that too. So DC, the Washington DC office.
Hey,
Had them just follow the proper legal protocol for coming and arresting him.
Oh, no, but I mean, they're going to give him the common courtesy, and then he's with the Secret Service, right?
I don't special breakdown. So I do.
Come on, bro.
Come on, bro.
Find out.
No, with the establishment. What about us?
Media personalities are next.
100%.
Oh yeah, well,
James O'Keefe is under investigation in New York.
I mean, what they keep on doing though is they keep on breaking the law. And then saying like, "Oh my God, you can't even have free speech," and they came after me for my free speech. No, you broke the law, right? They are looking at this whole, you know, right wing, left wing thing as like a get out of jail free card.
And what I stop Trump if Elon Musk is giving him this massive platform they try to take away from him. Before Elon had it, Trump was banned off everything.
I thought he was allowed back on Facebook or something.
Recently.
Yeah, recently.
Clever, Tim.
Have you seen the video where like the guys go around and he goes, "I will give you $1 or 2 tickets to a WNBA game," and everybody takes the dollar.
Yo, man. And we traded her for the Merchant of Death, Victor Bout, who we spent a ridiculous amount of money to prosecute.
I'm gonna pee. I will be right
selling
back.
weapons.
I know
Oh
one.
my God,
Sarah
it
Harrison.
happened again. I'm
See?
so
There
bad
you go.
at
I got
this.
You searched out just now.
No.
Freaking ad break. Like they need to give me that 5-minute warning so that I can give you the 5-minute warning. But yeah, we're having another ad break. But the people that are getting the ad they're getting the ad. They can't hear me. I'm gonna take a pee. We're gonna listen to this ridiculousness, and hopefully we're gonna get to Tim Pool's incel take coming right up.
I did not look that up. I made the name up knowing you guys wouldn't know.
Have you seen the video?
Clever, Tim.
Have you seen the video where like the guys go around and he goes, "I will give you $1 or 2 tickets to a WNBA game," and everybody takes the dollar.
Yo, man. I mean, bro, I know I sound like a jerk, but I mean, female sports, like, who cares?
Well, they don't.
Bro, who watches female sports?
And they're being funded by the men's sport.
UFC, MMA, women's MMA. I watch it. It's good. It's good.
I mean, I could give you that, but it's like all other female sports is like, who's there? Like, you know, happy dads and parents.
Dude.
Like, yeah, go ahead. And here's the thing. I'm all for female sports because I think it's good that it keeps women away from doing bad things in their adolescent years, right? And if I have a daughter, God forbid, I'm going to put her in sports, right? But like professional female sports, bro, nobody cares. Like this crazy purple-haired chick, what's her name, that wants equal pay? Whatever her name is.
She doesn't want equal pay. She wants a renegotiated contract because they negotiated their contract in the first place. So apparently they're like two pay structures. More money up front, less bonus, or less money up front, more bonus. And they negotiated a contract that chose one over the other, which meant that they got paid less in the short term than the men. And they were like, hey, look, they're getting paid more than us. It's a smart move. It's good business. More power to them. Here you go. Brittany Griner's a given. She's 6'9", dude. She's tall. Sue Bird.
Oh yeah.
There you go. I feel like
she's
I feel like
most
people know
famous
that name,
one, right?
Yeah.
Sue Bird is like the most famous one.
She's
I still couldn't remember it,
I know,
but I know that that's a person.
I should have said Diana Taurasi because I'm from Connecticut and she played for UConn. So
Della Don's good. I've heard of her before, but
Elena Della Don.
Not off the top of my head though. That's the tricky
You know what's crazy
part.
though? Like a good high school men's basketball team can probably beat a WNBA team.
Oh yeah.
Like, for sure.
Like they can probably beat.
Well, like
them,
like what 15-year-olds beat the women's soccer team.
Yeah, the national team. Like dude.
I just want to be honest though. Like the thing about basketball I don't like, there are a lot of really, really good players, like Steph Curry, genuine, legitimate, top tier talent, one of the best of the best. Legendary. I watched a video and it said when you're so good you can tell when the floor is broken and he's dribbling and then he stops and he looks and he points at the floor and he just knows because he understands so well. I'm like, it's amazing. But there are players.
I saw that video, yeah.
Right. There are players who are just tall. It's like you're on the team because you're 7'3". All that matters.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yao Ming.
What kind of cursed discourse did I walk into? I wanted to clarify something also about in terms of United States presidents and their criminality, right? When you're talking about the crimes that George W. Bush and his administration committed, we're talking about war crimes, right? They should be prosecuted in The Hague for those crimes, right? That these are international crimes that they've committed. With Trump, you're talking about like crimes that are, crimes within the U.S. and that are just brazen on a whole nother level. I don't think high school sports. I don't think they call the high school sports teams men's teams.
Yao Ming was good too, but he's an example.
But of course,
7'6".
Right, you're going to be good to a certain degree, but like if
we need to get to the.
Is that true?
The Denver Nuggets mascot.
Yeah. Okay, I don't care about the Denver Nuggets. There's only one kind of nuggets.
Because everyone likes watching people who are at the top of their feet.
There's only one kind of nuggets that I care about, and they're not the Denver ones. Although you could probably find these nuggets in Denver.
And they'll be like, John's gone. John, where are you? And they'll be like, how did you guys lose him? Where'd he go? To simulate someone.
Situations I've seen where women are in combat situations.
Oh my God.
Here's, I wonder how Brittany Griner would do.
Yo.
Wait, Weiss. And
kind of obsessed with Brittany Griner, aren't they?
I was alarmed to see how many people were fat. Literally, just fat.
Yeah, dude, it's
Shopping
crazy.
for fruits and
It's crazy
veggies.
because Miami's kind of like pseudo
Our food's
South
poison,
America
dude.
and stuff. But like you leave like South Florida, you leave like somewhere else. You're like, oh wow, there's a lot of fat.
I think our food's poison.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. The guy. Oh, you should leave him. What are you doing? Why are you cooking for him? Why are you cleaning for him? Are you a slave? Come on, girl. What's wrong with you?
Lubricant.
What?
Yeah.
There's a bunch of food that we have here in the United States that's like banned in Europe and other places. And another thing too.
Talk like when we were all hanging out.
True.
Talking smack and joking and laughing.
Yeah.
That's more what the show is, and poker is just what we're doing at the table.
Gotcha.
Right.
So you're probably just dudes being crude.
Yeah.
Crude
Just
dudes.
playing with real people.
Gotcha.
Because I don't care about looking at a digital screen and seeing buttons click and graphics slide around. That's just boring to me.
Yo, there's Nick Fuente. There's Groypers. I don't know if this is like a Groyper raid that they got here, but
Okay.
But in real life, you're watching people
they're in the chat.
sweat. One guy's talking smack about the other guy. And
Yeah.
people are shaking.
It's a lot more fun.
But mostly, when you're hanging out at the table, people are just talking about everything.
Yeah.
It's like you go to these tables and
But Tim, let's be real here. The last time that happened, Adam and Eve, we saw what happened to the world,
what, eating, foraging?
Yeah, she took the fruit.
Well, she got tricked though.
She fell for it, and then she tricked Adam. So now we're screwed. Man, that don't work, man.
Welcome to the Misogyny Podcast. I'm just kidding.
Misogyny.
All right. Marion Holtzman says, crooked lawyers, judges, and prosecutors will absolutely do or say anything to get President Trump.
Oh my God.
If nothing comes of it, at least they can say, we tried. This is all a big fat diversion trying to get eyes off the Biden crime family.
Yeah, it's gonna hurt his reputation regardless. I agree, and they don't look at Biden. Yep.
These GC Windsor guys are
I'm sorry. I thought this would be easier to find. So normally on a YouTube video, right? Let me show you this. Normally on a YouTube video,
work, man.
Welcome to the Misogyny Podcast. I'm just kidding.
Misogyny.
you've got a little like graph right above this line, and it shows you when the most viewed moments of the stream are. I don't know why, but we don't have one here. We don't have it. That would tell me where this clip was, but we don't have it.
He spun it in his favor, man. They keep losing, these guys. The more they indict him, the more they talk about him in the media negatively, the more people support him.
We're into the
Ginger McIsaac says, now that Trump now has a mugshot, he would be more relatable to someone disadvantaged.
Yep.
Don't those people tend to vote blue? Sounds like a possible dilemma to me.
You know what's funny? By them taking that mugshot, which is, Atlanta's, mostly African American, they've basically, they've galvanized African American community because they're like, oh, yo, especially the hip hop community. Like, I saw a couple people on Instagram right now.
We
like,
saw
I'll vote for him
rappers.
now. My president went to jail. I'll vote for him now.
One of the most legendary rappers I know today, Chief Keef, posted Trump. His mug.
That's wild because you're just seeing the disparity between people that get taken to court for nothing, people that get profiled, and and then somebody that has literally broken the law so hard that there's some weird Nazi avatar account just gave him $10. They've got a German flag, World War II era flag. Okay, anyway, God, stop getting distracted. Oh, here we go. I really... this is frustrating. Like, YouTube, your search sucks. And I know it's because it's powered by Google, and Google search sucks. All right, there we go. We'll have to watch it like this.
The men are saying, we want something different. We don't want the Instagram hoe that I can fly in overnight just to have a quick,
That is biology.
That's never happening.
That's
biology. With all due respect, that's never.
No, but hold on.
Yeah,
like,
go ahead.
I agree a lot with what he's saying. Imagine if women are only looking at the top 8, 9, 10 of men.
Yeah.
If guys like you just started shaming women, do they? You know who's paying for OnlyFans, right? It's lower quality
100%.
guys.
Yeah.
You guys,
So if high quality dudes who got
you got to notice Tim Pool's like inferiority complex, right? Now I get that, like, maybe Fresh is considered more attractive, like, but by more people than Tim Pool. But this is Fresh and Fit, right? If you average it out, like, I mean, look, I don't want to be the one to have to tell Tim Pool that he's not like a bad looking dude, but like, I don't know where this like inferiority complex comes from, but he's saying, like, if you hot guys, if you guys that women, you high value males out there, if you talk to every girl, and when you approach her, you say, what is your body count? And if she doesn't answer immediately and say it's like 1 or 2 or 0 or like some really low number, then you're like, I don't, like, this is what he's going to suggest, right? He thinks that they can put pressure on women to not be hypergamous. And this is, incel language. This is incel thinking, right? By getting the hot guys to only accept women with a very low body count. I think there's already like a thing about like body count. So like, I don't know.
got really nice watches and pull up in a Bugatti, and this woman's like, yeah, I want to come hang with you. And he goes, so yeah, what's your body count? And he goes, how dare you ask me that? I don't want no hoe in my car. And he takes off.
Yeah.
Now she's embarrassed. She got shut down. And more women are going to say, if I want a high value man, because only the guys are going to come after me are going to be high value.
So maybe flip the...
And look, this is the thing about incels. It doesn't matter how they look. It doesn't matter how they're perceived. They always have like this inferiority complex. And the only thing that they can imagine saving them from this fate of not being able to, be with women is like, what if my bros, like, what if the high value men out there were like, yeah, I don't want to be with any women who are promiscuous. Then they couldn't be hypergamous, and then it would trickle down the female attention would trickle down to guys like Tim Pool.
Real here,
Maybe
though.
That's the thought.
Are we going to turn this into the Dreamcast?
Yeah.
The men are saying, we want something different. We don't want the Instagram hoe that I can fly in overnight just to have a quick,
That is biology.
That's never happening.
That's
Okay,
biology.
With all due respect, that's never.
Yeah.
No, but hold on.
Yeah,
Like,
go ahead.
I agree a lot with what he's saying. Imagine if women are only looking at the top 8, 9, 10 of men.
Yeah.
If guys like you just started shaming women, do they? You know who's paying for OnlyFans, right? It's lower quality
100%.
guys.
People consider Fresh and Fit attractive. People consider Myron Gaines probably to be he's fit. Like he's the fit component of Fresh
Yeah,
Fit.
100%.
So if high quality dudes who got really nice watches and pull up in a Bugatti, and this woman's like, yeah, I want to come hang with you. And he goes, so yeah, what's your body count? And he goes, how dare you ask me that? I don't want no hoe in my car. And he takes off.
Yeah.
Now she's embarrassed. She got shut down. And more women are going to say,
We can control women's sexual activity. Wow, amazing. That's what he's...
if I want
Great plan, Tim. Great plan.
a high value man, because only the guys are going to come after me are going to be high value.
So maybe
let's
flip
be real here, though.
Okay, are we going to turn this into the Dreamcast?
Yeah.
The men are saying, we want something different. We don't...
God damn. Okay. I'm sorry. I was trying to read that tweet. I feel like there was a whole cringy segment though that we missed there, right? And I can only find the clip that everybody's sharing on Twitter.
The guy, the rich elite, getting pulled out of his house by cops is not going to look good, especially for lower class kind of people.
Yeah.
So that's why he surrendered.
Yeah.
Image.
Yeah.
And also, like I said, the optics, like they already have him as an insurrectionist. So it's like, there we go, Title IX. That's what. Yeah.
That is one thing. I think gymnastics. I'm not super familiar with it, but it sounds like that one's where it's just mostly heavily female. I can tell you that when I was a kid, all of the gymnastics programs in my area.
Came over here 7 years ago, started a podcast with Myron Gaines, and today we have the Fresh and Fit podcast, as you know, today.
Myron Gaines, one half of the Fresh Fit podcast, former Special Agent of Homeland Security Investigations, did that for approximately 10 years. And yeah, we do a podcast called Fresh and Fit, #1.
I don't know exactly what that is. I know that we got...
Yeah, I don't even see where they had the cringe conversation. One day ago. So this is all Fresh and Fit stuff. This was that same... Yeah, it doesn't look like he put any of this discussion out as like a standalone clip.
Look at other places of the country. I don't even know what he means by other places of the country.
He means
here.
urban areas where there's crime in Chicago or in New York.
Oh,
and
black on black crime.
And for some reason, those crimes like associated with, you know, I don't know, theft or other like criminal acts, you know, that happen because people.
Worthwhile for them to even keep Trump on the ballot. So that...
Okay, so I'm scrolling through here a little bit just because this happened today, and the only way I'm able to bring you the story right now before anybody else does of the MR versus Jessie Singel is because I was watching this morning. But I'll have to do a little...
thrown off of ABC television. I can't remember when it was. Monday Night Football. I don't know if it was like 30 years ago or what.
Ducey, when Ducey's about to end the segment.
Weiss's terrible Substack, not Jessie Singel, who has his Singel.
Majority. It's
I believe it's Jessie Singel. Is that, have I been pronouncing his name correctly? Jessie Singel.
Almost understates it by saying that. Of parents and
I mean, I don't know if they find them particularly attractive. I know that that's like part of like the selling point. That's why they call themselves Fresh and Fit. Like Fresh gets the guests and Fit, I don't know, is the one that's selling the alpha male angle.
Children who went through or who dealt with that clinic.
In reality, okay, like attractive, unattractive. It's not real, right? Everybody finds different things attractive about different people. We don't usually admit that because we're supposed to all have one set of what we're attracted to. So you get this illusion of there being like an objective like attraction, and the high end of the scale is like the whole, like, you know, are you a 1? Are you a 2? Are you an 8? Are you a 10? Right? The number scale. But in reality, it's all subjective. And, you know, like we were talking about Lizzo earlier, you know, Lizzo is beautiful, you know, people that look different are beautiful because beauty is subjective. And if, you know, people, you know, find somebody beautiful, then they're, you know, I don't know. It's not, there's no real, like, is like Myron Gaines attractive? I cannot give you the real answer to that. Right. I do know that he sells himself as an alpha male. He sells himself as a high value male. That is the, you know, he's the alpha wolf of the podcast, right? I can tell you that much, right? So I can tell you that he has a high opinion of himself, but, you know, as far as like, you know, do you find him attractive? That's really up to you,
I should say. And this IMer, thank you for all you do.
Transphobic lawsuits, just to
you know, black athletes were bred to be physically superior. Something to that effect. Today, I think you've got people saying that all across the board. I don't know if they say it on Fox, but they're pretty darn close.
Certainly. Yeah, that was 1988. Yeah. What was the other, the basketball?
Yeah, is his co-host the beta? Yeah, that's exactly how it works, right? Like, I feel like his co-host kind of gets treated like shit, right? The other guy, Fresh, right? He's real. I mean, at least from what I've seen, right? He's like, like, I feel like there's a little disrespect, but I mean, like, obviously he's a bad dude, but.
Basketball announcer too.
You know, he's there to book the guests and everything, and he really doesn't talk as much, right? You get the feeling that he's not
Don Imus as well.
Nappy-headed.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh yeah. So the alpha thing is all based on bad wolf science.
Freedom Poutine, Big Cedar colluded to get Sam back in. Billy, the patriarchy returns. Ashmonson, Sam, Emma let me say the F word while you were gone. Why are you so effing oppressive? Juniper J. This guy had swastika on his gun. We need to stop calling him a young man and call him a Nazi. F. Jessie Singel.
There we go. This is
just
the
writing
segment.
to support the IMer.
Ding, ding, ding. We found it. We found it.
Cause you to issue a correction. Jessie Singel is unequivocally a transphobic asset. Now listen, that is an opinion. We allow opinions on here. I'm not even sure if there is an way you can assess whether someone's an asshat or not.
Right.
Anyone who can't see that is missing something.
Well, you put their ass on somebody's head and see if it fits.
Maybe their own unexamined transphobia, maybe perspective. And if we're the ones missing something, they could give us an argument to explain how a man whose BS is regularly quoted approvingly in transphobic legislation, whose reporting has significantly exaggerated the importance of detransitioners, and who has generally acted like someone who at the very least does not care if it helps or hurts trans folks, is somehow not a transphobe. Thank you for all you do.
Transphobic lawsuits, just to, in case we don't open that I am up to pedantry, it's transphobic lawsuits.
What's that?
What they were cited in, or at least what I know. It might be cited in transphobic legislation, but I know specifically the lawsuit brought by multiple.
Oh, right.
Trans Attorney General.
Right, exactly. Let's do that now. Should we get to this?
Sure.
Or should we just do the Tim Pool thing
tomorrow.
first?
No, you're going to get to it.
Oh, well, I'd say we do it now, and then
we do it now.
Tomorrow, if he wants to call in, he could absolutely. I mean, look.
So possibly tomorrow, possibly that. Like, this is what I'm talking about. I've been keeping up on this for no particular reason. No, I do have a reason. I feel like Jessie Singel is a transphobic piece of shit. Okay, and he's getting afforded way too much of the, you know, he's being afforded way too much grace, right? If people, you know, because he plays this game, he works the refs, right? He attacks trans people, and then he turns around, and if anybody says, like, this guy kind of seems transphobic, he's like, no, how could you dare call me that? No, I'm not transphobic. I just like blah, 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 detransitioners, blah, 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 like, puberty blockers, blah, 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 trans women in sports, right? No, you're not transphobic. You're just obsessed with making trans people's lives fucking miserable, right? And I'm sick of seeing him get away with it. I'm honestly sick with it.
I'm not going to be accused of not fixing this as soon as we have the opportunity to do it.
Absolutely. I mean, we're on top of it.
Do you have the that original? Oh, you sent it to me, right?
Yeah, I can read this. Thank you, Affluence and Wretchedness. You wrote in and said...
Okay, well, wait. Let me contextualize it, okay?
Yes, sure.
So, apparently, Friday on the show, when I was not here, as folks know, I was on vacation. At the end of the show, Emma received an IM.
Yes.
And she read the IM and reacted to it. The IM said, criticized the writer Jessie Singel.
Okay.
For
for almost forgetting that it's the top of the hour ad break. That's right. Jessie Singel, not a Twitch streamer, wouldn't know to do this at the top of the hour and to mention to you that we've got an ad break coming up. And that means that if you don't have a little icon, a little Persona 2 face by your name, you're going to experience that ad too. And I can't guarantee you what kind of ad it is. It might be a really cringe ad. It can last up to 1 minute and 30 seconds. A lot of people find it really annoying, but you can possibly get out of this for free, actually. If you have Amazon Prime, you can hook that baby right up to your Twitch, and you can receive a free sub. That way, you're just like literally taking Bezos's money and giving it to yours truly. And it also means a lot if you use a Prime on my stream, because I know that you only have one Prime to give, and that impresses me a lot, right? You can also impress me with a regular sub, which you can get for $5 on desktop, or $6 if you're on mobile. So maybe try to do that with a browser to make it cheaper, right? But either way, it helps me out. It moves our sub goal further, and it gets you, more importantly, out of those ads. You can also possibly get out of those ads if you're lucky enough to be the recipient of a gift sub. We do have from time to time very generous individuals, see somebody there languishing without a sub, and they say that person's going to be in the ad break, and I can help them. I can make the difference in the world, and just boom, you get a sub. It can come from somebody that's you see their username and I thank them, or sometimes it comes from an anonymous person. But either way, you're more likely to get one of those subs if that's the position that you're in, if you're active in chat. So that's an incentive for you to be active in chat.
Amplifying or publicizing part of the affidavit from Jamie Reed. She was the, I guess she worked at the front of a.
She was a case manager at a clinic that did trans
in
affirming
St.
care.
Louis.
Yes.
And
it's looking like we're going to end stream after this segment, unless we can get seven.
She came out with all sorts of
subs before that happens.
Accusations about the St. Louis clinic, essentially really shoving people through a pipeline to get trans care. Subsequent reporting showed that.
So do you get what he's looking for here? Do you get what he's asking for? What Jessie Singel's going for, right? He makes the claim that people get shoved through trans healthcare. It's too easy to get, right? The effect of his rhetoric is to make gender affirming care harder to receive for trans people. That's why this guy sucks. And don't let anyone else, including him, tell you differently. He is 100% a transphobe.
That her story was not corroborated by the vast majority, overwhelming majority. It's almost understates it by saying that, of parents and children who went through or who dealt with that clinic, I should say. And this IMer said that Jessie promoted her affidavit, which she gave a sworn affidavit, and promoted the part that talked about OCD care, that one of the patients had OCD, and they were given hormone therapy for the OCD, presumably, whatnot. And that IMer saw that there was a controversy and has written back. Here, why don't you read that?
Affluence and Wretchedness says, I am so sorry that my I am last week made Jessie Signal angry with you all. He is a transphobe and a huge loser, but I accept and confess that I made an attribution error. The article I was referring to was written by whistleblower Jamie Reed for Barry Weiss's terrible Substack, not Jessie Signal, who has his who has his own terrible Substack. Nothing Reed says should be taken at face value, as the assigned media post Emma read on Friday explained. Reed's assertions about the patient with OCD demonstrate a real failure to understand both OCD treatment and gender-affirming care. Anyway, big congrats to Jessie on all.
So caller writes in, or IMer writes in, confesses to an attribution error, but the point stands, right?
All of those shout outs he's been getting.
But this is the reason that they're getting this is this made Jessie Singel mad, right? Jessie Singel, like he doesn't just like he always reacts to this stuff, right? Anybody says anything about him, right? And he's like, basically, you know, the feeling I got was that he was implying that he was slandered or defamed or something really bad and possibly illegal happened to him on the show, and it's just him working the refs, right? There's the ad
anti-trans
break.
legislation, and
just like I said,
sorry to the crew for drawing his ire.
Now Emma and read that IM.
Yes.
And I went back to research this, and it is the case that Jessie did never mention the OCD thing in his piece where he promoted other parts of the affidavit on his Substack. So he didn't do the OCD part. He did other parts. And as far as I can tell, he only wrote 2 pieces on Jamie Reed. Now, I may be wrong.
So the IMer confused something that Barry Weiss said in her Substack with something that Jessie Singel said in his Substack. And if you know these two people and you know their kind of preoccupation with trans people and the way that they view trans issues, right? It's not that surprising of an error. It kind of all just like goes together after a while. But that the point being, right, that the OCD thing was not on Jessie Singel's Substack. It was on Barry Weiss's Substack. And like he calls in as if like this grave error has been made, right? And that you completely got me wrong. You thought I was transphobic, because of this OCD thing. And it's like, that's kind of just like only a little part of it. That's only a little part of it. And they're, gracious enough to do an errata here. This is essentially what this is correcting the record. Yeah, the OCD thing. Welcome back. Welcome back, anybody that got sucked into the ad break. I warned you.
I may be wrong.
But now you're back.
Because some stuff is not necessarily always indexed. But he basically just said you should be skeptical of all the other people who basically did not corroborate Jamie Reed's assessment. Now, I don't know where, that was basically it. So I just want to make that 100% clear.
Yes.
While he wrote,
I don't know if the person got targeted by Jessie Singel. I do know that Jessie Singel complained about it. He wrote into Sam. And Sam was like, let me fix it for you, right? But he's been going back and forth with Matt Lesh today, right? We'll take a look at that in a second. The little back and forth between Matt and Jessie, and it's all going to culminate supposedly in a debate tomorrow with Jessie Singel. And I've told you, if you were here earlier, right? My assessment of this is that, I want to see somebody take down Jessie Singel. I want to see this guy called on his bullshit, but I also know that I just hope that Sam knows exactly who he's dealing with, right? Because you just heard him mispronounce Singel's name. I know he's familiar with Singel. This has been going on for over a year now, that the majority of report go back and forth with Jessie Singel. So hopefully Sam knows what he's stepping into. Sam knows what he's dealing with. This is going to be more of a Tim Pool situation where Jessie Singel gets Thanos snapped rather than like a Adam and Sitch situation, like that kind of Sitch situation. Oh, my bad joke. Or the the Jackson Hinkle debate. Usually Sam does well in debates. Usually Sam does really well for himself. So we're hoping to see that happen again. I'm not entirely sure though, because I feel like Jessie Singel is not your average chud.
2 pieces.
And he will try to get you on this minutia.
Largely in defense of Jamie Reed's account. He never mentioned the words OCD or that part of her affidavit.
Oh, wait, are we talking about the New York Times whistleblower?
That was just other spurious bullshit that she included.
Yeah, something did happen with the I think it was like the quote unquote whistleblower for the New York Times
In the affidavit.
Look, I wouldn't either usually, Yatisni. As long as Sam knows what he's walking into, right? As long as he knows he does fine with libertarians. He does really. He's a great debater. I enjoy Sam's debate. He's really good at it. He's so good that Michael was always trying to hold him back and be like, no, don't go that hard. Don't like Sam. He's dead. He's dead. Sam, back off, right? Michael Brooks was always trying to kind of like. Michael Brooks thought that Sam was just brutal to people, and he didn't like to see it. That's how good of a debater. Oh my god, thank you for the 100 biddies, Nabil. I don't know why those aren't showing up. Usually when biddies happen, they go plunk on the screen, and I gotta fix mine so that it does that, and it thanks you as well as me thanking you for the 100 bits. But yeah, this is I just don't know. Like, I only worry when he's dealing with somebody that I'm not sure he knows enough about, right? That's somebody that might come from a different angle. Like, obviously the Sitch and Adam thing, I don't think he was ready for that ambush. He was being entirely too nice to them, and they literally brought him on to ambush him.
Is, I think, accurate, because I want to be accurate, but I just want to make it clear.
Sam passed his prime for years. Are you talking about as a debater?
That the IMer, I would agree with the IMer that they had the wrong attribution. Now, we should also add, because Jesse
but you got to admit he loves it. He loves debating.
Me to look into this too. You expressed the opinion
that he was a transphobe.
Now, I don't think...
And I also said garbage human being.
And, okay. The garbage human being, let's with the transphobe. There is no ultimate source who gets to deem whether someone's a transphobe or not.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's out of the bounds of what reasonable people think that he's a transphobe.
Yes.
No, for instance, GLAD, I think.
Yes, GLAD has a tab on Jesse.
They have a whole webpage.
Where they, we could, we don't need to, this is not.
There's so many receipts on Jessie Singel, right? There are so many, this is such a not spicy take, right? Look, he should just own it and be like, I think that, blah, 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 like, whatever he thinks about trans people, right? Whatever he thinks about like doctors that, give gender affirming care. He should just own it, right? He doesn't. He wants to have it both ways. He's not a transphobe, but he's very concerned about detransitioner. So he's not a transphobe, but he's very concerned about hormone, about puberty blockers, right? He's not a transphobe, but we got to watch out for trans women in sports, right? He's
our statement, but this is GLAD's statement about Jesse.
Okay. All right. Now, I want to be fair.
With Twitch culture, are you sure it was with Twitch culture mentally? Are they from Twitch?
Here.
Yes.
This is GLAD, on their page where they talk about people who they say may be transphobic. Okay, fine. That's one side of the argument. But do you have the citation? Can we show the citation from the Republican AGs? Now, this is a citation from a Republican lawsuit in 2019 that this was a brief where you had, I think it was like 6-7 Republican AGs, Texas, Nebraska, Kentucky, Kansas, Louisiana, Arizona, and Mississippi, where they were suing the United States Department of Health over having to provide trans health care as, under federal guidelines. And they cited Jesse's piece from The Atlantic from way back in 2018. Well, it was 2019 when they did this. And That's on page 21. We can go down to it. Can you scroll down to that?
This is a screenshot here, but yeah.
Okay, I'll scroll down to it because I happen to have it. Because I did my research because I needed to look into this. And it was page 21. And they say, let's see here. Okay.
Oh, that's a good point, Medley. Yeah, brought somebody else along with him. I mean, yeah, otherwise he's getting double teamed.
The basis, the bathroom example highlights the fundamental
I
point.
love Sam, but he puts way too much faith in the electoral system and trying to convince right-wingers out of being right-wing. I mean, it's weird, though, because when you look at Sam, and this is not just recently, like this has been for a while, he's like surrounded by leftists, right? The people that he works with are generally to the left of where he is politically. And I wonder how much it's like his generation that still had that hangover from the Cold War of like communism bad. I don't know, or how much he feels like he needs to maintain this like mainstream thing. I don't see him defend capitalism a lot, but yeah, he does. He definitely does spend a lot of time talking about electoral politics, and you don't get you'll get, because what would be nice is to talk about stuff outside of electoral politics, right? And you do get that through the people that are adjacent to his show. You do get that through Emma and through Matt, and a little bit through both Matts, let's say both Matts, and obviously Michael Brooks, right? You do get a sense of that occasionally on his show, which makes me think that he's kind of okay with it, but I don't know, right? There's the whole thing with Jamie, like Jamie didn't end up working out, like that's, disappointed. Maybe Jamie had some of the same frustrations that are being communicated in chat right now.
Point that putative interveners miss. The basis of sex discrimination law as it currently exists is biological sex. By contrast, there is no broad consensus, much less federal law, on the proper approach to treating individuals with gender dysphoria, the clinical term for the feeling of disconnect between one's gender and sex at birth. Now, to say that there's no broad consensus, there is a broad consensus within the medical profession, how you treat gender dysphoria. Now, you could disagree with what that consensus is, but there is a broad consensus amongst medical professionals.
But do you see what he's doing? Like, this doesn't sound like it's just him, like, having an issue with hormone blockers for, certain ages, or him having a concern that maybe, like gender affirmation therapy is too available, thus maybe encouraging people to undergo such therapy when they aren't really, that's not what they need, or whatever. This isn't, in other words, this isn't like a marginal disagreement. This is him like disputing the idea that some people are trans, right? No broad consent. Okay, the basis of sex discrimination law as it currently exists is biological sex. By contrast, there's no broad consensus, much less federal law, on the proper approach to treating individuals with gender dysphoria. The clinical term for these feelings of disconnect between one's gender identity and sex at birth.
As to how one treats gender dysphoria. I would not go to lay people and say, how would you treat gender dysphoria?
Mm-hmm.
I would not go to lay people and say, like, how would you treat some other mental or physical issue that people are having? I wouldn't even cite that Like, because you don't ask the general population about a medical question.
But I mean, that's exactly what their whole think about every single thing that right wingers are doing in terms of the law as it regards trans people. They're taking people that have no medical training, no medical background, no understanding of HRT, and definitely no understanding of sports science, right? The relevant science. And they're asking them, do you think the trans women competing in women's sports is fair? And what you're really asking is, do you actually consider trans women women? And there is like a lot of, there's still a sizable number that would say no. Now, they don't realize like that they're saying no by doing that, but that's essentially what's going on. That's how that creeps in, right? And so they're exploiting the fact that even though most people will say that they accept trans people to some degree, it's like this disconnect where they say, well, they seem to like being gendered correctly, and it'd be rude of me to call them their dead name, and so trans rights, right? But then when it comes down to one of these issues like sports, they're certain that this is not fair, and just completely regardless of the the science that underlies this issue, the decisions that have been made in the pretty distant past. Like, we're talking about going back to the early 2000s as far as the International Olympic Commission and their decision on the fairness of trans women being able to participate in sports. But yeah, like, fuck the science, fuck the sports science, fuck, all that, fuck even like a basic understanding of what HRT really is and what it does. And, the link between the more heavily anabolic state that somebody with a testosterone system is in versus the person with an estrogen dominant system. These are both anabolic steroids, right? I mean, sorry, I'm saying that like they're, I mean like endogenous, like anabolic, being that they promote the building of muscle and bone, but testosterone has a greater effect in that regard, right? And there's half of these people that are against trans women in sports that think that like, well, yeah, like they've got testosterone, don't they? And they're like, okay, so you don't understand HRT, get out of here, right? Disqualified. But no, unfortunately, if they make this into a political issue, then it becomes a political issue, right? And it becomes less of an expert issue and a scientist issue and a doctor issue, which is what it should be. This is.
But there is broad consensus. But it's weird that they say that. The clinical term, and they say it's a clinical term, for the feeling of disconnect between one's gender identity and sex at birth. E.g., what does that mean, Matt? You're a you were a master. Yeah.
For example.
For example, Jessie Singel, comma, when children say they're trans, The Atlantic, July, August 2018, and then in parens describing the quote.
Okay, so this is not by Jessie. This is
growing number of people, end quote, who regret transitioning to a different sex and later detransition. Now, I have no doubt there was a raw figure of people that was a growing number of people.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's a growing number of people who are transitioning. It is not a social contagion, as I've seen.
In the same way, left-handedness was not a social contagion once more people began to identify as being left-handed when the stigma had been lifted from that.
I don't think that actually, being gay was a, or being being an out gay person was a sort of like a, people decided to do that just because it was hip and cool. It's because society, the implications and problems associated with that. So just as in like they would report like subway crime was up after the pandemic.
Right.
Well, ridership was up.
Yeah.
And the relationship between crime and ridership did not change. To say without any context, there's a growing number of people who regret transitioning is to ignore the fact that, like, if I give 100 people cosmetic surgery, let's say, or, you know, I've known women who had breast reduction or rhinoplasty, or let's say, you know, whatever it is. If I give 100, there's going to be a number of people who regret having it. If I provide it for 200 people, largely you could expect that the number's going to grow. It may double, may not double, but it's going to grow. Without context, you get a misleading idea that it is being provided to a higher percentage of people for whom it is not appropriate.
I'm going to give this context just really quickly. This is from the American Journal, or it's from Pediatrics, I should say. They did a study of 5 years after initial social transition for children. 7.3% of youth had retransitioned at least once. At the end of this period, most youth identified as binary transgender youth. That's 94%, including 1.3% who retransitioned to another identity before returning to their binary transgender identity. A total of 2.5% of youth identified as cisgender and 3.5% as non-binary. Later cisgender identities were more common among youth whose initial social transition occurred before age 6 years. Their retransitions often occurred before age 10 years. The 94% figure is the figure that after 5 years, those trans children continue to identify as the gender that they had socially transitioned into. Then the 2.5% is the figure where they go back to their cisgender identification, and that is heavily weighted under the age of 6 years old. 3.5% is non-binary. That is the figure that takes into account the dynamic that you're describing.
And to be clear, a social transition means they just probably...
So do you see what he's doing? It's like if you show raw numbers versus percentages of like the population, right? Obviously, raw numbers are worthless, and percentage of the population is what you want to be looking at here.
Like wear clothes that are less gender associated with boys' clothes.
Yep.
Or maybe they, you know, whatever. I mean, it is, I've known multiple kids who have done that, and all it basically taught them was to be more accepting of people and go through life.
Yes, that is before the like more intervention.
Putting that aside.
Yes.
Okay. The growing number of people who regret transitioning to a different sex and later detransition. Now, it's possible the Republicans cited that and that little thing, and it gave a misleading perception of what the article is. And this is an important dynamic because you can provide, and it's a quote, so I have no doubt, growing number of people, those words are definitely there. You can.
So growing number of people in this context doesn't mean a whole lot. Unlike the middle of the hour ad break, which actually does mean a whole lot. It means that you're going to be gone. You're going to miss a few minutes of this. And furthermore, I'll have to stop the stream after this segment, right? Unless we get to 10 sub points somehow miraculously by the end of it, right? And that'll be kind of sad because I do have a little bit deeper that I want to dive. Apparently, this controversy, this beef with Jessie Singel, goes back a little bit of a ways, and I think we could understand it a little bit better if we looked at Majority Report does have a video talking about Jessie Singel. There's also some stuff going on Twitter between Emma and Jessie, and between Matt Lesh and Jessie. So yeah, that's another thing that that subbing right now would help us out with, is allowing me the time to actually be able to examine this issue in depth. Other than that, you can also get out of the ad break, which is worth it in and of itself, especially if you have an Amazon Prime. That means you can get a sub essentially for free and use that free sub to get out of the ad break, to get all the emotes, and to add one to that sub point goal that it's only at 3 out of 7 right now. You can also buy yourself one if you have the money available. If $5 is not too big of a deal to you, that's what it costs. $5 for a sub for yourself to get out of the ad breaks and to get those awesome emotes as well. You could also possibly be gifted a sub but it's going to be more likely to happen if you're more active in chat. There we go. I actually did that one.
Provide people something that is not a lie.
I keep forgetting to mention.
But it can be misleading enough in the way that it's framed or presented that it has the real world implications of a lie.
And there's a name for this kind of lie. There's a name for this, there's a name for this kind of rhetoric. Chat, it's the name of a small woodland creature, which if you have a sub, you might be able to spam in chat right now. Who knows what it is?
Which brings us to
the way to describe this type of rhetoric, right?
Look, I don't know, Jesse.
When somebody tries to get you to think something without, there we go, that's weasel.
You call him a garbage person?
Yeah, and a transphobe, I think.
It's weasel time.
My experience, limited experience with him, has been unpleasant.
Garbage.
Okay, so he knows. At least he knows. I was mainly worried of Sam going into this interaction because they're going to debate tomorrow. Supposedly, Jesse's going to call in and they're going to have a little chat. And I was worried about Sam going into the debate without knowing anything about Jessie Singel. It feels like he knows at least something.
I just want to be as accurate as possible. I called Jesse.
What did Thought Slime do that made Anna mad? Look, I don't know if Anna's reacted yet. But Thought Slime did comment on Anna and Jinx slide to the right on trans issues. So
see a garbage human being.
That is earlier in the VOD. So make sure if you didn't get to see that to check in with the VOD after the fact.
And then also a transphobe.
Okay. Well, the transphobe we've already.
When is it tomorrow? I don't know. I mean, they stream. What is it like? Is it 10 a.m. Pacific to 12 p.m. Pacific? Or I guess 12 p.m. Eastern. No, that'd be like 1 p.m. Eastern to 4 p.m. Eastern.
Already said, the point is that you could say he's transphobe. Glad says he is.
Yeah.
But these Republican AGs from these red states who are trying to stop trans care, they don't think he's a transphobe.
That's the other side of the coin.
And, to be extra judicious, Glad doesn't say he's a transphobe. They just devote an entire page on their website to the different misleading parts.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Matt.
There you go. All right. So we don't know. It's in dispute. The Republican AGs who want to stop trans care, they don't say he's a transphobe.
Here's what Glad says on that piece. Singel's story was criticized for front-loading the case's, quote, this is from Slate, as the piece goes on, notably without a single happy, well-adjusted trans teen among its host of central characters for the first 9,000-plus words, it becomes apparent that certain voices and fears are privileged over others. The Atlantic published follow-up letters from parents. I write to you as a mother of a transgender son. This piece penned by you is highly problematic. It muddies the water for parents navigating this path of raising a trans child and is damaging to our trans youth. And I'll just say, I think both the GOP AGs and Glad agree with that assessment of that parent.
Well, okay, so this gets to the other issue, is that you said, and let's get the quote here.
Yeah.
You said in that same segment, and I'm doing this because I'm doing it out of respect for Jesse, who emailed me and wanted me.
Was very upset.
He was very upset, and also I saw him on Twitter, but we'll talk about that. I didn't see that until later, actually, after I saw his email. And here it is.
Yeah, Jesse's been having a normal one on Twitter. Are you talking about Sam's? Oh my god.
You said lies were cited by Republican attorney generals for the work he.
I know they're negotiating. I'm sure they're negotiating it right now with Matt Lesh and.
Now.
They're in talks as far as.
Let's just be honest about this. Grammatically, it's a sloppy sentence.
Yeah.
I mean, don't you have a master's?
I have a English degree, communication studies degree as well, and a master's in media studies.
Let's just we got to air this out. Yeah. You said lies were cited by a Republican attorney general for the work he's doing. Now, to be fair, you were off camera, and maybe you stepped on a little bit. Am I?
Is Jessie Singel like Graham Linehan? Only if Graham Linehan. Well, I mean, I guess. Wait, does Graham Linehan Has he been a journalist? Right? He's like a writer for comedy shows, right? He's like.
Am I accurately saying what you said?
Yes, I listened to it again. I kind of say lies underneath, but yeah, lies is what I said.
Yeah, but what is that?
Oh my God! What the? No!
We got to air this out. You said lies were cited by a Republican attorneys general for the work he's doing. Now, to be fair, you were off camera, and maybe you stepped on a little bit. Am I accurately saying what you said?
Yes, I listened to it again. I kind of say lies underneath, but yeah, lies is what I said.
Yeah, but what does that mean? Well, lies were cited by Republican attorney generals for the work he is doing. They didn't do that for the work he's doing. They did it for the work they're doing.
Right. I mean, look.
It made it sound like they were commending him, although but it is an honor, I guess.
Yeah, the reason that Singel gets respect from people is, like I say, he works the refs. He's constantly complaining. He's constantly basically at you like, why are you doing this to me? How could you say that? Lies. But right, he will litigate. He will get on your face and be like, you've done me wrong, right? He's this is kind of his thing, right? He attacks trans people all day and all night, and then when he gets caught on it, when somebody asks, why are you being so transphobic? How could you dare think that I'm transphobic? I'm actually trying to help trans people by making sure that the people that aren't actually trans don't undergo gender therapy and get their lives ruined. And it's just like, that this is what he does, and people tend to respond to that being like, oh my gosh, did I do something wrong? Did I misquote you? Am I out of line? Right? Decent people like Sam and Emma, and I actually think Emma's the one that's not really putting up with his shit at all. To Sam and to a lesser degree, Matt will always kind of be like, okay, let's make it right. I mean, I don't want to do wrong. I disagree with you, but let me do right by you. I don't know. It's just it's such he's.
Be in a brief and be considered an authority.
If it was towards policy that I was, in support of, I would think it was an honor if I was.
I mean, Jesse posting stuff about trans people is literally to make money. So this is his life. This is his business model, right? Attack trans people, get transphobic money on Substack.
But in some ways, he's doing the work. They're doing the work. They're using it for his work. It is in service. His work is in service of this really bad agenda, which I don't know if he agrees with or not. Maybe let's just stipulate it. He doesn't agree with that lawsuit. Mm-hmm. But somehow they're manipulating the work he's doing.
Yeah.
And gosh, I will say for me, it's one thing to I got this opportunity to write this big article in The Atlantic. I'm not doing it for my career or anything. I genuinely believe that this is a real problem. And but I want to make sure that it's not being used in an incorrect.
Thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. Welcome, streamer.
Way. It's a danger.
How are you all doing today? You came in at the right moment. We're talking about Jessie Singel, and this there's a debate tomorrow, I guess, with the majority report, which it sounds like chat wants me to cover it. Look, I am not supposed to be doing this many streams, especially at this level of subs. We have a kind of deal of it's 4 days a week if I'm over 100 subs. If I'm under 100 subs, I do 3 days a week. But I gotta say, I am strongly tempted to want to come on tomorrow just so I can cover this. I don't know if I would cover it live or just really close to being live. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for the emotes. Thank you for the hype. Shakespeare, when you get a chance, let me know, how was your stream? How was your stream today? What did you talk about on stream? Let me give you a shout out as well. For anybody who's not already following Shakespeare, you need to remedy that. You need to fix that, right?
In fact, I've heard them say on their podcast, the two of them, he and his co-host, one of the dangers, this stuff can be used by conservatives. If I did that and then I saw that it was being used, I might be more judicious in the way that I approach this subject in the future, because if my real agenda was just to deal with the nuance.
Mm-hmm.
Back in 2018, I'm just looking at the nuance.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden I see this like snowball. Would you keep like throwing snow on it?
Oh my God, Chromatic Mage, thank you for the gift sub to Sarah Wants a Cookie. Sarah Wants a Cookie. You just got out of the ad break.
I wouldn't.
Well,
you just got weasels and all kinds of emotes.
I would at least send an email.
Really weird emotes
to
too.
like the manager of whoever put together this this brief or what's the citation here? These attorneys general.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know if Jessie has spoken privately to some.
Yeah, if Shakespeare is anything like me, they're trying to get some food or something right after stream, or sometimes we're so tired that it's hard to answer. But if you get a chance, Shakespeare, let me know how your stream was. Let me know what you talked about.
It's to the creators of this lawsuit and has said that, you know, I object to the usage of my.
Sometimes it's tough after stream.
My work
So
here.
he
reached out to us because he had problems with our
He
work.
issued a tweet at the time saying these people have used my work in 180 degrees differently than I intended it. And I'll just say I find that completely bullshit. Both GLAAD and those.
Okay, so that's where we're talking about the research that, and I don't even know why they're calling it research. We're talking about an article in the Atlantic, right? Like, as far as I know, Jessie Singel is not a researcher. Correct me if I'm wrong, right? He's a journalist, right? And he's a journalist on a particular beat, and that beat seems to be making life harder for trans people. And then what happens is his work, his piece in the Atlantic, gets cited by Republicans doing anti-trans legislation. And he's like, you know, like, I feel like my work was 100% counter to what they're doing. Well, no, they're using your stuff for a reason, right? This is more of him just bullshitting us.
AGs found your article useful toward a certain end.
Okay.
And
all right,
also,
but
that's my impression too.
You're a cynic, but we can see from his work since then that he was far more sensitive to being used in that way, right?
Right. Yeah.
Or
sure.
no.
Yeah, I don't know. And, you know, like, I don't know, I got in a back and forth with him now, and, you know, GLAAD cites this. Amplified, unproven social theory of contagion. Some anecdotal evidence suggests that social forces can play a role in young person's gender questioning. I've seen this more frequently. He cites psychologist Laura Edwards Leeper wrote in an email, and GLAAD says a widely cited.
We do have the chance, though, to extend the stream past its normal bounds, right? There is a little bit more that I'd like to deep dive on this as far as looking into the beef between Jessie Singel and the Majority Report, which apparently has been going for like at least a year. I found a tweet from like a year ago where Matt Lesh and Jessie Singel were going at it. So I'd love to do a little bit more research into this, but we're going to have to hit that sub goal if I'm going to go extra long today. So
a cited study on this.
If there's anybody that's interested in that, make it happen, and I will.
Alleged influence was reissued with the correction reading rapid onset gender dysphoria is not a formal mental health diagnosis at this time. This report. Now, he comes and says there might be some issue on like whether they recognize that, but I also see this article in the Scientific American from a few days ago. The American Psychological Association and 61 other healthcare providers organizations signed a letter in 2021 denouncing the validity of rapid onset gender dysphoria as a clinical diagnosis, and a steadily growing body of scientific evidence demonstrates that it does not reflect transgender adolescents' experiences and that social contagion is not causing more young people to seek gender affirming care. So like, look, maybe there's
I'm sure he's going to write up that study.
Chromatic Mage, thank you for the gift sub to Ganja Fairy.
I think
exactly
he'll write it up
there.
when there's like movement toward, I think, what I am just guessing based on his output to be his preferred feelings on this topic.
Now, you and I were going to have a debate over the other part of the question.
Okay, so I gotta admit something to you. Okay, there's a reason that like I'm so interested in this, and that is because I've been in talks with some members of the mod team about possibly putting together a video talking about, oh my god, Aglith, thank you for the community gift sub to Adam Altogether. Adam Altogether, you just got a sub. Congratulations. Oh, you know what I should have? Like when people sub, I should have that like sound from Evangelion, where it's like, congratulations, 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 you know what I'm talking about? Like that's my favorite thing. I mean, it's one of my favorite things. I mean, it's like, wait, I feel like that's such a dark anime. You want me to tell you the truth? I still have not watched the end of it because I know something like intense happens at the end. And I gotta say, I really like Asuka, and I really like I'm worried, right? I feel like when I feel like my favorite female character from a show is about to get it's about to meet an untimely end, I stop watching the show before the end of it. So I still haven't seen that. Still haven't seen what happens. I should watch it till the end. People have said that the ending is the very best part. And then there's also a movie called The End of Evangelion that's like, and it goes into depth and it goes into more depth and it goes into super depth. This is a hype train. We've got 7 out of 10 sub points. That's encouraging. That's encouraging.
Which was the
Conscious
lies
lying.
part.
Yeah,
But you can see I'm kind of doing the same thing on this. I'm trying to go extra slow just in case anybody wants to open up a whole nother layer of this controversy, because I'm kind of curious. I mean, I'm going to end up watching it anyway for this video that I'm doing. Yeah, I've been wanting to do a video on Jessie Singel because I feel like Jessie Singel is getting away with it, and I don't like it. As a trans person, I do not like Jessie Singel being able to be this transphobic, this anti-trans, and to turn around and be like, but I didn't want like bad legislation to happen against trans people. I'm just literally making my living. Oh my God, we are one sub away from that. Asuka ends up fine. Also, End of Evangelion is really good. Yeah, see, I can't watch the end of part 6 of JoJo's either. Like, I'm just like, okay, they're like, it's Kevin Dread 65, anonymous gifter, just gave you a sub. Nikki Bex, anonymous gifter, just gave you a sub. So we've got a mysterious anonymous stranger gifting subs too. We are 1 away, and the hype train is what, 77% of that level 2 thing. Look, if we hit level 3, I'm gonna turn on. Should we do the Ghostbusters song or the Weasel song? What do you think, chat?
I'll say, look,
it will only matter if we hit one more if we hit one more sub and one more hype train level.
I'm very magnanimous. I'm interested in one contention, then they can kind of get confused. So one is that is Jessie Singel consciously lying when he airs this stuff? I
mean, that is a good question of like, how much is it like, because this is the thing, and this is what's really disturbing to me. Like, one of the biggest things that creeps me out is people finding content lanes that work, right? So when we talk about the algorithm, we're generally like, the tendency of, the YouTube algorithm to push a video on you to decide that you're going to like this video and to be right about that, because that's how the algorithm works. When the numbers start looking really well, really good, when a video starts blowing up, it's basically because YouTube is like saying, hey, I bet this person would like it, and they like it, they clicked on it, they watched it all the way through, they like it, I bet this person would like it, oh boom, that person liked it too, right? That's one effect of the algorithm. There's also an effect on the creator, right? When you hit that pay dirt, right? When you do something on, online, on YouTube especially, that really works, that really resonates, that's getting you to the place that you want to be, that's getting you to the place that you need to be in order to survive as a creator, in order to just keep on doing, what you're doing, because it's a lot of work, if you're not making, enough money to support yourself, right? So, to keep somebody even in the game, it generally, oh my God, that is, 10 out of 10, it's the Morton. It's the Morton. You just gotta give sub. Wait, somebody else got a gift sub too. Dr. Butler. Dr. Butler is subbed up once again. Level 2 complete. Okay, let's do the, should we do the Weasel song? What do you think, chat? Weasel or, it's not, I call it Ghostbusters, but it's really like a very particular, because I couldn't play, obviously, classic rock for you. It's a mashup of Ghostbusters with Plastic Love. Yeah, we hit the goal indeed. So yeah, we'll go into deeper depth, greater depths, deeper depths, whatever kind of, it'll be like Diver Down. Speaking of classic rock, right? Which I know obviously very little of. Wait, what is going on here? There we go.
Less interested in that. I'm interested in, is it anti-trans? And I got my answer.
What do people want? Do people want me to bounce to a song, or should I just keep going with the majority report?
From Republican attorneys general, and
we're gonna go all the way. Yeah, that's
Well, this is like akin to, conservatives saying
it's going to get clipped.
Like, well, Donald Trump can't be guilty of trying to overthrow the election because he thought it was, he really won it.
No, so I do have to amend based on, making sure I want the contention that I want foregrounded. That it's just a misleading pattern of reporting and not conscious lies. So
not just the reporting, it's also the writing too.
Yeah.
I mean, because when you front load all this stuff,
the edge
I mean,
cases.
look,
right.
If I put out a newspaper and all I put on the front page every single day was a mugging here and a mugging there. And
okay, I'm finally in the mood. I'm finally in the mood for this.
Weasel. 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 What a weasel. 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 What a weasel. Weasel.
I feel like I should get some physical challenge with this, right?
Weasel.
Like a certain number of push-ups and sit-ups and some sort of trick on the trampoline. The backflip.
What a weasel.
Here, let me do a backflip real quick. Just kidding, I would knock over my computer. Which would be fun, maybe.
Weasel. 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 What a weasel. 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 What a weasel. 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 What a weasel. 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 What a weasel. Weasel.
Weasel time.
Sarah, do you think that he's talking about you here?
Oh wait,
Sarah,
that was
do you
Bad
think that he's
Empanada.
talking about you here?
I forgot that was Bad Empanada. Talking shit about my mods?
So
what were you thinking, Bad Empanada?
I gotta go.
I mean, sometimes Logan Paul's just giving your cat a medical procedure. Meow, 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 meow.
this and that. Like, and every page was full of muggings. And then on page 30, I put like statistics for the crime. Muggings down 5% this year, year over year. Is there any falsehoods in that paper? If I have
yeah, we're talking about framing here. This is a big
29 pages full of every mugging that's taken place in New York City. Every piece of crime, whatever it is. And then on page 30 of that newspaper, I put, incidentally, crime is down 5% year over year. Am I lying? Not according to Jessie, and I think probably not according to like the absolute strictest definition in the dictionary. But am I misleading people by either omission or by
lack of emphasis.
Emphasis.
Or emphasis.
Or emphasis.
I mean, I do have some advice for Jesse.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is like a question of like the letter of the. I mean, we're not talking about law here, but like the letter of the law versus the spirit of the law, like the exact thing that you said, the technicality of it versus the meaning, the significance.
In case he wants to continue writing on the subject, was apparently is the only one he ever writes about. That if you want to not be understood as anti-trans by both Republicans pursuing an anti-trans agenda and pro-LGBT groups, the inverted pyramid is structured is the most important to least. This is the inverted pyramid structure of journalism. The inverted pyramid is structured from most important to least important. The pressing content leading, and then the less essential material following, decreasing in importance over the course of an article or written.
Okay, yeah, this is true. This is how journalism works. You know, you lead with your headline. I mean, you got your headline that's supposed to be the synopsis of the story, and then you've got, you know, like, so the idea is like, you know, in the old days, old people open up their newspaper, and some of the people, like, they're just like, oh, there's a story that I'm kind of interested in. Like to know more about it. Let me read the first paragraph. Okay, I think I got it, right? Or somebody that's like, wow, I'm really interested in this story, and then reads the whole thing, right? So the important stuff is front loaded for the people that are going to cut out early, that only really want to know the basic gist of it. And it's kind of backwards the way that Singel is doing. If what he wants to claim is that he did acknowledge the greater truth of you know, the percentage rather than the raw number, then why is that buried at the back of the article, right? Like, if you lead with anecdotes, you're being deceptive. If the overall, like, statistics don't show what the anecdotes seem to be showing.
Piece might stop.
It's like if a item got like a like let's say like something that was for sale online has 4.77 stars. That's pretty good, right? That's pretty good. But what if before I tell you it has 4.77 stars, I read you all the 1-star reviews? Is that a fair representation of the product, or might you be led to believe that this product is a absolute shit sandwich when actually it's a 4.77?
Stop you from getting cited from both hate mongers and anti-hate groups.
It might, yeah. Any real honest, like, intellectual analysis of trans issues in this country would weight I believe, the statistical propensity for, you know, children, say, who decide to transition continuing with that gender. They would weight their reporting in a way that was proportionate with those numbers, right? Like, that's how I would, if I was trying to intellectually explore this topic, that's how I would approach something. You know, not just focusing on the 3-ish% that I mentioned earlier in that, maybe not just, but often focusing on that smaller figure and front-loading my reporting on that. You might, I would say it's natural that some people might draw some conclusions based on that peculiar emphasis of more edge cases versus the overwhelming statistical data.
Without a doubt.
Yeah.
But I just want to say, like, you know, we did this because Jesse was very, very upset that you had not Googled when you read that IM. Now, he
fits a pattern, I
would
say.
We should just say about journalistic integrity. He accused me of saying those things. I was on vacation. Then he accused Matt Binder because he had sources.
Okay, now this is funny. I think it ends up being Matt Lesh, right?
Apparently, they told him it was Matt Binder.
Oh.
Bradley.
Now,
shout out to those sources who listen to this show every day.
And now, to his credit, he did delete those. He has on his podcast.
So, in other words, after being so butthurt about the idea that Emma didn't stop to look something up on Google, made like one little technical mistake and talking about this, right? Despite him being so persnickety about that, right? About that technicality, you've got him basically, you got him accusing everybody on the network of being responsible for this, when it turns out that, like, no, it wasn't any of the people that you accused. It was actually, I think it was Matt Lesh.
he felt that he was
We'll
defamed.
look at that. We'll look at that in a second. We'll see what happened on Twitter today. Because
Straightforwardly defamed. Because his article was referred to as lies. He has, on his program, because I had to go and do research on this and Google him to look up some of his stuff. He has said that this show is stupid.
Wow.
Now, is this show 49% stupid? Maybe. But is it 51% stupid? I think we just had somebody on who was very well educated and we interviewed him for
Also,
now,
do we
it's
know
quite
that
possible.
it's stupid? You have to prove that we know it's stupid.
I want proof that the show is stupid. If that
see, like holding up to his own standards, it sounds ridiculous because he has ridiculous standards, right? He's
we got to air this out. You said,
I don't know. And, you know, like, I don't know. I got in a back and forth with him now, and, you know, GLAD cites this. Amplified, unproven social theory of contagion. Some anecdotal evidence suggests that. Look, I'll be very magnanimous. I'm interested in one contention, then they can kind of get confused. So one is that is Jessie Singel consciously lying when he, like,
with that gender, they would weight their reporting in a way that was proportionate with those numbers, right? Like that's how I would, if I was trying to intellectually explore this topic, that's how I would approach something, you know, not just
on his program, because I had to go and do research on this and Google him to look up some of his stuff. He has said that this show is stupid.
If I wore a pedometer to see how many bounces I get in, you know, a more interesting thing would be like a heart rate monitor. Should I put a heart rate monitor on my throne? Then maybe we could do like exercise stuff for real. I feel like that's a good thing. I want to make it so that chat can subject me to all forms of exercise, including burpees. Do I have enough room to do burpees? Hopefully.
Now, is this show?
Because I feel like a stream goes better the more that the chat can torture me. Usually, the better. That's
49% stupid.
It.
Maybe, but is it 51% stupid? I think we just had somebody on who was very well.
Then would I be able to say that I was trained by my chat, like that my chat is like my personal trainer? Like you, would I be able to put you in that role?
Well educated, and we interviewed him for.
Also,
now,
do we know that
possible.
it's stupid? You have to prove that we know it's stupid.
I want proof that the show is stupid. If that's the case, and because that's defamatory.
Oh yeah.
And the idea that we do this type of stuff.
Look, if people start thinking that Sam's not smart, then Sam will make less money.
According to him and his co-host, that we will talk about trans rights because it's cash and it also it is virtue signaling. There's nothing I can do about the supposed virtue signaling that's associated with wanting
do more of that
rights for people. But we're going to clip this entire clip and we're going to demonetize it. Make sure that you tell everybody we will not make a dime.
No, that is wrong. You've got Jessie Singel accusing Sam of what? Defending trans people for money? Sam, if you get money off of this, God bless. God, that's awesome. Like, God, I've never heard of anything like a financial incentive for standing up for a marginalized group. Usually it works in the opposite way. And the irony being that Jessie is the one saying this. He makes his living off of attacking trans people. This is so projection.
I'm off of this.
Such projection.
In fact, it's costing money because we can't do,
other clips.
40 clips we had of Dave Rubin
that
we were going to do today. We can't do those.
They got bumped.
But, and also, I should also say, in terms of defamatory, his co-host, because, he came and reported to the manager in this situation, supposedly, his co-host on a Twitter thread claimed that I stole someone's photograph for a thumbnail, which it was not the case. And I know Jessie saw that because he jumped into that thread to make some other criticism.
Wow.
And so I just want to say, like, this is out there. I'm not. It's defamatory.
8
When you say-
lawyers are on the case now.
Here's the thing. When you say this is a pack of lies, that's an opinion. When you say someone's a transphobe, that's an opinion.
Mm-hmm.
When you say someone's a garbage person, that's an opinion.
Yeah.
But when you say someone took a specific action that can be assessed, whether that action is taken, that's where you start to run into like genuinely actionable defamatory practices.
Absolutely.
People think I'm a thief. This is going to hurt my business. In addition to like, what do I tell my kids? But I'm just saying. All right. Are we done with that?
No, yeah.
I think we've given a full correction
Yes.
and retraction
Amendment.
where it's necessary.
Absolutely. Yeah, everyone has all the facts now, so they can make their determinations about whether or not they think that Jessie is a garbage person, or if they think Jessie is a transphobe or not. They can make that choice now, just with all the information presented to them.
And let's put in a link to the Republican AG stuff and all the stuff we referenced. Make sure we put that into this thing so that
practices.
everybody can have the opportunity to follow through this stuff.
Huge weight off, man.
Okay.
That almost saves him from having to write another article.
There you go.
Just talk about this for another 2 weeks.
Exactly.
If someone else has been mean to him.
You better not monetize it. Better not monetize it. What should we do here? What is, let's have one that's
Tim Pool.
fun. Tim Pool.
This is great.
Oh God, this is the one that we just watched.
This
isn't
is
it?
like Tim Pool. I don't know. Maybe, I always was of the mind that, one day, like when you've given so many like bad sort of analysis of politics and whether you're proven wrong time and time again, that you'll stop.
Mm-hmm.
You'll be too embarrassed.
He stopped predicting civil war because he did that dozens.
Oh no, he is not.
Of times.
No, it's been like a week, I think, since his last prediction.
Oh,
of
he
civil
did
war.
it again.
But now he says it's a communist revolution.
He did it again. He did it.
So it's
we just
evolved.
watched that.
Yeah.
But once you've run out of that, what do? Well, maybe you get into some men's rights and pickup artist stuff. You bring back some of the greatest hits. Here he is with his theory about how we should be shaming women that he doesn't like.
Okay, chat. What do you think about that? That is like when I typed in heart rate monitor, that was the first one that caught my eye. It's a butterfly one. That's why. Yeah, heart rate monitor with a butterfly on it. That's what I put on my throne. If you want to check that out, you can press exclamation point throne. If I get this, then I'll find a way. Wait a minute. Maybe I should wait on this because like I gotta make sure. I want something that I can hook up so that on screen you'll see my heart rate, right? So it'll be like interactive, and you can do things like, redeem channel point stuff or when you sub or when you follow or do whatever, right? It makes me have to do a certain amount of exercise, and you can see like the impact that exercise is having on my heart rate. Anyway, just a thought, but it's up there right now.
I guess.
And we need leaders to do it.
Oh, do we know who's on here? It's
Fresh and Fit and Jason Howerton, who are apparently
YouTubers Fresh and Fit and Jason Howard.
Okay, cool.
He's never heard of these. I mean, Sam, you're awesome. I wish I had never heard of them either.
All different levels on our podcast. And what I've come to realize is the abundance of options that modern day women have is absolutely influenced how they view the opposite gender. Most women, unfortunately, do not respect most men. Most women think most men are below them. They would not date most men. They think most men are invisible, and they think most men are.
Man, this is why I wanted to find this on the podcast, right? Because there's so much more to this segment than just what they're showing on Twitter.
Inferior to them when it comes to, I want a top tier guy. Because when I ask girls, what do you...
I'm jealous of any of you out there that have never heard of Fresh and Fit. I have to know about this stuff, unfortunately, but...
you want in a man? And we actually ask them, they always describe a guy in the top 2 to 3%.
I would say that's...
They're hypergamous. The top 80% of women will only have sex with the top 20% of men. That means there's these chads out there and they're getting all the sex. And, guys like Tim Pool are just completely have no chance because they're skull shape or something. Like, right, this is incel talk. This is manosphere garbage.
Maybe it's
and Tim Pool's like, I'll dive right into that dumpster with my mouth open, right?
bold to say statistically
Let me have some of that red pill.
proven. But I would say we have seen tons of data showing exactly what you said is most likely to be the case. I think it was Tinder or OkCupid's data showing that the average man has a natural bell curve for female attraction and value, and the average female has a super warped curve. That they
Pause
only
it for 1
look
second. All right, let's just. There's a couple of things here. A lot of people are on Tinder, but this only gives you the average user of Tinder.
Yeah.
This is so dumb. I just want people to understand, like, every single assumption that they are making and taking as the grounding, even if he says it may be too strong a word to say that this is a data. No, it's worse than that. Everything you think is like data, like a Tinder.
Here's some more data. Tinder is 75% male. So maybe a supply and demand reason for why the women are a little bit more selective on a dating app where they...
Yeah, the OkCupid data has been kicking around for a while. This is just standard fare for red pill shit.
They have that much more choice.
It's just like...
Wait, what did you find? Oh, did you find the timestamp for me? Of the Tim Pool thing?
The level of like so desperate to get to where they want to go, they're just not even going to do even the slightest bit of assessment of what their priors are. But go ahead.
The average man has a natural bell curve for female attraction and value, and the average female has a super warped curve.
Men are natural, women are super warped. Like, what? It's the natural curve for attraction. It's right and proper and just the way that men are attracted to women in a bell curve. What does that even mean? You're attracted to women in a bell curve. What the hell does that, like, right? Like, bell curves make sense for statistics that are like quantifiable. Like, what, how is this? Anyway, so this is, yeah, that's definitely the right podcast. I just, for some reason, it's not loading with the timestamp. But
that they only...
But women have a narrow, evil, chaotic, dragon of chaos bell curve that's very dangerous to the poor men. And they need to change it. They need to change it. We're gonna get the chads to go in there and say, "Hey, girl, how high is your body count?" And she's like, "I don't want to answer a question like that." And he's like, "Well, then no sex for you." And then she's like, "Ah," and she changes her behavior and becomes less of a hypergamous femoid, right? And that, like, they really think that they can just like this is what Tim Pool comes up with here.
Look at men, they would...
And you can tell that Fresh and Fit are like, it doesn't work like that. Even them. These guys are not good guys, but...
Men that are on average rated 8 to 10 are deemed average. And for men, the bell curve is normal. Like, the average woman is average.
Can I ask about the methodology?
Define normal. You got two cohorts, and you're like, this cohort's bell curve of attraction, whatever that means, is normal, right? But this cohort's there's literally like half of people in this group, roughly half of people in that group, right? But somehow you say that one is normal and the other is out of line, out of whack. Yeah.
behind this rating system? Is this about just attractiveness?
This is
Is
some
this also
survey they
about
did on Tinder.
It's also about jobs. Is it about earnings? Is it about height?
thank you,
Is it about
53.
race?
Look, like these.
What are we talking about?
Yeah, exactly. Like that. This is just like a male, female, and like appearance thing. Like, I mean, there are elements of social or dating that I think probably aren't very helpful. I don't think that it is exclusively disadvantageous to men. So I think that's where I depart from Tim here.
Okay, so this is where it starts. This is where it starts.
I agree a lot with what he's saying. Imagine if women are only looking at the top 8, 9, 10 of men.
Yeah.
If guys like you.
Oh, that's where the clip starts.
Fly out to Bali on my private jet deal is no longer in generations, right? Like, how long did it take us to get to this point as a society? All the things which a lot of it's true, and you cannot argue with a lot of the points just made. 100%.
Centuries.
It's a big.
If cities have embraced this culture to this degree, then perhaps the solution is to recognize that and get away from it.
Oh my God, there's
You
so
can't
much of this.
Not respect most men. Most women think most men.
Yo,
He
this goes
sends a
on.
message to a 20-year-old girl that he knows that they met at a party or they have class together, and he's like, "Hey, do you want to come hang out?" Sure. You know, this guy's kind of attractive. She likes him. What are you doing? He's like, you know, Chicago, you might have someone who's going to Loyola. They might say, "Hey, there's a Ashley St. Clair." Maybe not. I don't want to attribute the joke to the wrong person, but they said men should not be allowed on Instagram. The point being, guys go on Instagram and they DM women.
Yeah.
Where does this start?
Oh, women are sugar and spice and everything nice. Chivalry is a thing. Treat them, fantastic.
They don't know what they don't know. So if you don't know what you don't know, you think, okay, this is my reality. This is all I know. However, when you're exposed to the truth of what's really out there, you can make a solid choice for yourself. Okay, as a man, what do I want? So to come to your point as well, you're right. As a man, you need to know from the very beginning what you want to be.
Marriage.
Sure.
It is not uncommon. In fact, I think it's probably the common view among young guys that marriage is a huge risk. Divorce rates.
And Tim,
so let me just say this. Like,
yeah, please.
My view, I don't have a perfect analogy, so this is not entirely fair, but my view of how you guys are describing it is like somebody grows up on the south side of Chicago in the hood or whatever.
Yeah.
And what are most kids doing? They're selling dope, pot. You know, I'm not talking about heroin or anything like that. And, you know, they can get in trouble. They know it's no good. But the attitude that they have is always, bro, this is the reality. You're not going to be able to go to the north side and get a good job and make $30,000 a year as an entry-level position. The only way you're going to be able to succeed in this day and age is to adapt and join the gang and sell the pot.
Facts.
Some people will be like, I will do whatever it takes to not be a part of whatever that is and put my life in this position, even though that's what everyone around you is doing. Some people get out of those situations and they figure it out. Maybe that is only the 1%. But my advice to people, and again, I'm not saying it's completely fair because there's a difference between dating and doing something illegal. My attitude is basically don't just give in to this world you're being forced to adhere to. I agree more just about resist that and try and figure it out.
I would argue thus it's the other way around. Most guys don't know what we're talking about, and they're actually selling the dope and doing what they're not supposed to be doing and becoming a statistic instead of doing what we're teaching them, which is you need to adapt to the new normal, right? And you have to use unorthodox techniques because what they told you before was get married, find a family, etc. Even though that's good advice, the reality is that doesn't necessarily work in 2023. So you need to adapt to new normal and innovate.
So let's jump into marriage.
Sure.
It is
Let's
not
jump
uncommon.
into marriage.
In
Yes,
fact,
that sounds like a great thing to do. Jump into marriage.
I think it's probably the common view among young guys that marriage is a huge risk. Divorce rates.
Yeah. You picked up some racist undertones there. Those were overtones. Those were not those were like dog whistles that you could hear.
Super high, as you said, initiated by women. More than half of marriages ending in divorce. Divorce courts favoring women. Men losing their children and being forced to pay alimony at the same time.
Oh my
losing half of
God.
their possessions.
No, it is true that like one of the biggest like radicalizing factors for some of these chuds out here, some of these people that their whole identity is like right-wing politics, particularly anti-women, sort of politics, but like a lot of right-wingers, right, have this origin story where they had a divorce and they felt treated unfairly by the court and yada, yada, yada. They become like, I don't know. They become these people's, whales, right? They're buying everything that Tim Pool is saying, paying for the $20 for Fresh and Fit's secret ultra club. They're buying into the Andrew Tate Discord, right? This is where those guys come from a lot of times. Is that
you've got these situations where the man and the woman are both working jobs, and then the court still finds in favor of the women, and then to get even more into the, I would say, a more extreme position is like this case in Texas where this man and woman get married, have a kid, and then the woman.
But I mean, it's really more of a case of like people feeling entitlement, and that when they maybe for some people, like the end of their marriage is the first wake up call to the fact that they're not as entitled as they thought they were.
Woman wants to gender transition the kid and flees to California with this kid, and California says it's okay and allowed. Perhaps people are living too much on the internet, but the data does show that we're in a I've seen too many commercials growing up where
you see how they tie it into all kinds of issues too. He just tied it into trans issues. Incels write these weird anti-fanfics about women. Yeah, exactly.
It's like, are you a father who has been negatively affected by this, blah blah blah?
Like,
we can see the data showing that if you're a guy who enters a marriage, you are in a dramatically negative position in terms of any arising future disputes. Not to mention, I'll also add the cultural
like I said, like one of the things that Fresh and Fit did that really seems to have like expedited them getting demonetized on YouTube is bringing on people like Nick Fuentes, right? So when you bring on Nick Fuentes and you treat him like a serious person, you're going to get groypers in your audience. And right now, I'm seeing groyper memes in Tim's audience.
Of the institution of marriage, Married with Children, I absolutely despise as a TV show.
Like, look, I'd assume that that's second hand, right? I'd assume that that's like Fresh and Fit's audience watching Tim Pool. Maybe I'm being too generous to Tim Pool. Maybe he has groypers in his audience too. But
I grew up watching this, and it's about people who hate each other with a passion, and it's like a joke, and I'm like, I couldn't stand that show. But so you grew up seeing something like that, and I'm smart enough to recognize I'm not going to be programmed by a TV to tell me that marriage is bad. I understand the nuclear family is as what did Vivek Ramaswamy say? It's the most powerful and effective form of governance known to man.
Yeah. Wait, is he talking about marriage with children? That like.
But how many people grew up watching that thinking marriage will make you miserable, propagandized and not wanting to do it, and now you have the institutions, the courts themselves.
Okay. Look, if you want to insinuate that there's some kind of mass campaign to propagandize people to not want to get married via, like, that's not a typical marriage on television, right? That there's nothing typical about that show. It's got a vastly different tone than literally like any other show on television.
Putting that weight on men if they are to even, try.
I just want to address what you said earlier about the kids in, Chicago or south side of Chicago. You are right. And he mentioned earlier, those people that we're talking to right now, which is not the 1%, which are kind of like, the majority, they don't know what they don't know. So if you don't know what you don't know, you think, okay, this is my reality. This is all I know. However, when you're exposed to
the chat saying Al Bundy was an oracle. If I'm not mistaken, this guy, the actor that played him, is actually like a big time Democrat. Like he's a, politically active for the other side.
What's really out there, you can make a solid choice for yourself. Okay, as a man, what do I want? So to come to your point as well, you're right. As a man, you need to know from the very beginning what you want to be, your end goal. But you don't know until you know, which means if you don't know the extent of what you can do, you're not going to do anything. So my thing is like with marriage itself, if you know the truth about marriage and dating, you understand, like you said before, you're at a deficit once you join that agreement because women are incentivized to break that at any point in time and get a gain from it. Now, if you know that, how to get married to have a family? It's simple. You marry without the state, which is either by the church or outside the U.S. That's how we come to like kind of rationalize getting married.
Yeah, we don't think, because here's the thing. So men take all the risk when they get married, right? And then on top of that, we live in a society that where women are not incentivized to keep the marriage going, and if anything, they're more incentivized to leave their marriage, get the money, get the children, get all the benefits.
This is where you hear like lots of guys talking about like they don't want no fault divorce to be a thing, right?
That come with it. So what I'm saying is that since men must take more risk with getting married and dealing with women in that situation, they need to be more aware and know what they're getting into. It goes back to that boxing match I told you about. If you know that you're going to get into a ring with someone that's been training for the past 5 to 10 years in a boxing ring as a man, which is going to be your wife, by the way, who's going to know way more about the judicial system with dealing with the opposite gender, who's going to have all the advantages to
your wife is Mike Tyson. Your wife is going to gazelle punch you.
On her side. She's going to have dealt with way more men than you've dealt with women. This is why so many guys aren't able to go ahead and approach women, but women are very good at deciphering and figuring out which guys are losers. We want guys to just be able to have the experience so that they can simply compete. But most guys don't even have the experience to compete because what do we tell men? Oh, women are sugar and spice and everything nice.
Always the salesman. Always the sale. Like, I mean, like this is like what they sell, right? This is their game, right? You're at a disadvantage. Your partner, your wife, has already sized you up and made a plan to take half of everything. And, you know, like she's incentivized to want to leave you, you know, like, right. This is just like, oh my God, this is such garbage, but they're charging men money for this.
Chivalry is a thing. Treat them, you know, fantastically.
Yeah, women famously never risk anything and go into a relationship, right?
Even though they don't necessarily deserve it. There's women out there that literally prey on men where they go on dates with guys that they don't like for free meals. Women do this stuff.
Yeah. God, I wish.
Women absolutely leverage the sexual marketplace to their advantage. All I'm simply doing is I'm telling guys, yo, you need to date like a girl and put yourself first because women absolutely put themselves first. We got girls with sugar daddies. We got girls getting flown out to major city.
That's the first time I've seen like a red pill influencer tell guys to do things like a woman.
Because I know you guys say, oh, well, there's women in rural areas that might not necessarily do this stuff. They're still getting flown out. They still have access to these men. They're still one DM away. They're still able to go to Tulum and to Miami, etc. How do we know? Because we deal with these girls. Where are you from? I'm from Bumblefuck, Arkansas. And then they're still going ahead and hanging out with guys like us. And I'm like, holy crap. The sexual marketplace is globalized. And what I mean by that is that your girl ain't safe. She can go
nowhere,
travel anywhere. So I want guys to be aware of this, adapt to it.
You are really looking at women as property.
And understand, okay, which girls am I going to commit to? Are there women out there that are worthy of committing to that you found? Oh my God. Absolutely. But I want guys to have the skill set to be able to figure out and decipher which ones are.
You guys, did you know that women have options? Oh my God.
I saw a funny tweet.
No
I think it might have been Ashley St. Clair. Maybe not. I don't want to.
You can't just corner a woman and force her to only talk to you ever.
Attribute the joke to the wrong person, but they said men should not be allowed on Instagram. The point being, guys go on Instagram and they DM women.
Yeah.
So going back to this this decline in sex, showing that, you know, men between 18 and 30 are less likely to have had sex in the past year.
There we go.
Women
there it is again.
Seem to be in a comparable range, a little bit less than.
This is wait. Okay, so the one we looked at before was the party affiliation one. I think I've seen this one too. Yeah, and it ends in 2018, right? So it's not it's not even up to date as far as like the pandemic.
Normal. You know, I was talking about this a couple of years ago. When I was 20, college age, we didn't have any of this stuff. And so what happens?
Any of what?
If
stuff?
you're in
Dating
college,
apps?
your sphere of
Instagram?
influence and your dating marketplace is your college for the most part. There could be overlapping colleges. Like if you're hanging out at Columbia in Chicago, you might have someone who's going to Loyola. They might say, hey, there's a party, come up here. But for the most part, 18 to 22 is this dating pool range. You're typically not going to run into, when I was younger, a 22-year-old, you know, chick dating a 35-year-old guy or anything like that because they just don't know them. Then MySpace pops up, Facebook pops up. You start getting a little bit of this, but then you get OkCupid, you get Tinder, and what happens? Now you've got a guy who's 20 years old and he lives in a dorm.
When would this have been? Like 2010?
He's living in a dorm, same as anybody else in this college. He sends a message to a 20-year-old girl that he knows that they met at a party or they have class together. And he's like, hey, do you want to come hang out? Sure. You know, this guy's kind of attractive. She likes him. What are you doing? He's like, you know, we're hanging out at home. We're watching a movie. We're going to like order pizza, or we can just like go see a show, you know, down the street at one of the venues. And she's like, oh, that sounds really fun. Then she gets hit up on Tinder by a guy who's 35. Hey, you want to hang out and go do something? Sure. What do you have in mind? I'll come by, pick you up in my, you know, Mitsubishi Spider convertible. We'll drive down to the lake. Then I'll take you out to a nice dinner and we'll have steak. Which one is she going to pick? Now, of course, some women are going to be like, I'd rather hang out with my friends and my community. But there is an increased pressure now where
most women are like, most 20-year-old women are not going to be like 35 is pushing it, right? Maybe 30, but like, come on.
younger women have access to higher value guys. And I mean that in like status wise, wealth wise, access. And it's a question of like, this dude's going to bring you to a rooftop bar downtown. He makes $70,000 a year. He's not the richest guy in the world, but
like there's so much insecurity here.
For you, a broke college student in debt, he's going to buy you a nice dinner. He's going to get you drinks, and you're going to overlook the city. And then, I mean, that sounds so much fun. Or you can hang out in the dorm with your buddies who are also poor.
It's not easy. It's not always easy to like relate to somebody like more than like 10 years like older than you. Like, right? What are you going to talk about? Like, right?
And here's the other thing too. One of the biggest complaints that we get from guys that are in the dating marketplace is the flake rate. Women plan a date with them. Oh, I'll come out with you, blah, blah, blah. And then she doesn't show up or she doesn't respond to text or whatever. Anytime a girl flakes on a guy, what it simply means is something better came along.
Yeah, this
and
is
thanks
nice.
to the internet, thanks to Instagram, thanks to dating apps, etc., which dating apps heavily favor women, by the way.
We want women to be in a place where there is no alternative, right? Where they like this is sounding like the Jordan Peterson like a trad wife for every incel, you know, kind of thing, right? This is
The way guys absolutely fail dating apps. Only about 5% of guys even get swiped right in the first place. Women have more abundance than ever before, and they have more options than ever before. And I don't think guys understand. We've interviewed 2,500 women now at this point on our show from different socioeconomic statuses, different professions, different backgrounds, different everything,
Countries
right? Different
too.
classes, different countries, countries, social structures, religion, everything. We've literally interviewed women at all different levels.
wow. They're like you guys are like scientists or something. You're doing like real research that should be given validity and
podcast. And what I've come to realize is the abundance of options that modern day women have is absolutely influenced how they view the opposite gender. Most women, unfortunately, do not respect most men. Most women think most men are below them. They would not date most men. They think most men are invisible, and they think most men are inferior.
that is literally just like that's like some anxiety
to them when it comes to, I want a top tier guy. Because when I ask girls,
That's
what do you
some
want in a man? And we
insecurity.
actually ask them, they always describe a guy in the top 2 to 3%.
I would say that's maybe it's too bold to say statistically proven, but I would say
Maybe.
we have seen tons of data showing exactly what
considering that I'm pulling this out of my ass. Yeah, maybe it's a little bold to say that it's statistically proven. Come
you
on,
said is
Tim.
most likely to be the case. I think it was
do you
Tinder
think
or
statistically-
OkCupid's data showing that
there we go.
the average man has a
Here we go with the OkCupid data, really quality data that you got there, Tim.
natural bell curve for female
Oh, the bell
attraction
curve,
and,
here we
and
go.
value.
Here
And
we
the
go.
average female has a super warped curve
Yes.
that they only look at men.
Natural.
They would rate 8. Men that are on average rated
Women warped, unnatural, bad, chaotic.
8 to 10 are deemed average. And for men, the bell curve is normal. Like the
Normal.
average woman is average.
Yeah.
The ugly
Like
woman.
what, normal for the universe? Normal according to like other intelligent life in the universe? What is a normal? There's no normal. You got two groups, right? You got two groups here, right? How do you think there's a normal? What would establish that normalcy? What would make, if you got two groups and they both have like basically half of the people in each group, right? Then how is this one normal and that one's not normal? That doesn't make any sense, Tim.
Woman is ugly. The beautiful woman is beautiful. For women, almost all guys, 80% of men, they deem unworthy or unattractive.
Yeah.
But I don't know if the solution to this then is to say, engage in it. Perhaps the solution is get away from these, areas full of debauchery. Go out to smaller areas and find something.
Get away from the debauchery, get away from the degeneracy, come to a small town, and good luck finding somebody on a dating app there.
More wholesome. If cities have embraced this culture to this degree, then perhaps the solution is to recognize that and get away from it.
You can, but that does not necessarily save you because that woman
his
is
chat saying shit like females do it for females. First of all, do it for competition with each
still
other.
going to be open to the globalized sexual marketplace. She still might go to college in an area where she might still go to university where being promiscuous and everything is encouraged. At University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, someone sent me a picture of this.
That's not
They're
exactly
literally giving
rural.
girls honey packs and condoms.
Y'all are
Yo, so that's not rural. That's like, wait, Chapel Hill? Is that where North Carolina? Is that where the college she's talking about is? Right, I think that's in the research triangle, right? That's not rural. That's not,
Are just thinking too short term, and too self-focused in my opinion. Like, so I'm thinking in generations, right? Like, how long did it take us to get to this point as a society? All the things which a lot of it's true, and you cannot argue with a lot of the points just made. 100%.
Centuries.
It's a big. I wouldn't say centuries. I would say, well, maybe overall, but you look at the past, 50 years or so,
yeah,
and you can see the writing on the wall of what has happened to the nuclear family, what's happened to society.
Absolutely.
It's a small town. Chapel Hill is a small town.
Way women are viewed, the whole deal. And so the solution to me is a generational one. And what it is that when the high value men demand something different and are open to something different and saying, you know what, this Instagram, like, let me fly you out to Bali on my private jet deal is no longer attractive to them because they have a higher standard that they're setting for themselves.
We're in a fantasy world, right? We're in a fantasy world where like all the desirable women, right? In other words, like all the women that these guys are interested in are out in Bali with some super rich guy, right? And so here, let's go with the fantasy. What if the rich Chad, right, instead of just having sex with a beautiful woman, first asked, hey, how many dudes have you been with? And if she doesn't give the right answer, which is very few or none, right, then he's just like, not interested, next.
Hopefully my sons, who will be
right, and literally this is Tim's plan to socially engineer women into accepting dudes that are like, and like, again, a lot of this stuff is just insecurity. A lot of this, like, this is like what ContraPoints was talking about with the incels, with the skull size and all that. I mean, like, dudes get this in their head that they're somehow unacceptable, that they can never be with a woman, and it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy.
The women are not attracted to that anymore, is what you're saying?
I'm saying the men are saying, we want something different. We don't want the Instagram hoe that I can fly in overnight just to have a quick,
that is biology.
That's never happening.
That's biology.
With all due respect, that's never.
No, but hold on. Like,
with all due respect,
I agree a lot with what he's saying. Imagine if women,
for once, fresh is right. Right, that's not happening.
Women are only looking at the top 8, 9, 10 of men.
Yeah.
If guys like you just started shaming women, do they? You know who's paying for OnlyFans, right? It's lower quality guys.
Yeah. 100%.
So if high quality dudes who got really nice watches and pull up in a Bugatti, and this woman's like, yeah, I want to come hang with you, and he goes, so yeah, what's your body count? And he goes, how dare you ask me that? I don't want no hoe in my car. And he takes off.
Yeah.
Now she's embarrassed. She got shut down, and more women are going to say, if I want a high value man, because only the guys are going to come after me are going to be high value.
So maybe
let's
flip
be real here.
Maybe
though. Okay.
The other thing is that, like, the way that, like, I mean, I know we call it the sexual marketplace, but they really are like assuming like this calculating thing, right? And it's based on looks and I guess it's based on money, the way that they're putting it, but it's just so unreal. It's just so it's not the way that people, especially women, work, right? This is not accurate.
Are we going to turn this into the Dreamcast?
Yeah.
This is the Dreamcast. Now let's all
but let's be real here. As men, we gotta be honest here, bro. We smashing whatever's possible, and if they're bad,
Speak
you're not
for
gonna say
yourself.
no.
Yes, speak for yourself,
bro.
though.
When you were single, right, and you were my age, right, what were you doing?
I would call myself stupid. Is what I would call myself, stupid, immature.
But you were still smashing.
Okay.
This is the chastity crisis of the 1590s.
I would call myself stupid, immature, not brought up properly, not taught the things that actually make me into a high value man. So,
I gotta call it, right? This is the No Girls Allowed Club, right? This is the clubhouse with the sign "No Girls Allowed." These dudes are Peter Pan. And not in a fun way, not in a cool way, like not go fight Captain Hook, right? Peter Pan. This is depressing. This is like midlife crisis Peter Pan, right? These guys have not fucking grown up. I gotta call it, right? This is a little boy in a man costume. Like, just let's see your insecurities out on the table, right? This is so sad. This is so sad, right? And what's even worse is that, like, dudes seriously look at these guys for advice, right? For inspiration, for be like this guy. He's like super successful. Yeah, I mean, he's got a, you know, he's on a successful podcast, right? But oh my God, he never had a chance to grow up. Like, that's not. I wouldn't call that success. Okay, so there's the entire segment with Jessie Singel. Although you got to see it first here, it was only released 52 minutes ago on the Majority Report, so we didn't have it when I was watching it. Wait, I guess I gotta search for this. Let's look for Singel. Now, the other thing, and Natalie Marie, if you're in here, this is a tall order, right? Or anybody who wants to try to grab this for me, okay? I think not today, but yeah, no, Friday. I think they said Friday. Friday, there was like there was a call, there was an IM that came into the show talking about Jessie Singel. That's where this latest round of stuff has come from, right? But 5 months ago, we've got an anti-woke caller sick and tired of liberal transphobia. What is this about?
I just want to call in to voice my utter and complete disgust for these supposed left of center commentators who get so much mileage sort of obsessively criticizing the trans movement and their activists, like Jessie Singel and his weird little sidekick.
Yep.
And, you know,
Katie Herzog.
More broadly, the absolute bores who endlessly go on and on about wokeism and cancel culture while never...
Wait, that wasn't an anti-woke caller? Oh my God, this is such a weird name for... Anyway, Majority Report, Matt, if you end up watching this, maybe think about fixing this title. I'm not sure if it accurately... I would think that the caller was anti-woke from the title. Yeah, kind of looks like it. Anyway, it's easy to...
Addressing, like,
they put out a lot of videos, like, every day, so...
psychopathy of the right-wing pundits.
Like Chiat, Jonathan Chait, and...
Wait, it says self-avowed anti-woke listener. Okay, anyway.
Iglesias and that crew. The popularists.
Yeah, it's just a very bizarre set of people, and it's just very... The way that they operate, like, their framework is very dishonest, because they'll just use kind of like vague implications about the other side while never, being specific.
I think that, like, there's those are different. The taxonomy of this is a little bit different. Like, I think Signal is like has some, I don't know exactly what there's something deeper going on there, that this has become his sort of like beat and complete identity for years now.
I mean, I think it's financial. I could be wrong. If you can, like, right, this would be a heavy lift, but supposedly on Friday there was in the fun half, I'm guessing, right? There was somebody IM'd, and that's what started this latest exchange between Majority Report and Jessie Singel. Like, somebody IM'd, and I think it was the person that IMing that maybe said something that was like, had a technical inaccuracy to it, and that's what got Jessie Singel. That's what got his jimmies in a rustle.
But when you're talking about like the Chait and Iglesias types and the Nate Silver,
but like I said, it's not. I don't know if it's easy to find. Like, we're talking about finding something in the middle of the fun half of, I think, Friday. Yeah.
Types and the popularists. I think the
I have never heard that term, popularist. Okay, like.
The impetus is very similar to what we just saw with the press secretary mocking Marianne Williamson, which is I'm going to pick the most marginalized person around that I can find and sort of bully them in some way and create some distance so that I am appearing, sort of like reasonable or cool. I mean, honestly, like to use these terms are sort of ridiculous, but that's what's going on here. Like, you know, like I'm the rebel. Like it is a reactionary mindset, frankly.
Yeah, and sorry, go ahead.
The reactionary mindset here is the idea of like, I'm going against the trend. But in fact, what you're really doing is, no, you're just reinforcing the genuinely pre-existing or prior existing structures that have been here always. But you're trying to make it, you're repacking it like I'm cool. I'm like, I'm daring. I'm a rebel. But in fact, no, you're not. You're really just, you're just basically playing into the pre-existing bigotry that has existed.
Yeah, and I'll be honest with you, I'm very anti-woke myself, but I also have a sense of proportion. So the overwhelming priority.
That's such a weird thing for this caller to say. Yeah, I'm very anti-woke, but I'm annoyed by these like mainstream liberals that are transphobic, despite being liberal. It's like I don't know. I guess it means something different to everyone. Maybe anti-woke means something different to this caller.
For me, is to attack the right wing who's actually doing material harm to people, and anything other than that, I think should be suspect.
I agree with you. I mean, I don't know what it means to be anti-woke, but I don't care ultimately, like what you know, like, is in the heart of Jonathan Chait or Matt Iglesias, or like, you know, whether you and I could have a difference as to like how much we tolerate, you know, a college student from Oberlin being upset about, you know, the cultural appropriation of something. It's like, it's irrelevant. It's really just a question if you're a pundit or you're writing or you're even, you know, just going on Twitter and, you know, using whatever platform you have, whether it's like, you know, 10 followers or 10 million followers and doing it and espousing this stuff. It's really just like, what is the important fight to have here? And, you know, how much of like society goes through growing pains where there's no doubt in certain areas, you know, there's, you know, sort of like a over, you know, getting out ahead of your skis a little bit, but society, like the real thing that will happen with all this stuff is it will be overcorrected. Any gains that any groups make in terms of like emancipatory or in terms of like actual rights or social acceptance or whatever it is, any gains that are made, and certainly any excesses, you can be sure there's going to be a backlash that always happens regardless of the tenor of these movements or the measuredness of these movements. Whatever, there's always a backlash.
And after the Michael Knowles comment about eradicating transgenderism from public life, I saw these people retreat to defending his right to say it, which no one was disputing. But that's all they have. They have, you know, pedantry, you know, defending the right to say something that's indefensible on its merits.
Exactly.
Really
like who is
contempt?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Who is the person out there saying that Michael Knowles should be in jail? Who is the person out there saying that we're going to revoke his microphone? No one. People are just criticizing him and saying that he's a piece of garbage because of what he's saying. And you're absolutely right. The last refuge.
I mean, look, I wouldn't have a problem with him losing his platform based on that, right? I wonder, like, if he had said that on YouTube, would he have gotten consequences? Because we are starting to see sometimes consequences for Daily Wire personalities. For a long time, they were untouchable. And my hypothesis was that they are paying so much in terms of advertising. They're not just, you know, making money on YouTube. They're not just using YouTube as their platform, right? They're also a client of YouTube in terms of ads. And you got to think that somebody that's an account with YouTube is going to get maybe special consideration, right? I don't feel like I'm going out on a limb saying that. It does feel like they've gotten special treatment. It does feel like they've gotten away with violations of community standards that other people would not have, right? I mean, it's not, you can't, these things aren't specific enough to point to exactly what, but like it feels like they get away with stuff. But yeah, when they certain lines that they cross, like they are getting a little bit of
for these people who have no arguments, is to
occasionally
pretend that somehow they're aggrieved because they're taking too much criticism for what they've said. Really appreciate the phone call.
Yeah, and just before I go, I just want to say I really appreciate you guys, how aggressive you've been in defending our trans brothers and sisters who really need our help. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
I mean, especially in light of, half-hearted supporters like TYT. And I mean, that's even, like, I feel like that's giving them too much. I feel like Anna's business model now is very similar to Jessie Singel's. In fact, that's right. That's who she keeps on mentioning as far as like who opened your eyes to the transgender agenda. She's always,
balloon
crediting Jessie Singel.
My understanding is that Singel was going to make Gamergate his thing, and then when that died down, he decided he was going to jump on the trans beat before it got too popular. I don't know if that.
Seriously? Okay, that's worth looking into. That's worth looking into, right? I anticipate a video about this dude. He deserves a video. I feel like, am I kind of like the behind the bastards of, I don't know, like online content? I feel like a lot of time that's, the stuff that I cover is it's very behind the bastards, but more like the bastards that claim to be on our side. Anyway, let's what else? Oh yeah, I wanted to show you this. This is Jessie Singel's like Twitter profile. Me leading my followers through the murky, dangerous swamplands of Twitter, sustaining and nurturing them with my tweets. Yeah, that is... Wow. So what you been up to lately, Jessie? Let's see what's in your replies. He's talking about GLAAD. He's retweeting Katie Herzog. That's who I think Sam was when they were saying like his partner in crime or whatever. I'm trying to find... Okay, so there's the... Okay, so Jessie says not done working this out with the majority report, hoping to take them up on their offer to come and discuss, but props to Sam Cedar for at least clearing the lowest bar imaginable and correcting a false segment. Yo, like we saw what was false about it, right? And this is what I mean. Okay, so wait, this is the clip of Emma. Oh, we found it through Twitter. Amazing. And you got to see it if you stuck it out. Where is this? Where is this Twitter? Yeah, there we go. Let's hit it like that. All right, let's see what we got here.
Their body and identity. Influence and wretchedness. The initial Jessie Singel piece about her, Jamie Reed, asserted that one patient had obsessive compulsive disorder, suggested that the patient's dysphoria was an OCD symptom, and that the teen shouldn't be able to receive gender-affirming care until the OCD was resolved.
So the OCD thing, this was Barry Weiss, right? This one was Barry Weiss. That's what we found out. That wasn't Jessie Singel. It was a different transphobic Substack, but in very much the same neighborhood.
I have OCD, and the second I read that line on Singel's piece, I knew this woman was full of shit. OCD symptoms can be managed, but the tricky thing about it is that it latches on to the things that matter most to us.
So this is the IMer that she's reading an IM, right? Misremembering where the piece that they read was from. It was actually Barry Weiss, not Jessie Singel.
Makes sense that a patient with both OCD and gender dysphoria feel a great deal of distress and deal with upsetting, intrusive thoughts and images related to their body and identity. Gender-affirming care would help that patient with their OCD. Reed is cruel and wildly wrong. That's very well said. If you've ever met somebody who's obsessive compulsive, or who has OCD, I should say, or know someone in your life, that is completely accurate, right? Like, whether it's cleanliness, whether it's like stuff related to their appearance, that is 100% the case. And if you feel like you're in the wrong body, that is not reflective of who you are inside, you are going to be obsessive compulsive about that. 100%.
Jessie Singel is
a total garbage human being.
So, and that's where I think he accused Matt Bender. It's actually, I mean, if you recognize the voice, it's Matt Lesh, just offering his opinion, right? Jesse, I don't think it's that spicy of a take. I don't think there's really any argument to be made at all. I mean, it's just definitional.
Garbage human being.
Lyon is cited by Republicans' attorneys general for the work he's doing.
I want to say more, but I'm not going to. Okay.
I mean, you can see who's driving this, like...
Garbage human being. Compulsive about that. 100%.
Jessie Singel is a transphobe.
A total garbage human being.
I mean, I think that's really what made him mad, is that little Jessie Singel is a transphobe. Emma responds, Jessie Singel is a transphobe and a garbage human being. Did I stutter? See, how many times did he quote? This guy tweets weird. Am I the only one who feels like this guy kind of tweets weird? Or maybe he's tweeting well and I just don't know how to do it. I don't know. Maybe this is how you tweet like a pro. Not done working this out. Okay, so this is him talking about he's mad at Emma. Sam corrected the record. Here's like a this is correspondence with Sam. Hi Jesse, thanks for your help. I will address today in the second half of our show. I have found the clip. It was from a publicly unlisted segment, so that's why we couldn't find it easily, right? That's why I had to go to the to Twitter to find it. However, we will remove the listener's real-time IM from the show by dropping the audio. So like they're essentially, killing the segment, right? Here's the IM from the VOD. If you want more context, okay. I'll bite. I always like more context. That's why I'm called No Context Chick. Wait, there's two of these. Wait, or is it the same? It's the same, right? Okay, yeah, same. Oh, I gotta copy it weird. Oh, no. Don't open it like that. Open it work. Chat can see it. There we go. There we go. Thank you, by the way, Natalie, for finding this for me. This is, veritable needle in a haystack. Here we go. Here's the moment it happened last Friday.
3 more.
Oh wait,
Queen.
Now this might they said that Sam said that they were gonna mute the segment.
I'm a trans woman with OCD and a mental health professional. I'm really tired of armchair psychiatrists or actual professionals who think they know how to provide treatment better than the experts in the field.
I mean, that's...
You don't think New York Times writers have the best intentions?
That 100% applies to Jessie Singel. That 100% applies to Barry Weiss.
Jewish Lighting says, check out Amy Klobuchar's horny state fair post. Oh my god.
It's a little bit meme. It's her surrounded by shirtless firefighters. Ilhan Omar also has one.
Oh, she does? But that's cool.
No, look.
No, both of them, it's fine.
Any sort of union culture you want to encroach upon. Let's see if I can find.
Well, maybe
here's
that's a
Ilhan.
different I am, because I think they
We don't
muted
really
this
need
one.
to pull it up. You can
No,
just
yeah,
show
it's
me
probably,
later.
probably shouldn't. Actually,
Is it really that inappropriate?
no. It's just there's some people might think it's suggestive.
That's insane. Ilhan looks great. Amy Klobuchar, like, all right. 3 more. Queen S. I'm a trans woman with OCD and a mental health professional.
Yeah, he's probably going to do that.
Wait,
but,
they-
I mean,
that's it.
what can you do?
Yeah.
Like
That's it,
Yeah.
isn't it?
I
Okay, now I'm curious. They cut the audio. So that's the clip that we just watched, right? But they cut the audio and they threw in music, which I'm wondering, is that Tim Pool's? Oh, Thought Slime and Anna. Yeah, that is, I think I led with that one. Yeah, that was the very first segment we covered in terms of Thought Slime just mentioned Anna as an example of people invoking the left in order to remediate their terrible takes that attack marginalized groups within the left, right? That Thought Slime is sick of it and kind of called out Jink and Anna for that in today's video. There it is. Yeah, I don't know what music that is, but I do not want to wait and find out. So yeah, thank you for finding that. Like that's a separate IM, right? So there were a couple of IMs. From trans viewers. So yeah, that's the conversation with Sam. Am I gonna have to look up Matt Lech? Oh my god, Matt tweets a lot. How does anybody tweet this much? I suck at tweeting. I'm terrible at tweeting. "11 hours ago." There we go. So there was Matt Lech quote retweeting Jessie. Coming from this is another quote retweeting Jessie, both GLAD and GOP AGs. Okay, disagree with your article. Disagree about what your article basically says. Wait, I think that was supposed to be both agree about what your article basically says. Anyway, Matt, I pointed out to you a year and a half ago that this article cites me in support of the idea that there isn't a consensus that transition alleviates gender dysphoria. When my article doesn't say this, it basically says the opposite. Believe it or yeah, have you read it yourself? Yes, and believe it or not, I felt the same way as GLAD and those Republican AG. So in other words, like Jessie saying, I wasn't saying this. GLAD, thinks he is, and the Republican AGs, the attorneys general, actually cited his article there. Where were the multiple lies you mentioned in your segment? Stuff I wrote in the article that I knew to be untrue. See, so he's like, was it technically a lie? Did I know that it was untrue? Right? Because like a lie can mean a different thing. Like a like here he's invoking like a knowing. You don't. It's not just that it's untrue; it's that you know it to be untrue. And Matt responds, whether you recognize the sort of thing you regularly propagate as lies, my broader contention is that your entire output on this topic, and I don't know that you write about anything else. Yeah, I know, I've never seen him write about anything else. Looks like lying by emphasis. Okay, so yeah, the what he was saying earlier in terms of his emphasis being on these detransitioners and the data being, you know, showing that as a really small phenomenon within people who seek gender affirming care. Amplified unproven social contagion. Some anecdotal evidence suggests that social forces can play a role in a young person's gender questioning. I've been seeing this more frequently, psychologist Laura Edwards-Leeper wrote in an email. A widely cited study on this alleged influence was reissued with a correction, reading in part, ROGD, so this is rapid onset gender dysphoria, is not a formal mental health diagnosis at this time. This report did not collect data from the adolescents and young adults or clinicians, and therefore does not validate the phenomenon. Whoa. So the thing about ROGD is there's, I think the latest study that dropped was basically, I'm trying to remember what it was, but basically the gist was ROGD is not a thing, right? This is like the theory of rapid onset gender dysphoria. I think it's in, looks like Matt tweeted about Jessie a couple hours ago. Yeah, Xing, not tweeting, right? That's the multiple lies part. Does Jessie quote retweet again? No, we just got reposts and... Okay, so it looks like Jessie didn't respond to that. Let's see what Natalie's got here. Learning more about Big Time Loser, what is not unfounded despite Jessie Singel's disputation is that Zucker practiced curative methods that were indistinguishable from conversion therapy. So this is an article in Protean magazine. Single and Noise. Wow, great title. On February 22nd, Texas Governor Greg Abbott sent a now infamous directive to the Texas Department of Family and Protective Services. Let's change to this one. The directive states that per Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton's assertion that quote-unquote sex change procedures constitute child abuse, DFPS is ordered to start formally investigating it as such. The banned procedures listed in the directive include surgeries and hormone blocker. I said that weird. Surgeries and hormone blockers. Paxton also said that the Texas law requires mandated reporters like doctors, teachers, nurses, and other professionals to report the top of the hour ad break, and it's actually right here, right now, and I should have mentioned that before. You know what to do, chat. Undergoing gender affirming treatment. Any teenager, okay. Report basically gender affirming care, gender affirming treatment as a sign of child abuse. To the authorities or face criminal prosecution. Chase Strongio, the Deputy Director for Transgender Justice with the ACLU's LGBT and HIV project, responded that in doing this directive, Texas Republicans have acted far beyond the scope of their legal authority in an effort to transform Texas law to punish transgender people and their families, and to deputize the general public to assist them in this unauthorized endeavor. Texas Republicans chose the moment just before the Texas primaries for a reason. Both Greg Abbott and Ken Paxton were facing viable primary challenges, with Ken Paxton's seat under particular threat from Bush dynasty scion George P. Bush. Paxton's office is immensely corrupt, caught in a tangled web of bribery and other abuses of power. He's been dodging federal charges his entire time in office. It's hard to imagine how he'd fare without the self-protective advantage that the Attorney General's office confers. In this context, it's obvious that Abbott and Paxton's instrumentalization of transphobia is not only bigotry but also naked self-interest. It's a survival mode. Yeah, they're doing this to maintain their elected positions here. Threatened, Abbott and Paxton felt around for a weapon, and a wedge issue was close at hand. The initial groundwork for this maneuver was laid by French narratives from trans exclusionary radical feminists, or TERFs, and the far right. Yeah, I mean, you don't have to say, you could just say the far right. That includes TERFs. But in their campaign to mainstream the ideology that backs trans hatred, those bigots have not been entirely alone. They have been able to count on the help, conscious or not, of popular, liberal-minded writers, among them a cisgender, self-appointed expert on all things trans, Jessie Singel. Behind a veneer of empathy and concern, see, this is what makes him so odious, right? Behind a veneer of empathy and concern, Singel has applied anti-trans narratives that the far right has found appealing. Singel would insist that he is not personally transphobic, of course not. Nevertheless, his writing on the subject has contributed to a wave of transphobia that is already beginning to have concrete ramifications for policy, endangering the well-being and lives of trans people. For those unaware, Jessie Singel is a journalist and former editor of New York Magazine's Science Vertical. He has a master's in public affairs and has, ironically, as we will see, written a book on the failings of fad psychology and the replication crisis. This is like an antisocial science thing, the replication crisis, right? Many of his writings, such as the 2016's How the Fight Over Transgender Kids Got a Leading Sex Researcher Fired, and in the Cut and 2018 Atlantic piece, When Children Say They're Trans, have echoed transphobic narratives that have flared up in the US and the UK. Trans people, of course, have faced hatred in America for a very long time, but we were not always the heart of the cultural war. There was a brief moment in the mid-2010s when the far right had been resoundingly defeated on gay marriage battle and was on its back foot. This short interregnum, pop culture declared in retrospect prematurely, even naively, a decisive victory. A small number of trans women were cast in lead roles on TV and were subjects of sympathetic media profiles. Backlash was extant, but it seemed enormously outmatched by the shifting cultural tide. At the same time, however, the American trans community was hearing whispers from online friends, signs that reaction was gathering strength in the UK. But for a year or two, the US seemed like the culture war might just pass us by. During this pre-Trump breather in early 2016, Singel wrote his article for The Cut, reporting sympathetically on the firings of Dr. Kenneth Zucker. Zucker is a disgraced sex researcher, a clinician who specialized in gender dysphoria in children. His clinic at Toronto's Center for Addiction and Mental Health, the Child, Youth and Family Gender Identity Clinic, was closed in 2015 following an internal review. The center's investigation determined that Zucker and the GIC were providing services that ran contrary to current standards for care. Specifically, they found he was providing interventional therapeutic services to dysphoric children, pushing them to conform to the gender they were assigned at birth. So this sounds like conversion therapy. This contravened the increasingly accepted methodology known as the Dutch approach, conscientious, watchful waiting in use across Europe that also allowed for medical intervention where appropriate, as well as the gender affirmative model often employed by U.S. clinicians. Zucker also put out studies that crossed into the bizarre, like this one, that rated the physical attractiveness of trans children. Yeah, messed up. In 2008, NPR articles documented Zucker's practice. So wait, was Singel sympathetic to Zucker? That sounds like what they were saying. Wow. With his own cooperation, the example was given of a child named Bradley. When Zucker encountered a child younger than 10 with gender identity disorder, he tries to make the child comfortable with the sex he or she was born into. So to treat Bradley, Zucker explained to Carol that she and her husband would have to radically change their parenting. Bradley would no longer be allowed to spend time with girls. He would no longer be allowed to play with girlish toys or pretend that he was a female character. Zucker said that all of these activities were dangerous to a kid with gender identity disorder. He explained that unless Carol and her husband helped the child to change his behavior, I'm worried that I'm like misgendering this person, right? Like, as Bradley grew older, he likely would be rejected by both peer groups. Boys would find his feminine interests appalling or unappealing. Girls would want more boyish boys. Bradley would be an outcast. Yeah, so that sounds like, in other words, Dr. Zucker's therapeutic treatment involved using parental discipline and coaching to get children with gender dysphoria to conform to their gender assigned at birth. That is conversion therapy, yeah. Okay, so I wonder where Singel comes in here. Singel seemed intent on rehabilitating Zucker's reputation. Yo, this is the dirt. This is the shit on Singel. Like, right? I hadn't seen this before now. But this is bad. This is really bad, right? Singel seemed intent on rehabilitating Zucker's reputation. His 2016 article for The Cut is transparently sympathetic to Zucker's point of view, written in a tone indignant at Zucker's implicit unfair firing. It adopts, so this guy's like basically in a gender clinic. He's doing conversion therapy, at least to like, the young clients that he would meet of essentially like just jam their gender assigned at birth down their throat, right? It adopts a strange framing. It insists that the claim that Zucker's practices were tantamount to conversion therapy is merely the work of activists who, well, yeah, if you don't believe that conversion therapy is bad, then, it's all relative, I guess. It's just like his opinion, man, who were out to smear Zucker and had tarred the GIC clinic for its cautious stance. Singel dismissively and disdainfully refers to the sources that contradict his narrative as activists. Where have we heard that before, right? It's a very, very turfy thing to do. Doing so allows him to discount and dismiss contradictory expertise. Singel never explains why Zucker's methods don't qualify as conversion therapy, because I suspect attempting to do so would have proved fatal to his thesis. Confusion around these claims has been compounded by the fact that the original center review of Zucker's clinic did in fact contain a major error and unfounded allegation of abuse. This mistake, which resulted in a settlement for Zucker, opened up the space for apologists like Singel to dismiss criticisms. This is so familiar. Some scumbag does scumbaggy stuff, right? And then gets accused of doing that stuff that they did, plus something that they didn't do. And then when that's debunked, then people are like, well, I guess none of it was true. No. He's at the very least, he's writing sympathetically about a doctor whose treatment for trans kids was conversion therapy. was literally bullying these kids into acting gender appropriate. This mistake, which resulted in the settlement for Zucker, opened up a space for apologists like Singel to dismiss criticism for the clinic entirely. Unfortunately, these missteps discredited the review and furnished a convenient pretense for Zucker's full exoneration. What was not unfounded, despite Singel's disputation, is that Zucker practiced curative quote-unquote methods that were indistinguishable from conversion therapy. This alone is reason for condemnation. Again, conversion therapy in itself is abusive. As others have conclusively demonstrated, Singel's work in the Zucker article and elsewhere leaves out key facts, employs misleading rhetoric, and casually dismisses criticism from experts, as well as medical and scientific consensus on the subject. His framing is misleading enough that I am comfortable calling it dishonest. Yo, look at how people are just going out of their way to be like, I mean, like that is the gentlest way that you can walk, like the fact that this guy is a fucking liar, right? Like that's the gentlest way that you can put that in. I am comfortable calling it dishonest. Yes, like at long last. One reason we can confidently assert that Singel is distorting the narrative, whether consciously or in accordance with his own bias, is because he did consult people capable of fact-checking him for the article. He simply didn't use their input. Singel interviewed multiple trans women for this piece, including trans writers Julia Serrano and Parker Malloy. We might get into, I feel like Julia Serrano has talked about Singel and Parker Malloy, but their comments appeared to have had little impact on their final draft. After it was published, both writers spoke about our several inaccuracies of fact and framing. They had addressed these points in their interviews and were ignored. Malloy's response offers a nuanced critique of Singel's pro-GIC argument. Serrano's rebuttal contains crucial historical context about how both quote-unquote gay conversion and Zucker's style of gender reparative therapies share the exact same strategy of coercing gender nonconforming children into behaving in a more normative manner. I mean, do you see what he's trying to do? He's trying to ride this out on like technicalities. Well, he didn't call it conversion therapy, right? But it's basically the same idea. The interview was, it appears, in the earliest contact between Singel and Serrano, and he did not take her criticisms well. According to her, he lied about her views on transition to outrage his Twitter fan base. Yeah, I heard about this. This would become an example of the alleged pattern of behavior by Singel. First, he is critiqued by trans people or allies. He misrepresents their positions to incite backlash online, or simply screenshots or quote tweets them to direct harassment their way. Trans writer Emily Vanderwerf said her experience with being misrepresented and harassed included unaliving threats, unconsensual threats, invitations to commit self-unaliving, and constant misgendering. Singel contacts critics threatening to sue. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. Like, he contacts their employers. He sends them abusive emails. This guy's a monster. Right? And I've had enough of him getting away with this shit. He needs to be exposed for the monster that he is. Okay? No two ways about it. When someone reports a fact about him... Just a second. I'm like... Oh, you've got stuff in here. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for leaving you like that. Yeah, I closed the door in here, but I didn't realize there was a cat on this side of the door with me, so I had to make sure. Okay, where were we? Yeah, he's a scary guy, right? When someone reports a fact about him that he finds unflattering or releases a critique he doesn't like, he frivolously threatens to sue and demands publications issue correction, then howls about not getting them on Twitter. At this point, it's a little bit of a joke on trans Twitter that every trans writer or academic, no matter how minor, is eventually subject to the Singel meltdown and volley of threats. Singel's behavior is unprofessional, to say the least. Julia Serrano, when targeted by Singel, felt she had to temporarily leave social media for her safety. Another one of Singel's trans targets was fired after he repeatedly contacted her boss. Singel's habit of consistently and viciously, this guy, no quarter. Like, seriously. We are done with this. This needs to stop, okay? Singel's habit of consistently and viciously attacking his critics poisons the well. It deflects any chance of real criticism, since it allows him to claim that any given critic simply personally dislikes him. That's right, like Trump or Vosh. He has, of course, helped ensure that this is the case by treating them poorly. This bad behavior extends beyond minor Twitter slap fights. It's also a means of wrapping the conversation, punishing and dismissing dissenting voices before they can even speak, leveling threats and directing abuse at sources and experts in a way that goes beyond mere unprofessionalism. For a journalist, it's genuinely unethical. Yeah, I'll say. I'm hesitant to mention this because speaking up about this habit of his may feed into it. Perhaps I'm letting Singel off the hook by changing the subject, as he is wont to do, from his bad journalism to his interpersonal spats. But when we talk about Singel's role in propagating anti-trans ideology, the flack he directs at his critics and how it shapes narratives matters. Singel's fascination with dysphoria and transition in young people was in evidence in When Children Say They're Trans, in his 2018 cover story for The Atlantic. This piece profiles various subjects: Claire, a child experiencing gender dysphoria, and her concerned parents, along with several adults who eventually detransitioned. The article centers the conversation on the small number of people who desist, who decide after a period of uncertainty that they are not trans. Yeah, the data that they have for this desistance stuff is so bad, right? They literally have a study that takes into, like, that calls a subject anybody who ever did anything as a child that was like gender nonconforming, right? Which, I mean, kids, are kids and they do like a lot of stuff, right? They'll take those people into consideration as being like desisters, right? When in actuality, it's just a kid that put on, their mom's bathrobe at some point or something, and was never said they were trans, right? This isn't kids that say that they're trans and then end up not being trans, which is kind of what he's trying to like lead you to believe here. These cases do indisputably exist, but the issue is one of emphasis. Singel's disproportionate focus on counterexamples is harmful to the innumerable trans children who do not desist. Foregrounding and overstating the prevalence of desistance supplies bad faith actors with a pretense to delegitimize the many, many young people who are experiencing real dysphoria, who are very commonly ignored, disbelieved, and second-guessed when they try to assert their identity. In her response to The Atlantic, Columbia sociology professor and of gender and sexuality expert Tay Meadows writes, to position his subject as a desister in the way Singel did is to participate in an inherently stigmatizing discourse with very particular and damaging social history. The relief Singel depicts at the resolution of Claire's gender transgression belies both his and Claire's parents' investments in a cisgender future for Claire, not necessarily an authentic gender future. I also put desist in quotes because, as Julia Serrano points out, the term has a specific meaning in criminal psychology to stop an offense or antisocial behavior. Geez. Meadows also describes its origins. The term was adopted by conservative clinicians as a descriptor for gender nonconforming children who grow into cisgender adults. In any case, for trans people, the question is not whether desistance or detransition is real, writes Emily Gorkensky in her critical response to Singel. The question is whether desisters or detransitioners who are cisgender have an undue influence on the healthcare policies that affect people who are transgender. Put another way, why is it seen as more of a tragedy if a cisgender person gets the wrong healthcare than if a transgender person does? Gorsinski's rebuttal goes on to dismantle the article's numerous statistical misinterpretations, reliance on unreplicable studies, and illogical extrapolations. Its outsized focus on a particular kind of desister prioritizes the voices of people who are not trans, people who, after a period of time, I want to emphasize, normal exploration, came to the conclusion that they were cis. In addition, an erroneous lumping together of homosexuality and transness mars both Singel's work and studies on desistance in children. Most such studies don't even study gender dysphoric kids. They study gender non-conforming kids. Different. As Diane Aronsoft, director of mental health at UCSF's Child and Adolescent Gender Clinic, told KQED, the methodology of those studies is very flawed because they don't study gender identity. Those desisters were, a good majority of them, simply proto-gay boys whose parents were upset because the boys were wearing dresses. There were boys wearing dresses. They were brought to the clinicians because they weren't fitting gender norms. These study designs conflate gay and trans people while implicitly presenting gender conformity in both groups as being in need of fixing. Singel makes the same mistake, using desistance to refer to both transition and gender dysphoria in children. Doing so makes for a slippery definition of desistance that allows Singel to pretend it's a great deal more common than it is. Such poorly designed studies have contributed to the myth that a full 80% of trans children will desist, right? Yeah, this is the study that we're talking about. Brian Tannehill, a board member of Trans United Fund, remarked on these serious methodological flaws in the Huffington Post in 2016. It's time for the 80% desistance figure to be relegated to the same junk science bin as the utterly discredited link between vaccines and autism. As I've covered in The Bias, outmoded models of transness and homosexuality place both in the same spectrum of rejecting of gender roles, so they're often discussed and studied together. In 1990, Dr. Zucker himself wrote a guest chapter in a clinical psychiatry book in which he discussed the ethics of conversion therapy in light of the historical failures to distinguish between gay and trans children. Zucker wrote, at least two goals, elimination of pure ostracism in childhood and the prevention of transsexualism in adulthood, are so obviously clinically valid and consistent with the medical ethics of our time that either by itself would constitute sufficient justification for therapeutic intervention. The primary goal of avoiding adult homosexuality is considerably more problematic, especially if this is attempted for religious. Okay, so that's how he tries to distinguish himself from conversion therapy. Zucker's endorsement of therapy designed to prevent transsexualism in adults is grotesque. Singel's article in The Cut is almost farcical in how much it had to admit to make Zucker look reasonable. I can't find any indication that Zucker's thinking has evolved beyond the above statement, judging from the more recent paper from 2018 that he wrote. still contains apologia for trans conversion therapies, I think it's unlikely that he's changed his mind. Okay, here's the rapid onset gender dysphoria stuff. Many people, including Singel, bristle when labeled transphobes, disavowing the label they don't care because they don't categorically oppose limiting trans rights for trans people. Singel defends himself as someone who merely disagrees with the ontological claims trans people make about themselves. But it's fallacious to claim that he can't be a bigot because he can maintain a respectful demeanor for the duration of an article. Although, as we've seen, he can't elsewhere. Think of the mistake. I think the mistake is seeing hatred as purely a matter of affect. Yeah, God, this is huge. This is hate. You know, hate is not just like a rudeness, right? Like you can be hateful, you can be harmful, while still being polite. And really, like the harm is what matters. Love is perhaps a more of an action than a feeling. That belief of mine is informed by my experiences as a person with multiple marginalizations as well as my own personal ethics. Hate works the same way. There are a lot of bigots who think that if their mistreatment is unemotional based on facts, that it's not bigoted. Yeah, exactly. What a bigot is based on, you know, some very old models that it just isn't true to the, you know, the way that bigotry works today. Work very hard at convincing themselves that they have no feelings about the objects of their hate. But there is more to not being a transphobe than a lack of affect. Emotionalist transphobia is not objective. It's simply cold-blooded. So yes, I think Jessie Singel is a transphobe, but he is only one of many bigots, and many of those express even more venomous, unadulterated bigotry. So why is Singel worth criticizing? To begin with, he boasts a platform of considerable size. He is one of the most prominent journalists writing on the issue. Leaked messages have revealed his participation in a listserv of around 400 elite journalists and editors. This was the Maya Arson Cremu hack that revealed this listserv, right? That you know, there were a whole bunch of people essentially like talking about putting forward all this anti-trans legislation, writing it, sending it to the legislature, sometimes losing, recalibrating, reformulating the legislation for other states, right? And eventually passing it, right? Legitimized, started in North Carolina, legitimized both behind the scenes by influential figures and outwardly by public reputable brands of liberal media outlets. Singel is, that's the worst thing, is this is not coming necessarily from conservative news outlets. Singel is able to peddle anti-trans narratives that are partially cloaked by a bad faith, just asking questions style faux rationalism. This appearance of good faith and benevolence masks Singel's transphobic underlying logic, which is more subtle and flagrant bigotry on regular than the flagrant bigotry on regular display on the right. He hedges his claims. And there's another ad break. God damn it! I keep on missing it. Maya Arson is cool. He hedges his claims and imbues his narratives with the appearance of rational debate, obscuring problematic premises and logical contortions. He maintains, as Gorkensky puts it, a facade of being outwardly supportive of trans rights. His sleights of hand are therefore that much more palatable to a wider audience, appearing reasonable to the liberal conscience. And he's got plenty of apologists. Destiny's one of them, right? They also appear reasonable to the reactionary conscience. Singel's apologia for Zucker was an early manifestation of his fascination with the problem of trans children and their bodies. That perceived problem is what actual anti-trans legislation is aimed at correcting, as seen by the Abbott memo and elsewhere. The right has pivoted from an earlier emphasis on fear-mongering around trans people's use of gendered bathrooms to the present portrayal of gender-affirming care as systematic child abuse. Their recent invocation of the term groomer encapsulates this. Of course, no direct line can be traced from Singel's work to any specific instance of reactionary transphobia. The right would have produced similar hatefulness if Singel didn't exist. His role would still be filled if he were not around, but it's worth critiquing him for taking it. That said, his Keystone articles provide examples not only of Singel's own distortions and biases, but also how transphobes happily latch on to his arguments. Anti-trans ideologues in the right-wing media have picked up on Singel's coverage and used his claims as evidence for some of their favorite narratives, namely trans malevolence and the ostensibly totalitarian dominance of social justice and cancel culture hysteria. National Review cited Singel's article on Zucker as an example of a dictatorial social justice show trial. An article by Ben Shapiro in the Daily Wire also referenced Singel while covering Dr. Lisa Littman's study on the now debunked social contagion theory. In an article in the American Conservative titled Totalitarian Trans War on Reality, reactionary author Rod Dreher, friend of the VOD, Rod Dreher, prefaces commentary from Singel by saying, Jessie Singel is one of the best journalists writing about the trans issue. You should follow him. He's on the left, but he recognizes how corrupted journalism has been by trans activism. Dreher provided exhaustive coverage of the Zucker article and the reaction to it, cited many times as support in transphobic articles. The often bizarre Dreher, this guy's weird, is a prominent voice in his own right. He appears in to be one of Singel's biggest fans. Other articles of his featured title, like The Tyranny of the Transgender Ideology and The Trans Boot in the Face? Yo, what the fuck, Jesse? In the Federalist, Singel's coverage of trans people in his Atlantic article is characterized by the following way: exceptionally balanced and thoughtful. Singel is protective of his subjects and their stories, and at no time indicates any form of malice and disapproval towards the trans community. One national review posts links to Singel's views and states, Jessie Singel has a great Twitter thread debunking the junk science used by transgender activists to justify the unjustifiable in children's healthcare. So why Singel matters. No matter how vehemently he may disavow the right wing's fondness for his work and claims he's being misinterpreted, consciously or not, he is helping to perpetuate ambient transphobia and buttressing the ideology of rampant bigots who seek to do real harm. God damn, this is like a serious article. And I already went past 6 hours. Yeah, this is definitely a very good article. There's so much. I'm gonna have to come back to this. Like, I'm gonna absolutely devour this article. I told you we were going to do a deep dive. I didn't realize how deep that dive was going to be, but turns out pretty deep. Damn, that was like serious. Serious shit there. Wait, I can't see the raid. I guess it's going off, right? Oh my god, I gotta get off of here. Thank you for being here with me. We made the sub goal. If we can keep it like at this rate, I can do 4 streams a week. I'm gonna have to try to cut back sometime, but somehow, like in how much content I do per stream, because I always think, yeah, 3 things. That's really simple. 1, 2, 3, 3 hours, right? Nope. Try 6.5 hours. I can't help it. I love what I do, and I do what I love, and I'm glad that there's people here for it. I'm glad that there's people willing to fight these horrible monsters like Jessie Singel, and yeah, we're gonna look into that. I'm gonna be working with my editor around putting out a video on this, so and look for that and more videos to come on YouTube. Much love, everybody. Give my best to Willow. Wait, is the raid actually working? Is the raid rating? Is it a Rady McRaiderson? I can't tell if the raid is rating. It got canceled. Did Willow, like, maybe Willow raided? Okay, it looks like it's rating. The raid is rating. Yeah, look, I will probably be back on Wednesday. There's some chance, though, that if Jessie Singel versus Sam Cedar goes off tomorrow, then I'll be here for that, right? Because that's interesting to me. I'm invested in this, right? This is something that I care about, and it encapsulates so much of what trans people deal with, right? It's not just the people that hate our guts like Ron DeSantis and Michael Knowles. It's people that pretend to be our enemies while all the time hurting us, like Jessie Singel and Katie Herzog. So we are about to raid into Willow, and I will see you either tomorrow or on Wednesday. I don't know when this debate's happening, and we will figure it out, though. I'll find some way to cover it, one way or another. I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna get it, and one way or another. Good night, YouTube. I've sent Twitch over into